सार्वजनिक सुरक्षा के लिए दूध और दुग्ध उत्पादों की नियमित रूप से जांच करें। ज्यादातर भोजन को पकाने में तेल का इस्तेमाल होता है। खाद्य विक्रेताओं को बताया जाता है कि खाने के तेल को 3 बार से ज्यादा इस्तेमाल ना करें। दरअसल एक ही तेल के बार बार इस्तेमाल से उसमें टोटल पोलर कॉम्पाउंड टीपीसी बनते हैं। टीपीसी अगर 25% से अधिक हो तो इससे हाइपरटेंशन, अल्जाइमर और लिवर से जुड़ी गंभीर बीमारियां हो सकती हैं। इसलिए खाना पकाने में हर बार नए तेल का इस्तेमाल करना बेहतर है। FSSAI लाइसेंस्ड विक्रेताओं से ही तेल खरीदें। खुला तेल खरीदने से परहेज करें। खाने को स्वच्छ और सुरक्षित बनाने के लिए आसपास सफाई और कचरे का सही निपटारा होना जरूरी है। वेस्ट डिस्पोजल मानकों के मुताबिक सूखे और गीले कचरे का अलग अलग निपटारा किया जाना चाहिए। सूखे कचरे को डिब्बा बंद कंटेनर या डस्टबिन में डाला जाना चाहिए। जैव निम्ननीय और गैर जैव निम्ननीय कचरे के लिए अलग अलग रंग के कूड़ेदान का इस्तेमाल किया जाए। बर्तनों में बचे खाने को ढक्कन वाले सुरक्षित कंटेनरों में डाल दिया जाए ताकि पशु, मच्छर और मक्खियां वहां जमा न हो सकें। खाना तैयार करने की जगह पर गंदे पानी का जमाव ना हो। तरल कचरे को तुरंत नाली या सीवर में बहा देना चाहिए। उन्हें एक जगह जमा न होने दिया जाए। इन SOPs के जरिए ही खाद्य सुरक्षा, सार्वजनिक स्वास्थ्य और पर्यावरण को बेहतर बनाया जा सकता है और खाद्य विक्रेताओं की मदद से FSSAI इन मानकों पर अमल कराने में जुटा है।
India's traditional and local cuisines are poised to gain global recognition. To ensure food safety for both the public and tourists, the Government of India has introduced the Healthy and Hygienic Food Street program. Every region in India has a diverse range of delicious cuisines which are integral to its social and cultural fabric. Street vendors play a vital role in promoting this culinary heritage throughout the nation. Recognizing the growing popularity of street food, the Government of India has taken steps to ensure these foods are both healthy and hygienic. The Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, in collaboration with the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, is developing healthy and hygienic food streets at 100 locations across the country. These food streets will adhere to FSSAI standards and will have clean drinking water, hand washing and restroom provisions, tiled floors in common areas and dustbin and waste management facilities. Each food street is provided with financial assistance of ₹1 crore to establish world-class infrastructure. Model food streets have already been launched at Ujjain in Madhya Pradesh and Kadapa in Andhra Pradesh. The scheme aims to improve the safety and hygiene standards of street food, reduce diseases caused by contaminated food, preserve traditional recipes and promote food tourism. All chefs and food handlers in these food streets will be trained by FSSAI to maintain cleanliness and hygiene standards. Street food is a vital part of Indian culinary culture. Besides offering tasty food at affordable prices, it also provides employment to millions of people. Implementing FSSAI standards will enhance public trust in these vendors and strengthen their livelihoods.
Food safety. A genuine human concern for centuries. Kautilya, ancient India's most original thinker, described food adulteration, making it a punishable act. Other civilizations, the Egyptians, Babylonians, and Greeks, developed techniques that prevented spoilage and contamination. For 13 centuries, food safety meant preventing adulteration. A law promulgated by King John of England in 1202 AD is the first recorded instance of regulations on price, weight, and quality of bread and beer. With industrialization, food production scaled up, moved out of the home, became a tradable commodity, and therefore required regulation. In some countries, landmark legislations made food safer, addressed food adulteration and misbranding. In the 1900s, nations began to realize the link between foodborne diseases and mortality rates. In the aftermath of World War II, global cooperation became the buzzword, and soon food safety was a part of this conversation. NASA, the US Army labs and some private players developed the HACCP in the 1960s. It was to become the pivotal food safety preventive tool worldwide. Food and Agriculture Organization and World Health Organization led to the creation of the Codex Alimentarius Commission, or simply Codex, in 1963. Codex was designed to protect public health and ensure fair practices in the international food trade. India has a long history of Codex involvement. One of the first to sign up, India's engagement with Codex has only grown. India's food safety journey reflects both national and international concerns and her response to changing times. In line with emerging complexities, consolidation of laws became the motto for nations across the globe. From prevention to a risk-based approach on food safety. In India, the Food Safety and Standards Act 2006 repealed all previous laws. In 2008, the Food Safety and Standard Authority of India, or FSS,
cultural heritage,
From aromatic spices of the south
to fresh mist of the east, and all the sizzles and drizzles in between, Indian cuisine is truly a rainbow on the platter. According to ancient Indian philosophy, we are what we eat. Prime Minister Modi, in the 51st edition of his address to the people, Man Ki Baat, highlighted that a strong nation is built on the foundation of healthy and hygienic food.
जब भारत स्वच्छ होगा, स्वस्थ होगा, तभी भारत समृद्ध भी होगा। अच्छे स्वास्थ्य के लिए सबसे आवश्यक है पौष्टिक भोजन।
India has a staggering 70-100,000 FPOs dotting its sprawling landscape, including large operating chains to street vendors. Ensuring food safety at this scale is a Herculean task. To tackle this massive challenge head-on, the Indian government introduced the Food Safety and Standards Act 2006. This landmark legislation gave rise to the Food Safety and Standards Authority of India, also known as FSSAI, an apex body entrusted with the responsibility of establishing science-based standards for food items and overseeing their production, storage, distribution, sale, and importation. Under the watchful wings of the FSSAI, a remarkable alliance thrives. A scientific committee and 21 panels comprised of over 200 experts from prestigious scientific institutions. These brilliant minds, guided by the Food Authority, tirelessly set new standards that strengthen the nation's food safety ecosystem. At the core of this comprehensive system lies the strength of 246 state-of-the-art food testing laboratories. Constantly vigilant, they form a bulwark against the perils of foodborne illnesses, ensuring the safety and well-being of the people. India proudly houses the world's largest network of mobile food testing laboratories, Food Safety on Wheels, which brings food testing facilities to the nation's remotest corners. FSSAI conducts regular surveillance drives through random sampling, with the focus on preventive healthcare and the vision of bringing about changes that are large-scale and sustained. The Eat Right India movement was launched in 2018. The transformative nationwide campaign seeks to educate consumers, revolutionize the conversation surrounding food safety and standards, and pave the way towards a healthier nation through initiatives like Eat Right Campus, Eat Right Schools, Eat Right Places of Worship, Eat Right Stations, Eat Right Street Food Hubs, Eat Right Fruit and Vegetable Markets. In less than a decade, FSSAI has embarked on a remarkable journey of transformation, transitioning from an enforcer to an enabler. Spearheading the evolution of India's food safety landscape, FSSAI has played a pivotal role in fulfilling the pledge of Swasth Bharat.
The mother knows what to look for in the nourishment she gives her child. Her awareness guarantees the safety of her baby. This grandmother also needs extra care. Her food too must be safe for her fragile health. From the birth of an individual to the well-being of an entire nation, there is a protective shield that ensures the safety and quality of every morsel that an Indian ingests. This defensive armor, the Kavach, protects and safeguards a populace that is 1/5 of all humanity. The FSSAI, or Food Safety and Standards Authority of India, established in September 2008, has worked relentlessly to fulfill its mandate for laying down science-based standards for articles of food. It also regulates their manufacture, storage, distribution, sale and import to ensure availability of safe and wholesome food for human consumption. From the biggest of cities to the rural hinterland, in every corner of India, the food that is packaged, processed or even imported by food business operators needs an FSSAI license or registration before it is made available to the public. All FBOs in the country too need an FSSAI license that their food products comply with the required standards. The FSSAI standards are developed through a comprehensive and rigorous process conducted by a scientific committee and 21 specialized scientific panels. 286 experts from esteemed organizations like ICMR, CSIR, ICAR, IITs, and other institutions specializing in food, safety, and nutrition serve on these panels. FSSAI sets global standards and collaborates with international food regulatory authorities to improve food standards and address key issues. These standards are enforced by FSSAI through regular surveillance, monitoring, inspection, and random sampling of food products. Testing of food for compliance with the safety standards happens across a nationwide grid of connected laboratories. Food Safety on Wheels is an innovative step that takes food testing labs to the doorsteps of the consumers and FPOs. FSSAI also has a robust mechanism for handling consumer complaints and concerns. Over the years, the apex regulatory body has transformed itself from an enforcer to an enabler. Since 2017, the FSSAI has trained more than 1.9 million food handlers. New initiatives like digital payment gateways for licensing and registration fees and online modification facilities have created a positive ecosystem for the food sector. In a bid to empower citizens with knowledge, bring about behavioral changes and encourage healthier habits nationwide, the FSSAI is spearheading the impactful Eat Right India movement. This game-changing initiative, with a holistic approach towards food safety, has touched and protected every section of the society. The FSSAI is present in every walk of our life, in its myriad forms. It fulfills its mandate of keeping India safe. In the process, it has become a movement, a benevolent force that touches, adapts, and protects every section of the society. The healthy, happy, smiling Indian goes about her and his daily chores while the invisible FSSAI shield wraps the country in a protective sheath. The mighty Kavach that keeps the country safe from foodborne sickness and diseases, realizing the vision of Swasth Bharat.
आज आपकी जिंदगी में कौन जीत रहा है, दिल या दिमाग? अच्छा, मजे की बात यह है कि दिल और दिमाग की इस कुश्ती की जरूरत ही नहीं है, क्योंकि अगर दिमाग चाहे तो ऐसे ऐसे सिंपल तरीके निकाल सकता है जिससे दिल भी खुश और तंदुरुस्ती भी बरकरार। अगर रोज के खाने में तेल का इस्तेमाल कम करना है तो जितना तेल अभी आप डालते हैं उससे धीरे धीरे कम कीजिए, और फिर कुछ दिनों बाद और थोड़ा कम। और अगर नमक कम करना है तो भी यही, खाना पकाते समय नमक की मात्रा आप धीरे धीरे कम करते जाइए। और ऊपर से सैलेड, दही या फल पे नमक मत छिड़किए। चाय में चीनी लेते हैं, यानी कोई नहीं, लीजिए लीजिए, बस आधा चम्मच कम कर दीजिए, और कुछ दिन बाद समझ गया ना, क्योंकि तंदुरुस्ती दिल से ज्यादा दिमाग का खेल है। स्टार्ट रिड्यूसिंग योर इनटेक ऑफ शुगर, सॉल्ट एंड फैट फ्रॉम टुडे।
Energy needs of the world are increasing. This has given birth to the idea of the fuel of the future, biofuel. Biofuel is a sustainable, eco-friendly source of energy that can be created from used cooking oil. On the 10th of August 2018, the Food Safety and Standards Authority of India, FSSAI, launched RUCO, Repurpose Used Cooking Oil. RUCO is an initiative that will enable the collection and conversion of used cooking oil to biodiesel. Large-scale users of cooking oil, such as restaurants, hotels and food processors, can be divided into 3 types of users. User 1. This user uses the oil multiple times even though it has turned dark and greasy. User 2. This user uses the oil till it has burnt out and turned dark. To reuse it further, he tops it up with some new oil. User 3. This user stops using the oil after 1 to 3 cycles. In the first 2 cases, the oil is extremely unfit for consumption and is a health hazard. As of now, used cooking oil is either not discarded at all or is disposed in an environmentally hazardous manner, and sometimes even finds its way to smaller restaurants, dhabas and street vendors through spurious dealers who buy the used cooking oil, filter it and resell it.
So there are triple benefits of repurposed used cooking oil, which is RUCO. RUCO would mean that stop, watch if you can further use your oil when you are cooking, when you are frying, and if the standards of the oil have reached a TPC of 25%, that is total polar compounds in your used cooking oil is more than 25%, it is time to dispose it off. For disposing it off, mostly people dispose it off in their drains and clog the drain pipes. Now there is an opportunity to make money out of that. You can dispose it off, you can sell it to biodiesel aggregators, who will aggregate this used cooking oil and give it to biodiesel manufacturers, and then it can be used as diesel in normal vehicles and in a variety of ways.
We as a nation stand to benefit immensely from RUCO. Other than the health benefits, it will spur economic growth by ensuring job creation, foreign exchange saving and aid a healthy environment. Thus, it will ensure good health and
Good morning, everyone. To the second day of Global Food Regulatory Summit, I welcome all of you to this technical session on residues and contaminant monitoring systems, global practices and challenges. As you know, residue and contaminant monitoring is the biggest challenge in ensuring food safety in the global food chain. Many countries have put in place robust monitoring programs for periodic evaluation of food safety. Today's discussion aims to explore, collaborate, exchange the global best practices in surveillance, monitoring, and risk assessment. This discussion also aims to formulate the adaptable, structured monitoring framework that includes well-defined sampling and analytical protocols. For this session, we are blessed to have two eminent persons to grace this occasion. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Devesh Chaturvedi IAS, Secretary of Agriculture, Government of India, and Professor Alvarez Burgins onto the stage. Please. To start up with our session, we have with us Professor Alvarez Burgins, Chair of Scientific Board of the National Institute of Food Safety, Animal Health and Environment, and Chair of the Management of European Food Safety Authority. Currently, he is also the member of Latvian Academy of Sciences and Vice Chair of the Senate of the Academy. With more than 100 scientific publications, including international peer-reviewed papers, he has contributed significantly to the areas of food safety. I now invite Professor Alvarez Burgins to set the context for our discussion.
Good morning, honorable delegates of this summit and honorable organizers. First of all, before I start, I would like to thank you very much for the hospitality and the great organizing this summit, and especially for yesterday, a very impressive cultural event, which was so nice and colorful for me and I believe for all of us. So for today, I would like to give a little bit insight on these things where we look nowadays on contaminants and residues and looking forward for the monitoring systems globally, and I will have some kind of insights from the European perspective. Next slide, please. First of all, yesterday my colleague Patrick already mentioned a little bit what initiates us and what driving us to develop our food safety management systems and where we need to develop our controls. And in the meantime, we see, if you look from the European perspective, end of 90s and the beginning of 2000 was a very big change in European, start of big change in European legislation. As it was mentioned already by previous speakers from Europe, we see that in European Union we need to agree and we need to develop common legislation and common understanding and values on food safety among the 27 member states. So if you look back in a history, so we have various challenges and crises in the past 20-25 years ago, hormones, dioxins, mycotoxins and others which caused the question whether our systems are in place and whether they are efficient enough. Post 2000, after 2000, there was a very big change in Europe, setting completely new regulatory landscape, which was a EU food law, and it is important that this food law is common for 27 countries of Europe. And this was also the time when European Food Safety Authority was established, similarly as it was done in some other EU member states, establishing the national authorities. Then, of course, we needed also to look for a responsive legislation, which is to get be ready more for a crisis, be more prepared, and also looking that we need much more scientific evidence to underpin its legislative proposals in EU. The next one was a big challenge also to ensure traceability. That was another point in legislation and also in controls, that we need to trace back in a food and feed chain these controls, where we can look where the problems occur and how we can tackle those. And finally, what I would like to say in the beginning, it's also predicting the future food safety challenges. This is nowadays is one big question mark. Are we prepared for the emerging threats, emerging risks? And have we done everything ready by the legal perspective, and in the meantime also from the risk management part? And this is just to highlight also at the end that European Commission relatively recently launched also the big political initiative, which is a Green Deal. If you have heard, and in the Green Deal, there's a part of the farm to fork strategy dealing with antimicrobial resistance, dealing with a reduction of use of antimicrobials, dealing with a reduction of use of pesticides. This is the very clear political direction in the European Union, where the food control authorities work and also the risk assessment authorities will work on. Next, please. If you look on the system overall in contaminants in the food chain, this is quite complex. And if you look, there's a great variety of the contaminants. There's natural toxins, metals, inorganic substances, unauthorized veterinary medicines, environmental contaminants, and process contaminants. And if you look at that, it's a very great landscape where we need to deal with this. And in the meantime, if we look, it's very important for us to get in a very systematic way to ensure data collection, to ensure data quality, on the basis of which we can deliver high quality risk assessments, which are very crucial and important for risk managers all over the member states and in the European Union. Next one, please. This is, I have taken a bit citing about also trying to look a little bit in the future. And if you look on this paper, which I tried to cite today for a time, this is whether we are enough ready to use and look on the emerging contaminants and contaminants from the One Health perspective. This initiative has been widely used, and if you look on a global scale and an EU scale, the One Health initiatives have been delivered quite often. But when we look on those contaminants, we see much more that we need interacting with the various sectors to tackle and to control those contaminants in the food chain. Next one. This is a slide which I would want to highlight a little bit and look in the past. If you look, we had various contaminants in the food chain, starting from very simplistic towards the PCBs, PFSA, FUS, and so on. And this is coming also integrated into the legislation in national, regional, or international legal acts. And in the meantime, it requests quite significant resources and investments to maintain those controls on certain contaminants. And if we look back in the middle part of the slide, this green side, I think also showing that how technologies have been developed over previous decades. And if you look like starting from, let's say, from the simplistic spectroscopy methods towards LC and high resolution MS and various methods towards very developed and very sophisticated technologies to detect those contaminants and their to evaluate from the quantitative perspective. And also there's one area which is still in front of us, and there's a lot of work should be invested in a non-target analysis. So these methods which are available, but there's still a lot of work to be done to implement and enforce those technologies which are quite costly in various regions of the world. Please, next slide. This is just overall the picture which I would like to highlight also from the perspective, if you look on these pathways and if you look on emerging contaminants in the field, we very often forget that this complexity and this very complex picture where we have a sources and how it's distributed. And when we come back, it's not only, if you look in a food safety, it's not only the livestock sector where we look, or animal feed production. It's very much environment, and this is also related to the wastewater treatment. It's related to the industry, industrial contaminants, landfill, households, and also hospitals. So it's that one what we are seeking and what we are looking, not only the some narrow contaminants, but they are quite broad field of the contaminants where we look starting from antimicrobials, residues, and industrial contaminants which occur later in agriculture, aquaculture, and maybe later in the food chain. Next, please. This is just to highlight a little bit from the European perspective. As I mentioned already, every European Union member state has some obligations. And this is an annual report which is published on pesticide residues in foods. And this is the latest one on 2022, which is published by European Food Safety Authority, setting up the whole field of the studies and monitoring results which are carried out by the EU member states. And if you look on this report, which is freely available for you to read, so we have every year, which is quite a huge amount of investments have done to test for those residues. So it's more than 100,000 samples analyzed, which fell below the MRL. It's a 3.7%, which only exceeds this level, which is a 2.2% of where this non-compliant results occur. But still, this is a huge amount of investments done to test that. This is overall, if we come to the conclusions, yes, we could say that yes, EU consumer health risk to EU consumer health is low. However, there's one important point that risk managers should increase effectiveness of the control systems. And also, if we come back also to the imported foods, we should look also how to ensure our consumer health protection all over and also for the future. This report covers very detailed data on every single member state, and it also makes a summary of all over the European Union results on the pesticide residues in various commodities. Please, the next slide. This is also the national summary. I just put from my country a little bit a summary how it's presented. Also, we have this European Union coordinated multi-annual community control program plus national programs, which is summarized and which is providing information on how the program is run in a very transparent way, which organizations are involved, laboratories, institutions, and the risk assessment authorities, and also the competent authorities which carry out this data collection and later on delivering to the EFSA for further analysis and risk assessments. Next one, please. There's also another part is which is quite important, is monitoring on veterinary medicines, medicinal products, residues in live animals and animal products. And if we see that there's also the very huge amount of the samples which are reported to the European Commission, including the more than 300,000 targeted samples and around 4,000 suspected samples which are reported. And then if we see in the end of the slide, here's The percentage of non-compliant samples in 2022 was found below 0.2%. So this is quite comparable, and if you look, there's a lot of money spent every year to reach this level of the samples tested, in the meantime to showing that this number of these non-compliant samples are quite low. Please, next slide. This is just a brief summary. I will not take too much time here, but also showing that great variety of commodities, starting from aquaculture, bovines, porcine meat, and pig meat, and so on, which is tested annually for veterinary medicinal residues and specifically for antibacterials. And this is also showing that clear results, and these are important messages also for our risk managers. Next slide, please. Finally, I would like to give also insight, which was a published report just this year, which is a guidance, which is important probably for interesting for many of you. These are requirements for control plans for residues, and this is a very, very important wherever the countries plan and trying to also to export products to the European Union. And this is, as it was mentioned in the beginning, this document outlines very clear key requirements, and it also reflects very nicely structures of control plans, commodities, number of sampling and sampling strategies. So this document is quite very efficient also to use and compare and to work on and develop control plans on residues, which is quite very comprehensive on this topic. Next slide, please. This is, I would like to also come back to the member state level, and this is just an example for us. As I mentioned, in 2023 in European Union, it was set the maximum limits for PFAS in foods. And this, based on this legislation, also it was necessary to ensure the implementation in official control programs. And this was also what we have done in our institute. For that time, we also done some research work to develop the novel methods and methods which could be applicable for a PFAS monitoring in foods. And this was just a very, very quick look on that we try to also, regarding the legislation, to develop as quick as possible the novel methods and technologies. Next slide, please. If you look back on the infrastructure, this is also a big question mark whether the laboratories in a country, in regions, are equipped and do have enough sophisticated equipment, because it takes a lot of resources and infrastructure to monitor some of those contaminants. Please, next slide. Next slide, please. Finalizing, I would like to come back to these emerging contaminants in a One Health perspective. If we look like we have set our national, regional, or international guidance and the legislation to feel and understand the controls and how we can trace our contaminants in the food chain. And looking from the One Health perspectives, it becomes more and more complicated, this picture, and we see that contaminants may occur in different steps of the food and feed chain, and even sometimes we need to understand that there's much more efforts needed to strengthen cooperation between various agencies. Next slide. And this is just a summarizing one slide before I finish. There's various environmental aspects like air, soil, water, which is a lot of the important matrices which may contain one or another contaminant, which may have impact very severely in a food feed chain, and later on compromise the food safety. And this is some sort of the things which we need to look for a future a little bit broader, to thinking of the developing further future legal acts and initiatives. Please, the next slide. This is from the European side. If I would like to mention, these are mentioned the 5 EU agencies, which are the European Commission agencies like ECDC, European Centre for Disease Control and Prevention, European Chemical Agency, European Environmental Agency, European Food Safety Authority, and European Medicines Agency. These are the 5 critical European agencies which merged together in a One Health cross-agency task force to strengthen agency cooperation. And this is, I think, it's also an important message for my country, where I come. It's one of the smallest in the EU, to strengthen our cooperation to tackle those problems in the future. And this is just one of the examples how the agencies with a specific mandate could cooperate to strengthen our controls, risk assessments in the various contaminants in the food feed chain and the food safety overall. The next slide, please. And finally, next slide, please. And the concluding remarks, I would like to say that we need to look for the future also for a systematic monitoring, risk assessment and regulatory compliances across the food supply chain. And this is important that we cooperate at the regional and global level. It's important to have available up-to-date laboratory analytical capacities. And as I mentioned, this is for us, it's important to maintain this. It's important to cooperate if we lack resources. And it's important to develop in a common concerted action, develop those capacities worldwide. And this is also to bearing in mind for the governments that these limited resources sometimes impacts very severely efficiency and results of the residue contaminant programs if such situations occur. So this systematic data collection, risk assessments and scientific advice is very crucial for competent authorities. And emerging risks preparedness and One Health approach is very important for us in the future, bringing those all aspects together for all our agencies, wherever we work, wherever in which of the levels. So thank you a lot for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Bhajins, for enlightening us with valuable insight on this European Union's monitoring program and taking us through the challenges and opportunities for implementation of such program. It was really wonderful to hear about the EU strategy in monitoring, starting from the residue control programs to veterinary drugs to the emerging contaminants like PFAS. So we in the third world countries also we are interested to know, in the different countries also we are interested to know about the prioritization of the risk and by which the monitoring programs have been institutionalized. Probably in the panel discussions, this point will be taken forward. We are also honored to have with us Dr. Devesh Chaturvedi, Secretary, Department of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Government of India. His career has been marked by significant contributions to the agricultural sector and rural development. Dr. Chaturvedi has been instrumental in formulating and implementing policies to enhance agricultural productivity and sustainability in the country. Now I invite Dr. Devesh Chaturvedi, Secretary, Department of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, to deliver the keynote address. Sir, please.
Professor Bhajins, Dr. Panda, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, at the outset I would deeply appreciate the efforts of FSSAI to have this global conference in a very successful manner. Yesterday also we had a CEO's roundtable, a lot of insights were given, and today we are having this very important panel discussion on residue and contaminant monitoring systems. So based on my own experience, Professor Bhajins has given a perspective of EU, and it resonates with the Indian conditions. Honorable Prime Minister's vision of Viksit Bharat 2047. One of the pillars of that Viksit Bharat is that we should have India as a global food basket. When we talk of global food basket, it is not only providing safe and enough food to 140 crore plus 1400 million plus Indian population, which is growing, but also to provide food and cater to the needs of the world. And for that, food safety is almost very essential for us, and to ensure that we do provide safe food for our countrymen and also to the world, having the minimum safety standards in food we produce or we process is of utmost importance. So next 2 decades, and we should ensure that this happens. Now, in the Indian system where we have a federated structure, the issue of pesticides is almost omnipresent everywhere. We have, and the problem comes, the challenge comes when the producer, who are the small and marginal farmers, they have some practices. For them, productivity is of utmost importance, and pesticides and chemical fertilizers are used. And these use often, there are three kinds of situations arising. When we use pesticides, we overuse it. So what we are doing is we are using the right pesticide, but we are doing the overdose, or we are administering it at a time when it is not required. Then it is wrong use of pesticide. It is being supposed to be used for one particular type of crop, but it is used for some other crop. So it has a damaging impact. And the third is, which is even more serious, is the spurious pesticides, which are also proliferating the retail system. And all the three challenges have to be met at the time of the crop cycle. Now, the pesticide companies will say that our pesticides are good, but the sampling process is a faulty one because of the fact that the spurious pesticides never get into the sampling system. Or the manufacturers, the small manufacturers who may be producing pesticides of dubious quality are also not sampled. So first challenge is that we ensure that the sampling system is transparent, and the sampling system ensures through the latest technologies that it covers all spectrum of pesticides and all categories of pesticide. And we have to work towards that. Second issue is training and capacity building of farmers. And here I would say it's not just the extension machinery of the state government or the central government which is which is responsible, but even I would say that the food processing industry also can play a big role, because ultimately what they are processing and selling will have pesticide residues if their raw material is not checked properly. And rather than enforcing it, I would rather have a you can say back-ended collaboration. So if a big food processing industry is coming in any area, in any district, it will have a catchment area for raw material. And if the requirement of minimum or maximum pesticide limits is informed to the farmers, and they work in collaboration with the state machinery, district machinery, and our machinery to educate the farmers that we are there to assure good prices to you, please assure us good quality to us. And that collaboration can certainly help in reducing and in managing better pesticides by the producers. And this has worked in many places in our country. At least it has worked in exports, because the exporters ensure through the farmers how to use pesticides, what to use, what not to use. But if they can do it for exports, for international market, why not for the domestic market? Should we have different standards or different practices between them? No, absolutely no. So that becomes very important. From our side, we are doing a lot of things. We have started national pest surveillance system where farmer can themselves send a photograph of any disease which is coming on in their plants. And based on an AI tool and based on experts' advice, we provide them the appropriate dosage of which pesticides have to be used. And this has been launched on 15th August, about a month back. We also are developing an integrated pest management system where from the producer to the end user, we will have a surveillance system so that we know, with a traceability, so that we know whatever pesticide is being used, whether it is being given through the proper licensed manufacturer or not. That will help enable removing the spurious ones from the market. Then after the produce is there, the biggest gap is when this produce is given to the food processing chain, because ultimately end product FSSAI comes in. The end product is checked by them, but by that time the contaminant has already gone. The producer has produced, despite the fact that we have, or our system, it has some contaminant and it then collates into the chain. And it is here that a collaboration is needed. And it is here that there is a gap. Should we, what has to be discussed is, what has to be deliberated is, should we have systems of checking the pesticide residues of the product when it goes to the agriculture market? Who does it, how we does it, how systematically it can be done without creating any controversies. So this is again something which we have to discuss and bring out some sort of strategic policies which collaborates between the Ministry of Health here and Ministry of Agriculture here. At the state level also we have to take, because many of the enforcement is done by the state level. The third aspect is the good agriculture practices, where we should ensure, and what we are doing now is we have the European good agriculture practices systems. We have our own systems, but we don't have our own standards on the GAP. And within the ministry, we are working on an Indian or Bharat GAP, which will be more reasonable for the producer. It will be less costly for the producer, and we are working with the APIDA to ensure that this Indian or Bharat GAP also gets international recognition, so that the practices which the farmers have, and it is certified by the agencies, will ensure that the pesticides, the systems, and other practices undertaken by the producer are of the standards which are acceptable everywhere. The last aspect, which is very important, is that when we do the sampling, the pesticide companies say that your labs are not well equipped, are not of that quality that is expected. Our samples fail in your lab, but when it goes to a second referral, they pass. So the issue is that we need to have our labs which are of highest quality, and we have to invest to ensure that the quality of labs at the state level, where the first test occurs, not only is the sampling system transparent, not only it is such that it ensures that there is no tampering, no corruption in the whole process, but also the testing labs are also of impeccable quality, so that no one can point out the question on it. And that requires investment, and where there also we need a collaboration with FSSAI and the ministry to ensure that the testing labs with the state governments have are of the best quality, so that we don't, and the people trained there with a system which is also ensuring that there is no breaching of system to manipulate the samples and test. So these are the 4-5 issues which are relevant when we need, and it has to be told upfront, so that we get solutions and we get policy perspectives and we get a regulatory framework which ensures that at each step of the food cycle, starting from the farming to the production to sale aggregation to the processing industry and processing, and finally giving it to the consumer, gets an integrated approach, whole of government approach. And at each level, each gaps are tied up, and we get safe food for the world, for the country, and we don't have setbacks like the basmati or the masala or the Tirupati Luddu, which is happening just now. Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to set the context.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Devesh Chaturvedi, sir, for providing valuable insight to the areas of the upcoming Bharat GAP, which will be really game changer for the controlling pesticide residues in the country. Sir, for your information, FSSAI is steadily working for strengthening the food testing labs of the different states. We have almost funded 700 crores in the last 5 years to different states for strengthening food safety ecosystem of the country. In the recent past also, we are funding now 28 organic labs, specifically for organic labs for the country for testing pesticide residues. So I now request CO sir to felicitate our eminent speakers. So we have now time for the panel discussion. So I now request Dr. Sakshi Sharma to steer in us through the panel discussion.
Good morning, everyone. Now, after an insightful start, we are delighted to have a distinguished panel for our session from the 6 different countries to understand the monitoring program of these countries and the challenges faced by them. So, please join me in welcoming Dr. Kaushik Banerjee on stage. He is the moderator for our session. We are honored to have him. He is the Director ICR National Research Center on Grapes, Pune, and Chair Scientific Panel Methods of Sampling Analysis, FSSAI. Sir has a specialization in the field of agrochemical residue chemistry with more than 22 years of experience. Welcome, sir. I now call upon stage our first panelist for the session, Dr. Alois Lidwin, Head Divisional Knowledge Transfer and Research, Austrian Agency for Health and Food Safety, Austria. No worries, sir, we'll give you the photo. Please join us on the stage. Sir has been the head of the department for the past 12 years, bringing diverse experience in research strategy through international cross-disciplinary projects. Our next panelist is Dr. Susan Morris, Principal Advisor, Residue Assurance, New Zealand Food Safety, Ministry of Primary Industries. Ma'am, please join us on the stage. Ma'am is responsible for the development, implementation, delivery, and reporting of the national chemical contaminants and residue programs in New Zealand. Next panelist for the session is Mr. Sam Muncy, General Manager, Australian Meat Industry Council. Mr. Sam has extensive background within the federal government, including roles with Department of Agriculture, Department of Foreign Affairs, and Trade and Austrade. He has been the... Now I request the most dynamic panelist we are having today, Mr. Bobby Krishna, Senior Food Safety Specialist at the Food Safety Department of Dubai Municipality, to come on the stage, sir. Sir has the great interest in bringing digital transformation to the food safety management. We are honored to have you, sir. Our fifth panelist is Dr. Katerina Matskova, Deputy Executive Director, Chief Scientific Officer, AOAC internationally. Ma'am is actively involved in the analysis of chemical residues, contaminants, and adulterant in food for more than 25 years. Welcome, ma'am. Now I invite our next panelist, Dr. Paresh Govindlal Saha, former head, Pesticide Residue Laboratory, Anand Agriculture University, and chair, Scientific Panel on Pesticide Residue, FSSAI. Sir is having more than 38 years of experience in residue analysis of pesticides on food commodities. We are honored to have you, sir. Welcome to the dais. So without taking much time, I now request our moderator for the session, Dr. Kaushik Banerjee, to lead us through the discussion.
Good morning, everyone. It's a great privilege for me to get this opportunity to moderate this session. The context has already been set with 2 great presentations in the morning, and that has made our life much simpler. You know that residues and contaminant monitoring system is extremely important for a country like India, and this is also an important issue for entire globe. So in this session, we are very much fortunate to have a representation from across the globe, and they are all well known for their contributions to development of various monitoring programs. And they are also, in their own capacity, are continuously contributing to national and international regulatory systems. So in this session, we will discuss the significance of residue and contaminant monitoring for food safety. And the discussion will cover various technological advancements, international regulatory frameworks, and the best monitoring practices from various countries while addressing the challenges such as detection accuracy. You know that whenever we talk about residue monitoring, there are discussion about false detection. Our Agriculture Secretary has already mentioned that lab-to-lab variation in test results, so these are always bothering us. Then data management, data reliability, and resource limitations. So these are problems across the globe. The panel will also explore innovative solutions like cross-border collaborative ventures and capacity building. So as you are seeing that we have 6 very eminent panelists, and considering the time constraints, I request each panelist to restrict their comments within 1 to 2 minutes so that we can achieve our target of 3 rounds of questions to cover the entire scenario of global food safety. So without wasting any time, I start by asking the first question to our panelist, Dr. Aloy Ludwin. Dr. Aloy, we are well aware that Europe is well known for running a robust residue monitoring system across the globe. Europe is known for its regulations, directives, and various things. Traceability programs are well known, and everywhere these are discussed a lot. So can you please brief on the monitoring program carried out in Austria, and do you also run any monitoring program in coordination with the European Union as the federal system? Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks. Austria is fully included into the system of the European Union, so we do the same inspections and audits and sampling and follow the same plans than all the other states in the European Union. The first pillar is inspections of food business operations. So we make audits there, inspectors go there and look if the facilities are working in the way they should work. The second part of the control is sampling. So we have regular sampling plans, and then we have suspicious samples. So 90% of the samples are planned, and if somebody says, oh, you should go there, look if they're working right, so we take samples there as well. That's about 10%. And from the regular plans, about 40% of the samples are focal actions which are coordinated in the European Union each year. So we look specific on maybe pesticides or specific contaminants. So it's the overall system. What's maybe interesting for you as well, like we are responsible as well for the training of inspectors. So we do the training for all the food inspectors and as well for the feed inspectors in Austria. And we do as well the training for farmers to be entitled to use pesticides. Short overview.
Thank you very much for this befitting comments on this aspect. We really appreciate it. Our next question goes to Dr. Susan Morris. Susan, from literature we see that despite the fact that New Zealand is a small country, but it has implemented multiple residue monitoring programs, which includes National Chemical Residue Program, Contaminants Program, Food Residues Survey Program, and so on. So could you please explain the objectives and design of these programs?
Thank you. Thank you. And I'd just like to take a minute to thank the Chair, and in particular thank FSSAI and India's Ministry of Health and Family Welfare for the kind invitation to attend this excellent event. The cultural activity last night was mesmerising. The learnings and the collaboration with colleagues is fantastic, and I look forward to ongoing cooperation following this event. So back to the question. New Zealand's National Chemical Residues Monitoring Program is a risk-based sampling and testing program. It includes animals, it includes samples from animals and animal products from farmed cattle, sheep, deer, goats, pigs, poultry, as well as honey, farmed and wild-caught fish, and hunted wild animals. The program has got two parts, monitoring and surveillance. Monitoring involves random sampling. Surveillance involves targeted sampling of animals or animal products following a risk factor. We have recognised persons or officials taking samples. They need to follow procedures to ensure traceability, security, and integrity of samples are maintained from the point of collection through to receipt at the laboratory and testing. All test results we require to be reported under the laboratory's accreditation scope. In addition, Ministry for Primary Industries has additional legislation that requires our testing laboratories to be recognised. This provides us an additional level of control. For example, if there is a problem with performance of the lab, we can put in required actions such as an additional accreditation body assessment. It also gives us powers, if needed, to suspend or withdraw the laboratory service for regulatory testing. We enter data into a secure New Zealand food safety database. This provides real-time access to New Zealand food safety to oversee the sampling and testing processes. The database interfaces with the laboratory LIMS, so we have a seamless reporting of results. When a residue above a regulatory limit is reported, New Zealand Food Safety works closely to go back to the farm where the animal that had been sampled was supplied from. And we undertake certain actions. We look at corrective actions on the farm. We also place the farmer on a surveillance list. This is a legal provision, and the list is circulated to all slaughter premises throughout the country to enable targeted sampling of any animals that are supplied by that risk supplier. Where appropriate, we also have provisions for movement controls, restrictions. We report all our results, and these reports are publicly available on the MPI website. They include information about how the program operates, the compounds that are tested, the reporting limits of the compounds, the investigations, and any results from that. New Zealand food safety monitoring programs are assurance programs. They're intended to verify system controls, and our substantive conformance results that are reported give us confidence that our system controls are effective. Thank you.
I think we got a very comprehensive response from you, I think. And it appeared just like a picture that entire workflow of residue control and residue monitoring, starting from sampling, sample traceability, surveillance program, monitoring program, all the things have been covered so well. So nice of you. Thank you very much. So from Australia now from New Zealand we go to Australia now. We have our esteemed panelist, Mr. Sam Muniz. Sam, we all know that meat is particularly vulnerable to contaminants and residues, and meat is also an important part of our daily food, not only in India but also in Australia. So with this background, we would be interested to know that what comprehensive measures are implemented across Australia to ensure its safety from farm to export.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for hosting me, and I'd like to extend my thanks to FSSAI for a very fine event they're putting on. I'll probably start by noting that my role is with the Australian Meat Industry Council. So unlike many of my colleagues, I'm from an industry association. I'm not a regulator. I'm the regulated. and so I'll provide an overview of the Australian system from an industry perspective. So it's probably important to start by noting that our Australian residue monitoring program, the National Residue Survey, or NRS, is but a part of the broader food safety system to ensure the safety of food in Australia. So while I'll detail some of the aspects of the NRS, it's probably important to note that there are additional systems that contribute to the overall outcomes. So in Australia, that includes the setting of the Australian standards for MRLs and other residue limits. That's done through the Australian Veterinary Medicines and Pesticides Authority, who will do the scientific research to establish appropriate MRLs, and then they are enacted in the Australia through Food Standards Australia and New Zealand. We work with our New Zealand colleagues in this respect under a shared Australian New Zealand Food Safety Code. So the Australian National Residue Survey is a monitoring system, and it's much like our New Zealand colleagues, is there to provide assurance and monitor the overall performance. It takes animal and plant-based products, and there are sampling programs across different species and different commodities. The NRS was established in the 1960s, and since the 1990s it's actually been funded through industry, so we pay for the services provided to provide that assurance system. It's probably important to also note that the overall performance of the system is in the meat space for the area that I work on, has provided some pretty high-level results with, I think, our colleague earlier, the professor giving his overview of the EU results. I think the latest 2023-24 NRS results across our goat, sheep meat and bovine categories return compliance rates all above 99.5%. But that's through the entire system. So that's the veterinary chemical use in Australia, the regulations that restrict the use of certain chemicals and certain treatments, and the compliance measures that we have across the system to result in that high level of compliance.
Thank you very much, Sam, for this response. I think New Zealand and Australia, they are the closely associated countries, and various things which are seen in these two countries are very much pertinent and relevant for our Indian context as well. So now the next question goes to Bobby Krishna. Bobby is a well-known food safety educator. I follow him in his social media. He keeps enlightening us with various commentaries on the emerging food safety issues across the globe. And we would like to know from Bobby about the Dubai's Food Watch program, detailing how it was developed to address the unique challenges faced by a country that imports 90% of the food from over 160 countries. So Dubai is a major importer of various things from across the globe. And so how does the program ensure the safety and quality of such a diverse and extensive food supply? So Bobby, please explain us.
Good morning, and thank you, Dr. Kaushik. Just want a quick question to the audience. How many of you watch either Netflix, Amazon, Prime, Disney Hotstar? Just raise your hands. Don't be embarrassed. I've got a few who don't. So imagine going to a movie theater today, and you have no idea about a movie, and you want to watch that. Would you do that? Keep raising your hands if you would just step into a movie theater without any expectations, without any news articles, right? So that's looking at data from two different perspectives, right? So you go into a movie theater, you already taken the ticket, you paid for it, and you're sitting there, and you watch a disastrous movie, right? And then the other hand, in Amazon, In fact, Amazon knows what you want to watch. They are going to tell you, hey, here is what you want to watch today. At this time, evening, you can get something else, right? And it also tells you what is a comedy, what's a tragedy, right? What's a crime thriller. And it enables you to choose something so that you can optimize your time. Because if I'm in a mood for comedy, I only want to watch that. So take that into the food safety perspective and say, can I do this for food businesses across the world, or in a city, or in a country, and say, where can I get information about the risk in a food business? Can I know where my next salmonella outbreak is going to be? Can I know where the aflatoxin contamination is going to be, in which season, in which month are these products going to get contaminated? Now, to look at that, we don't need to look at testing the product. What we need to look at is, what is the weather conditions like? What are the weather conditions like? What are the changing trends in temperature? What's the moisture content in the food? All these can be indicators of the problems that are likely to come. So the ability to predict and forecast problems is quite different from looking at testing products for contamination. Because by the time you're testing, the product is already contaminated, and it is not almost unusable. And it's like looking for the number of cases of diabetes versus people who are exercising and maintaining health. So Food Watch platform is looking at food businesses based on a set of data. Historically, like from 2007 onwards, we've digitalized a lot of data in Dubai. It helps us to categorize businesses based on the risk. It helps us to categorize food based on risk. And then it looks at the behavior of the business, like how much are they into food safety management system, what data is documented and digitalized, and then it utilizes the digital data to tell us whether that business is going in the right direction or not. And moreover, it also helps business-to-business transactions. So if I'm a restaurant and I want pasteurized eggs, I can find out who in Dubai can give you the pasteurized egg and what is the inspection grade of that food business. So you get an early indicator as to whether that business is going to supply safe food. That's in short what we do.
I think we understood the context and principle of Food Safety Watch. And those who doesn't follow Bobby, I request all of you to follow him to learn a lot of new things almost every day. So now we go to the next panelist, Dr. Katerina Mastoboska. Kate is the Chief Science Officer of AOAC International, and all of you must be aware that AOAC International is the globally known standard setting body which started in 1885 and is highly relevant across the globe. We all use AOAC standard methods. So Kate, you know that India faced a huge trade problem due to detection of ethylene oxide in recent years. It first started in October 2022 and then it continued and now it has become a global issue. And there are several such emerging food contamination issues, whether it is chemical contaminant or microbiological contaminant or some other issues. So how AOAC International addresses such challenges in contaminant and residue analysis? And have you done anything as on date on emerging contaminants like ethylene oxide or any other things which are relevant for a country like India?
Thank you for the question, Kaushik, and thank you for introducing AOAC International, but I also want to take a poll like Bobby did. How many here actually know AOAC or heard about AOAC International? Just raise your hands. A lot of people. We still have some work to do. We have a president of AOAC India section here, so still some work to do to educate people about AOAC methods. We work on many different methods, including contaminants and residues, and we have a lot of methods in the pipeline currently for emerging contaminants, including PFAS, as was mentioned in the previous presentation. So we are working on PFAS in food, just have a finished call for methods for PFAS in food, and started a new working group on PFAS in food packaging and food contact materials just last week. So if you are interested in these topics, please join us. Those working groups are available for everyone to join. Other methods which we have in the pipeline, official methods in development, are for heavy metals, for a new method for acrylamide, which addresses issues with some old methods which had some specificity issues. also methods for furan, alkyl furans, and you mentioned ethylene oxide residues. And that's something that even though the crisis, I hope, is over, there's still testing ongoing, and there are still issues with different results coming from different labs. So AOEC was approached, and this is how we work. Stakeholders come to us, they ask us to help solve some dispute issues with methods, and we started working on development of standard for ethylene oxide. So what we do, we have working groups that look at requirements for methods and how they should be validated for these types of issues. So we complete the development of this standard and open call for methods. So if you have a method for ethylene oxide residues, and this includes ethylene oxide and its marker residue to chloroethanol, please, you can contact me here. And we'll be very happy to have your method go through our official methods process. And in addition to official methods, which we are most known for, we also evaluate rapid testing methods like testing kits. We have an independent evaluation process where we certify claims for these rapid test methods. And these include, for example, test kits for mycotoxins or antibiotics residues. So a lot of different solutions. In addition to that, we also provide proficiency testing programs, and we collaborate with also our regional sections on development of these proficiency testing programs, which can help address some local issues as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. And all of you must be aware that AOAC and FSSAI, they have an MOU in place, and I think we should do all together to strengthen the collaboration between Indian regulatory system and AOAC International to have better methods in future. So our next panelist is a very eminent scientist from India, Dr. P.G. Shah. Dr. Shah is the current chair of the committee that decides MRL in our country. And the new panel, when it started with Dr. Shah, a lot of advancements happened and a lot of new directions have come up. So Dr. Shah, could you provide a detailed overview of the residue and contamination monitoring programs currently in place in India?
Thank you, Dr. Kaushik. In fact, the residue monitoring history dates back to early 80s in India. Sporadic wars were reported on different commodities. But in 84-85, Indian Council of Agriculture Research systematically started sanctioning projects at different state agriculture universities. And those projects were named as All India Coordinated Research Projects on Pesticide Residues. Initially, it started with the 9 labs, and subsequently today, we have 19 labs. Now, when we publish the results of our some of the studies on specific commodities like milk, vegetable oils, butter, and some vegetables, early 90s, a lot of hype was created in the media, print media. And then the government of India, Ministry of Agriculture, thought that we should do something. So in 2005 and 6, a big project was launched. It's a national monitoring of pesticide residue. I think shortly it is referred as the MPRNL, Monitoring of Pesticide Residue at National Level. That is a central sector scheme. We have a collaboration with the different ministries. And under that, today we have a 33 laboratories network throughout the country that covers almost all the areas, right from the extreme south, Kerala, to the Srinagar, North Kashmir, Assam side, and even the Gujarat. And all 33 laboratories, out of 33, 30 laboratories are NABL accredited, and 3 laboratories are the sampling laboratories, wherein we don't have the setup of the laboratories. They are the sample, collection centers are there. You will be surprised. Today we have a very good system. Every month, this laboratory, they are collecting samples from the market. Those samples comprised of vegetables, fruits, spices, milk, meat, fish, and water. And every month, the report goes to the nodal center at IRI. We have a PC project coordinator cells. And the data gets analyzed there in a software. And then the respective states get the feedback about the control measures with the respective agriculture ministries. So we have a nice system. The only thing today unfortunately, we need to strengthen that, because per year we are probably collecting 35,000 samples. As I think EU in the morning we heard that they have more 110,000 samples per year of different commodities. So we need to strengthen that area, but still it's a sound footing with the pesticides, heavy metals and antibiotics. This we are looking forward, and FSSI is actively involved in further strengthening this. Even recently FSSI has also started survey of tea and spices based on certain issues. So this is a scenario, sir, about the Indian status monitoring.
Thank you for presenting such a comprehensive way the system. India is a very robust system, but it has to improve in harmony with the global scenario. So with this, we successfully complete our first round of questions. And now we go for the second round. And again, we start with Dr. Alloy. Dr. Alloy, you know that India is a diverse country, and in this country, the food safety scenario is also quite challenging, quite complex. So we often come across with certain challenging questions. For example, in case of residue testing or residue monitoring program implementation, which products to monitor, and if you select a product, then which chemicals to monitor. So we sometimes discuss about risk-based approaches, and there are many questions, many queries, and many confusions. So could you please provide a concise overview that how a risk-based approach is utilized in Europe in prioritizing which products and contaminants should be monitored for risk assessment? Thank you.
Thanks. So, according to the risk-based planning on contaminants, we usually do it within focal actions. So if we know from the regular sampling that there's a problem, we set up focal action on a specific contaminant. The risk-based planning is not only based on the violations on samples we found on national or European level. We also evaluate the risk for consumers or specific groups. So if there's no real risk, there's no need for an action, especially for the risk-based sampling. We evaluate the data on food consumption and then the exposure. So if in a country nobody drinks beer, doesn't make sense to make a focal action there. In Austria, we sometimes have focal actions on beer because Austrians like to drink beer, or even on spirits. And it makes a difference, like spirits, if it's a wrong declaration, so it's not 40% alcohol, it's 39 or 41. That's a problem, but not a real. But it would be a real problem if there's methanol instead of ethanol. So that's the things we do it. That's the data. The next thing, scientific studies. What's new? Have there been incidents? Very important expert opinions. Not only look at the data, look at the people and the experts as well. And then a very basic thing is, do you have the laboratory capacities? So if you don't have methods to detect it, you can't do it. So like for authenticity or origin, we started to do it 2 years ago. It's no contaminant, but we had no methods to detect if the origin is labeled right or wrong. Now we know to do it, so we do it now.
I think you also have EU coordinated program, and data from EU coordinated program must be also very much valuable in identifying the list of contaminants to monitor.
Look, most of the actions are planned on a European level. We have some specific national points too, but usually it's planned on a European level.
Okay. Thank you very much. So next question goes to Dr. Susan Morris from New Zealand Food Safety Authority. Susan, how does the monitoring program perform targeted sampling? You know that whenever we talk about any monitoring program, because I'm heading the national monitoring program on grapes in India and various other fruits and vegetables, main challenge is sampling. That sample should be representative, and sample plays or sample collection plays an extremely important role at pre-harvest as well as post-harvest level. So can you also detail the ISFR food survey program that is known in your country?
I'm sorry, could you just repeat the question?
The question is that how does the monitoring program perform targeted sampling? So how you look at sampling as such, how important it is for targeted monitoring. And you have one ISFR food survey program in New Zealand. So if you please mention about details.
Yes, so when we do have legal provision in New Zealand for what we call surveillance or targeted sampling. We have our monitoring programs that take random samples which are non-biased. So non-biased samples provide profile information at a national level. If any of those samples have a detection that exceeds a regulatory limit, we can take further targeted samples under our legislation. For our meat program, this would involve putting the supplier of the animal that was initially sampled on a surveillance list. This surveillance list is distributed to all slaughter premises throughout the country. So animals that are supplied by that risk source are targeted for sampling. We are also legally required to follow up with an investigation on the farm, and so once we have confidence that the risks have been mitigated on the farm, and we have further evidence from the targeted sampling that there are no further detections that exceed a regulatory limit, the supplier is removed from the surveillance list. The second question is about the Food Residues Survey Program. This is a program in New Zealand that randomly selects fruits and vegetables, both imported fruits and vegetables and fruits and vegetables grown in New Zealand and intended for domestic consumption. It follows the same principles as our animal products sampling plans in that random samples are selected, they're tested at laboratories, the test results are reported under the accreditation scope of the laboratory, which gives us confidence in those results, and the results are reported on the MPI website, so the results are publicly available and transparent, as well as the information about the program. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next question goes to Sam. Sam says that he is not a regulator but regulated. I think this is very important component that whoever is regulated, he must be dealing with all regulations on a day-to-day basis for compliance purpose. So Sam, do you have any specialized monitoring programs in place for animal products? And if so, do these programs cover all types of contaminants, or do you use again prioritization protocols to focus on specific risks? Because contaminants are too many and they are so diverse. So how you prioritize them and how you employ or implement that at a regulated basis?
Yes, thank you, and I would definitely agree with your last comment. I don't think it's possible or feasible to monitor for the gamut of commodity and substance combinations that are possible. So it's definitely a system of prioritization, specifically risk-based. So in answer to the first part of the question, yes, Australia does have specific animal-based programs within the National Residue Survey. Those those programs are designed scientifically and statistically relative to Australian production or throughput for those animals, to give us an accurate picture of what's happening in the overall system and the performance and the residues that may be in those products. So when it comes to determining which chemicals are monitored and particular commodities, that's done through the basis of risk profiles. These risk profiles consider a number of different factors. This includes the Australian standards are obviously an important point to see what the residues and MRLs are and for particular commodities. There's also importantly a market access perspective for Australia. So we are an exporting nation, particularly when it comes to meat. We over 70% of the meat we produce is exported. That's driven from the fact that we have more animals than we have people in Australia. When it comes to sheep, I think it's 3 or 4 times as many animals as we have people. So that's an important factor as well. And despite the fact this results in some instances where there are particular say veterinary medicine residues that are tested that are for residues that do not have a permitted use in Australia and aren't available for sale in Australia. However, we still monitor for them and we still provide results for them because our trading partners would like that assurance that we don't have them. So that's an important factor. So it's in addition to the risk for our own domestic, there's the National Residue Survey has a very important aspect of giving that overall assurance to our trading partners in our export markets as well. Additionally, we look at the likelihood of residues occurring in the product, whether it's through the environment, extent of use and use patterns of those particular chemicals. There's the extent. We'll review the results of previous monitoring programs to see if there's something we need to look at. And much like, again, our New Zealand colleagues, we have a random monitoring program that makes up the brunt of what we do, but we also have a targeted program where required, where we need to look at certain things. I was interested in my Austrian colleague's example of a focus on beer. I think Australia focuses on beer, but probably more drinking it rather than sampling it. But certainly, if there is something that's identified, whether it's through a detection at the border for one of our trading partners for a particular substance that may be of concern, we can do a targeted program there. But also if the results show that there's something to look at, we'll also do that there. I'll just finish by noting as well that importantly, many of the residues that are detected above a limit in Australia, the limits are set at a level that often it's not a food safety issue or not a food safety or human health concern. It indicates an area for us to then do continual improvement in the system to make sure that we're addressing it and getting on top of it early. I think that's important in this context, when particularly with what we've heard from our Indian colleagues looking to develop their system in how you can get that early intervention and improve. But also in that respect, we do have the systems in place that if we do get a residue that is a concern, that we can notify through InfoSan and other means like that, whether it's trading partners or domestically, to do recalls to manage that risk on a case-by-case basis. But the majority of times those residues are above a limit, help us to improve the system rather than creating a recall or big food safety incident. Thank you.
Okay, so we got to know a lot about Australian system, and you must be aware that in India that our national monitoring program, their annual report says that not more than 2% of the samples are MRL non-compliant. So we are in a very good position in our country, and we, as per FSSAI's various surveys, also we find that in most cases the contaminant levels are below the MRLs set in our country. So that's a very good situation, and but there is always a big scope of improvement. We fully agree with Sam. So our next question goes to Bobby again. So Bobby, does Dubai or UAE have a dedicated annual monitoring program for food contaminants, or is it integrated into the Food Watch program? Additionally, do you conduct any contaminant testing, monitoring on all imported food products, or do you prioritize certain food categories based on some risk assessment protocols. We are particularly interested to know that you are importing from 160 countries, and India is also a major importer now for various commodities, agriculture and food commodities. So we would be interested to know that how you prioritize them and how you really implement in your system.
Yeah, of course, we have quite a bit of data dating back to 2007, looking at what is coming into the country, how much is it coming, how much of each food is coming in, who is importing it, where is it imported from, and also look at contaminants as microbiological, chemical, and probably other issues like halal and alcohol contents as well. So these are all categorized and kind of cleaned up data, so we can always look up at these values at any point of time. I don't want to open the bag of issues, but definitely there would be trends. But more important for us is that we don't look at testing for individual decision making all the time. So it's not to say this product is allowed or not, because when you import from 160 countries, it's a huge reliance on what's coming from other countries. And you cannot stop products at the port because you don't know what to do with it. So it's important for us to look back at the trends and see whether there is an increasing trend of a contaminant from a particular point, a particular country or a particular manufacturer, and fix those after negotiating with the supplier, with the importer. So we've worked with, for instance, Australian government on how to enhance the quality of meats. And earlier we have done programs on microbiological surveillance, and we found out that in certain areas, after the product arrives at the port, we were having issues with temperature abuse. And then, we went on and worked with the stakeholders to improve that component. So for each contaminant, we also have to come up with a work plan. So often for us, it's a negotiation of how much risk can you tolerate and how much can you negotiate. So just because we found problems of pesticide in rice does not allow us to stop import of rice, because then people are going to go short. So the way out of it is to negotiate that with the importer and the exporting country and say that, can we get it marginally down, and then incrementally reduce that over a period of time. And more importantly, we also address that through the consumer side, where we're seeing consumers have to diversify the diets so that you're not stressed to just get one type of rice or one variety of rice, which increases exposure and then increases the risk also. So we're constantly looking at both the contaminant part and how we can mitigate this risk. And for that, we extensively use data. I always say, you got roti, kapra, makan, and data on roti. So we heavily on that aspect, and we try to kind of use different tools to negotiate.
Thank you very much for such a comprehensive answer, which is very well explained. And then we go to next question to Dr. Kate Mastavasaga. Kate, you know that pesticide residue analysis, pesticide testing, which is a major pillar for supporting the monitoring programs across the globe. And every survey or every discussion in the laboratory forums say that each lab faces problems in analyzing spices. And spices are well-known complex matrices. So whenever we say that we want to test spices, there are lab-to-lab variations, and that causes lots of trade issues, not only in India, but also in the entire Asian region. So what is the take of AOSC International? Pesticide residue analysis is a major challenge, and how can AOSC help improve and harmonize the methods in this particular focus area?
Yeah, you're right. Pesticide testing is very complex, even if you look at simple matrices like fruits and vegetables, because we have to analyze hundreds of compounds at very low levels using quite advanced techniques. So there's a lot of challenges, and then you add spices on top of that when you have very diverse matrices, very complex matrices. And the issue, typically what we see is reporting of false positives or or false negative results sometimes as well, because the components from spices can potentially mask the residues, or they can suppress their signals, or they can actually act like pesticides, so it can be misidentified as pesticides. And this causes a lot of problems, as you mentioned, in the trade, supply chain management as well. So at AOAC, specifically in our Southeast Asia section, we started a new working group on pesticides in herbs and spices. And they started collecting data, looking at findings of pesticide residues across different commodities. And they have already a very large data set from different countries, including also looking at EU rapid alert system reporting or the import alerts from the US. So they're collecting all this information to see which pesticides are really important. They're also looking at commodities which are causing these issues. And the next step will be to start development of a standard, basically requirements for the methods, how low we need to go, how do we validate these methods? And the idea is to optimize methods for multi-residue testing, and then validate, and ideally, obviously, validate across multiple labs to have really robust method which can become official method. But I realize this is a challenge because we can never have official method for all pesticide residues, because if you look at how many compounds we might need to consider, depending on if you're also looking at metabolites, it can be close to 2,000 compounds. So we will be looking at the most important residues, so we can have a nice core method which can be implemented in the labs and can be harmonized across different regions. And again, this is a big challenge, but I hope that with collaboration across different labs, we can accomplish something which will be useful.
Thank you. And all of you must be aware that India has got the credit of contributing data to Codex for MRL fixation in spices. That's a major achievement. And in Spices Board, that's a Government of India body in our country, they have also come out with a very comprehensive guideline for ethylene oxide mitigation in spices. So our next question goes to Dr. P.G. Shah. You know that India has a vast population, and India also has so many agroclimatic conditions. So implementing a residue monitoring program is also facing various challenges. And so what strategies should be incorporated into Indian monitoring programs to ensure their robustness and effectiveness? What are the possible improvement strategies in our monitoring system?
Thank you. In fact, we have to keep this thing in mind, that the monitoring of every commodity, every city, every state, country like India, a huge population, and some of the crops, I think we are number one, like a chili, spices, maybe, cardamom, cumin. So I think what is required is, in India, monitoring system, we have to follow the Codex guideline. Codex has recently come out with a guideline, and they have 6 points, different monitoring systems. The first is for the compliance program. That is exactly which is followed by our own All India Network project on pesticide residue, wherein, India, unlike, in EU or other countries, we don't have the foods that strictly regulated. And traceability is a great issue. So to cope up with this, what we have done is the farm gate samples with the GPS marking and the phone number, contact number, farmers, every detail we used to record it. And then farm gate samples we are now focusing in a Ministry of Agriculture. Because earlier we knew that what are the gray areas in vegetables and fruits. So accordingly, we focused on those areas. But I think this monitoring entire 6-point systems, one is for the compliance program, another is for the quality assurance, like GAP certifications or the organic certifications, samples we have to monitor regularly. Then for export, import, and third, and the fifth one is for the dietary risk assessment. That is for the consumer safety we have to look for. And then the last case is for the emergency cases, like, the spices recently. I think last year we faced a lot of issues about the ETO. Earlier we faced about the issues of the lead contaminations, and then some, carbonated beverages also. We find that some, media reported pesticide. Ultimately it was ruled out. But then this thing comes up, then immediately we have to go for an emergency monitoring system. So these are the different systems. Now India has robustly implemented the FarmGate systems. So under the FarmGate monitoring system, the traceability is there, and the government of India directs the respective government when the results are compiled, that goes to the system, to the respective states' agriculture departments, and they take the actions. Sometimes if the regulatory action is not required, I think farmers' training and capacity building is very important in those places. Another point, I think India should not be complacent with what we started, but I think a lot more is required. When I took up as a chair of the pesticide, first thing that in 2018, the last MRL list we published. Since then, there is no publication about the MRL. So this is a serious issue, because a lot of molecules are registered, MRLs are worked, but notification is not there. So what will happen when we monitor the samples from the market? Most of the violation will be based on the default values, 0.01. So that is where we are lacking, and we have to immediately, I think after this meeting or the next month, immediately we should notify the MRLs. We have done all risk assessment based on the Codex guideline, where the gap is matching with the 25% plus minus cases, or with the Codex guideline. We have risk assessed the MRLs, and then we have finalized that, we have harmonized with the Codex. In those cases, I think spices and tea are the two biggest commodities which are required to be looked for. Because spices, we have a very less consumption. If you look at that, entire world, I think the most consumption is not less than 5 gram. In India, it is less than 3 gram. Now, how can you afford to have a 0.01 limit of quantitation, default value? It's all, that cannot be achieved. And some of the countries have restricted the MRL as a 0.01. I think those are the areas wherein India needs to focus. We have already revised that. Probably in due course of time, FSSI will take care about this. It will be published, and probably the scenario will be improved. So these are the few points which India needs to look for. But as a whole, I think FarmGate traceability is achieved, and we are taking remedial actions at the FarmGate levels. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shah. And with this, we come to the end of this important session. I request any of the panelists, if you want to give a quick comment in a few seconds, any one of you. Kate, you want?
I want to maybe comment, because you mentioned that 0.01 ppm, right? This is a really important issue, because people are pushing, especially for spices, very low, and we really need to have realistic LOQs. Because when you're pushing very low, you actually can lead to these issues with like false positives, false negatives, which is even worse than not having realistic MRLs. So really, it's important to provide monitoring data and understanding of what the methods can do. Because default MRL of 10 ppb is really not a good solution for spices. Coming from a routine testing experience myself.
Yeah, we fully agree with that.
Sir, we have another issue about the ETO in spices. Now we are at the crossroads, sir. What happens that US demands that the ETO the spices should be treated with the ETO, and it is otherwise with the EU when we send it. So there are two different sets, and we are the leaders in the spice growing. So in that case, I think even today that ETO is not labeled as a pesticides, neither a contaminant, because it is deliberately used for export purpose, not for the domestic, for the control of salmonella. And if we look at the balance about the the risk, salmonella risk is much more than the volatile compound like ETO. So I think this is an area where we need a cooperation with the Codex for the ETO. Yeah.
Absolutely. So if no one has any further comment, you want to say something? Huh? Yeah.
Thank you. I think given that we're speaking about systems in a global context, I just want to make one quick point. So I mentioned before that a lot of our systems are monitoring systems and they're there for assurance. And I think there's been a bit of a worrying trend globally where there's a requirement that those systems are treated more as a compliance system, right? And increasingly, to be specific, the EU is probably one in particular where there's a growing requirement to run samples against not just domestic MRLs, but also EU MRLs, and then provide assurances that products, animals, for example, that were tested and may become above a certain limit, an EU limit, weren't exported to the EU. That to me is a bit of a worry, and it's not in line with the overall assurance, and it's not in line with the risk. As I mentioned, oftentimes it may be above an MRL, but doesn't pose an immediate food safety or human health risk. And you can imagine a situation globally where every country took the similar approach. Suddenly, a national monitoring program is running test results against a gamut, every other country's MRLs, and then having to provide assurance that every little product, despite the risk, didn't go to a certain market. That's just going to, in an environment where we're looking to increase the food security globally and the reliance of trade, I think we need to be careful and calibrate that. And that's the message, I suppose, from industry to regulators that I think we need to be careful of. Thank you.
Thank you. So with this, we conclude this session. I think all of you will agree with me that we had a very comprehensive discussion on the monitoring and surveillance programs across various countries, especially in the context of Indian food safety monitoring. And it's a great learning experience for all of us. And in the coming days, we would like to work in close coordination and association with the food safety authorities of various countries to produce safer food, and that is going to ultimately improve the trade of our country. And food is a global subject, so we should do our best to produce safer food that supports farmers' economy and that supports all the community, entire globe, all over the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you all our esteemed panelists for sharing your thoughts with us. And now I would like to invite our Executive Director FSSAI to felicitate the panelists. Yeah, yes, sir. Mr. Sam Munshi. Dr. Paresh Shilal. Dr. Susan Morris. Dr. Kaushik Banerjee. Dr. Alois Lidwin. Dr. Katrina. Mr. Bobby Krishna. I invite Advisor FSSAI and Professor Evers Merzins to join us for a group photo. Thank you, everyone.
We'll have a very interesting session to follow on new age analysis in food testing. अरे सब तो भाग रहे हैं. हाँ. Bala, please take over. I request the audience, there is a very interesting session to follow now. New age analysis in food testing.
So everyone is requested to kindly take the seat. We are going to start the next session. I request everyone to please take the seat. We are going to start a very interesting and engrossing session, technical session. Our volunteers are requested to help everyone to take their respective seats. Please everyone take the seat. We will start the next session shortly. All the FSSAI officials are requested to help the delegates and volunteers to take their respective seats. Please everyone help the delegates, speakers to take their respective seat. We are going to start the next engrossing technical session shortly. FSSAI officials are once again urged to help the delegates and speaker to take their respective seat. Please do not block entry and exit gate also.
Good morning, everyone. So in the first session, we had very fruitful discussions about residues and contaminants monitoring program, and also the challenges related to test methods. So it is pleasure to welcome you all for the today's session on new age food analysis. Food testing methodologies have seen significant advancement with the introduction of new age analysis, advancement and the techniques. This can simultaneously analyze multiple parameters in a single test. These modern approaches have provided more accurate, efficient and comprehensive ways to assess food safety and quality. You know the challenges involved in food testing. Food itself a complex matrix, has a protein, fat and carbohydrates. The combination and the percentage of these three important parameters vary from commodity to commodities. So these advanced techniques enable the regulators to shift from reactive enforcement to prevention and ultimately enhancing the food safety and protecting public health and maintaining consumer confidence. This technical session, we will examine the global development of advanced methods of analysis and explore how regulatory frameworks can adapt to accommodate these advancements in food testing and ensuring the safety standards remain robust and up to date. So it's my great honor to introduce Dr. Samuel Godfrey. a distinguished expert in food science and regulation. I invite Dr. Samuel Godfrey to take seat on the dais. Dr. Samuel Godfrey, President of International Union of Food Science and Technology, a global non-profit organization that promotes the advancement of food science and technology. His leadership as the former Director General of Health Canada Food Directorate and Vice Chair of Codex Alimentarius Commission reflect his deep influence in the international food safety standards. Now I request Dr. Claire Narod, Director of Risk Analysis Program at the Joint Institute of Food Safety and Applied Nutrition, to the stage. Dr. Claire Narod, Director Risk Analysis Program at Joint Institute of Food Safety and Applied Nutrition. She leads the monitoring and impact efforts of GIFSAN's capacity building programs with her vast experience spanning to the USDA, FAO, and the International Food Policy Research Institute. She brings the wealth of knowledge on the risk analysis and food safety. Now I invite Mr. Raj Rajashekar, Vice Chair of the Codex Alimentarius Commission, to take seat on the dais. Mr. Raj Rajashekar, over 40 years of experience in agricultural policy, food regulation, and international trade. Mr. Rajashekar has played a pivotal role in shaping global food safety and quality standards. His deep expertise and leadership in representing New Zealand across major international organizations make him uniquely qualified to set the stage for this crucial discussion. Now I invite Dr. Samuel Godfrey to set the context for this session.
Thank you very much for this kind introduction, and again, distinguished colleagues, it's a true privilege to be able to contribute to this Food Regulators Summit for the edition of 2024. And once again, our deep thanks and congratulations to the Government of India and to FSSAI for the organization of such an outstanding event. So I will attempt to contribute with some introductory thoughts that hopefully will help set the stage and the context for our discussion. Food testing is one of the key enablers of food control activities. Analytical methods that are used for food testing to identify hazards and are there essentially also to help us to quantify these hazards and therefore to support exposure assessment, which is a key component of risk analysis and therefore a key component for decision making. When used for food control purposes, analytical methods are applied in the context of what we call official or regulatory operations, meaning in the context of compliance verification and possible enforcement activities, whether be it in the context of controlling domestically produced foods or foods that are traded internationally. They can also be used to support regular food monitoring activities, and we've been listening to the session on residue monitoring, so the examples of those are residue monitoring programs, or to enable other critical surveys such as the administration of a total diet study. Analytical methods are also crucial to help us identify emerging food hazards or to investigate and even predict food incidents, whether food safety or food fraud incidents. Of course, this is in association with other predictive methodologies. So this is why analytical methods have to fulfill specific requirements of fit for purpose, of robustness, and validation to the matrices or in the food matrices of importance. Method validation, method verification, and operators' proficiency are only but some of the key conditions that food testing laboratories, particularly those that operate in an official context, have to adhere to. Food testing results and the way they are interpreted and then subsequently used to support food regulatory decision making is another key consideration. The availability of robust and trustworthy data stemming from food testing is a prerequisite to the use of such data in various disciplines of data science. Artificial intelligence supporting predictive methods would not be effective unless we feed it or we start with the reliance on robust data, including data resulting from food analysis. Now, situations also of trade disputes and disagreements in the context of compliance verification between a regulator and a regulated party, or between even two countries about a food consignment, are often related to discrepancies in food testing results, which emphasizes some key considerations. One, the competencies and the proficiency in food testing. Two, the importance of the selection and the performance of the analytical method used. And three, the sampling. This is to cite a few considerations. Now, this, of course, brings to bear the importance of standardization of methods and also the harmonization of these analytical methods in the global context. To ensure food testing and analytical methods used for that purpose contribute effectively to the performance of the food control system, I would like to share with you a few thoughts. Methods used for the purpose of food testing need to be applicable not only for confirmatory purposes in the context of compliance verification, conformity assessment and enforcement, but also to support preventive food safety management practices. Meaning, we need methods to be used in process control. We need methods to be used in the field with systems that are portable, that are rapid, and that are even miniaturized. Technology developments, of course, are there to offer us solutions to address these requirements and these challenges. We also need to harness analytical methods to identify emerging hazards. Emerging hazards in food, for example, contaminants that are to be identified in another food where it is the least to be expected. And of course, process-induced chemicals come to mind. And I think we have a number of examples in that regard. Acrylamide found in French fries in 2022, benzene in soft drinks, and so many others, including actually new pathogens as well in a new combination of pathogen and food sources, but also to identify toxins, new metabolites, and other markers of contamination. The same can be said for methods that are needed to support the characterization of new or novel foods and novel ingredients. These are crucial in order to support us, for example, to identify the authentication of these products. Technology needs are also there to be put in use to enable data analysis and the application of predictive methods to support the early identification of incidents, whether be it foodborne illness outbreaks or the next large food fraud incident. We have also some examples there where techniques have been developed that would have enabled us to predict, for example, the horse meat scandal probably 6 months before it happened, if essentially the predictive approaches were to be used. And of course, efforts need to continue to standardize methods. To invest not only in food testing infrastructure, but also in food testing competencies and capacity building. And finally, to develop the networks of collaboration, information and experience sharing, which nurture a dynamic and reactive food testing environment. Now, the discussions that we will be able to have, hopefully through this panel and this particular session, will attempt to shed some light on some of these key considerations. We will aim to learn from the experience of institutions and countries whose contribution to food testing has been significant. We're also fortunate to have eminent experts and leaders in the field, Dr. Claire Nerod, and also fortunate to have Mr. Rajasekar, the Vice Chairperson of Codex, who will also contribute to provide us with some insights in the global context. So once again, thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this session, and I look forward to fruitful deliberation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Godfrey, for sharing such a valuable insights. As you mentioned, the competency and the proficiency testing of the methods are very important, even though it is part of the integrated process of laboratory accreditations. So the validation of the method is very, very important to ensure the method is fit for the purpose. So now I invite Dr. Claire Nerod to deliver you the special address.
Okay, thank you for inviting me to talk about some of the work we've been doing. When I was asked to talk about this topic, one of the issues they wanted to say was, how does this relate to issues associated with data sharing? So when we talk about new laboratory methods, the new era of laboratory testing, we talk about data. And data is something that I and people I work with use a lot to support analysis, to support regulatory decisions. So there's a song that comes to mind that's very common for a musical in the United States that we listen to, Cabaret. It goes, money, money, money makes the world go around. Well, think about this as data, data, data perhaps makes regulatory decisions better, but perhaps not. There's a lot more that goes into that process that we need to think about when we think about using data, even with the new era of testing. How can that be used in improving regulatory decisions? So I'm going to share with you some experiences that we've had trying to use data from different sources and sharing that to use in regulatory decisions. And it's not as easy as it sounds. So I'm going to share with you basically a public-private partnership we developed as a means to share data to help inform regulatory decisions in the context of salmonella. And next slide, please. So basically, I'm going to focus on this. And the reality is when we think about collecting data and using data to support a regulatory decision, if we rely solely on data available by the public sector, it's going to be minimal. We know that the data that the public sector has is dependent on the resources they have. They only get a snapshot of the type of data that might be out there. And that could be problematic when we're starting to do analysis, particularly science-based analysis, using the risk assessment techniques that Samuel referred to. It results in a lot of concerns, particularly when we talk about issues where we have a lot of uncertainty in those analyses. And the reality is the private sector may have additional data. But how do we get access to data, that data? How might we use it? How do we overcome issues of trust? How do they understand what type of data do the agencies really need? The agencies often say we need lots and lots of data, and the private sector says, well, tell me what data. We have data, but what do you really need? And because it's a resource constraint even for the private sector to collect that data, put it in a format that they can transfer to the industry. So they want to know what it is. And a big issue that we haven't discussed at all here is the legal concerns. Sharing data with the private sector to the agencies can be difficult because there's concern about that. There's concerns that may impact them, particularly if they can be identified, and how might that be done. That also can be concerns between countries. And then the last thing, and it's been alluded to, is that the data may not be in a format that's compatible. When we have different testing methods and we start sharing data, even testing the same lots, or same product from different companies versus what's being tested in the public sector, it may not be equivalent in terms of different results. So we need to know a lot about what might happen in terms of how the data is being collected, how it's being tested, what's the metadata that may be involved in that, so that we can combine those analyses. If we can't, we may just have to rely on scenario analysis. This is done in the risk analysis community, but these are things we need to know when it comes to sharing data. But the benefit is that such data, if it was available, it really would help us improve our level of uncertainty in terms of trying to reduce how to protect public health, and that's the goal when we start doing these risk analysis. The goal really is to improve public health. But if it was easy, why aren't we doing it? More of it, okay? So I'm going to share with you our example on that we've done this with the salmonella, so you get an idea how it might happen and the lessons learned from that. Next slide. So when we started working on this, trying to develop a public-private partnership to share data, gain data from the private sector to the public sector to support analysis, the public's goal was really to develop 2 major risk assessments associated with looking at salmonella, both in turkey and chicken meat. And they had a number of risk management questions. I won't go over all of them right now, but these are things that they published, and they were known upfront what they wanted to do. The private sector goal was also to ensure public health and improve public health. And they wanted to make sure they could do a predictive modeling that could be used. They can share that data so it could be used in predictive modeling with the goal of improving public health. But the concern really was, how is that data going to be shared? And how is it going to be used? And how could it possibly be misused? These are things that they made known upfront when the agency asked for a call for data from the private sector to share data. There was concerns about how they may potentially be identified through the Freedom of Information Act. A big concern when it comes to data sharing. Next slide. So when we think about this, we need to think about data sharing is not new. That topic comes up all the time, and people say, data, we can share data, it's great. But there's a lot more work that needs to go into data sharing to use it into informing a science-based analysis to inform a regulatory decision. We need to create a situation of trust. And that's something the agencies need to understand and make clear what their data needs are. And they have to understand what the private sector has available. And sometimes it's assumed that the private sector has a lot more data available than they necessarily have, or it's assumed it's in a format that they can readily share. And that can be problematic if that's not clear and they don't have trust and dialogue on that topic. And it's also really important to bring in the lawyers. Lawyers really, in some of these industries and their industry organizations, they're there to protect the industry. There's concern about potential identification. So you need to bring the lawyers in up front and early to discuss potential data sharing. In the case that we were looking at a risk assessment looking at salmonella and looking actually at ceravars and subtypes. At this time, it was the first time the agency, FSIS, had actually done that. So they were interested in obtaining potential data that the private sector had, but they weren't sure they had it, if it existed. So that was another a concern when it came to that. Another issue came into this particular analysis where we developed this platform to share data was that FSIS was asking the private sector to share data prior to a proposed rule. So this was the first time it had happened prior. The benefit of sharing data early is that it helps inform the type of modeling activities you do, the models that you're going to develop. You know the data that's there. It helps you refine how you're actually going to do that. And it was unprecedented, so this was something that we were trying to do. And when we started doing this effort, which we started in 2022, the Food Safety Inspection Service for USDA recognized that this was not going to be straightforward. They went into a cooperative agreement with University of Maryland to develop a platform where we potentially could share data to get the private sector. It wasn't a promise that was going to happen. There was something, a process that we were aiming to do, and it took a lot of dialogue. So I'm going to talk to you about that, because I think we talk about the data and the new data that's going to be collected with all these different new data methods, but it's not just about data collection. Next slide. So when we think about data collection, you have to recognize when using data and analysis to support regulatory decisions, it has to work within the Administration Procedures Act, the regulatory process. And that's not straightforward. You're answering risk questions, but you have various sets of executive orders to follow in terms of how data can be used. You have various review process. In the US, we have the Office of Information and Regulatory Affairs, which is going to review all the analysis that's being done. And really, it's something that needs to be taken into consider what's going to be done. And once data is transferred and used into analysis, it's really up to a higher level being done by the Office of Management Budget in the United States to determine how it's going to, when it's going to be actually put out into a proposed rule and a final rule stage. So it takes time. You have to pay attention to that process. And I think people think data transfer and data sharing is easy. It's not, because when the data is being sent to be used in analysis, it has to go through a certain process, even if it's coming from the public sector, or sorry, coming from the private sector. Next slide. So with that background, was how do you proceed with that? So here's a slide of looking at a group coming together. I'm going to explain a little bit, because when we in a common folk song, people talk, they come together and they sing Kumbaya. And it says, what the world needs now is love, sweet love, and everybody comes to agreement, we're going to do this and we're going to share data. Well, really, to share data, you need partnerships. Next slide. And it takes effort to share data, whether you're talking about sharing data between countries or between the private sector informing the public sector decisions. It takes engagement, it takes costs, and it takes compromise. You recognize that individuals have different data, companies have data, countries have data, and it's varied what they have, and they have to do asymmetrical giving. They don't necessarily give everything the same way. They have to just determine what they might want to give and be willing to give and can give, given the legal concerns. And they have to recognize and contribute to data sharing to support analysis, to support regular decision, really is going after something that has a greater good. Next slide. So you have to build that trust gap. And you have to have a common understanding of why you're going about trying to share that data. Next slide, please. And so you have to understand the motivations, the incentives, and the benefits behind that. So both the public sector and the private sector have their specific interests. They're both trying to ensure that there's safe food, but they're going after it in a different way. And then you have the incentives, and the incentives are affected by shared interests, but then they have issues associated with high compliance, standards, verification, different types of efficient applications affected by training, prevention, harmonization. And then they have the benefits, safe food. So when they do this whole process of looking at data sharing, they really have to find what's the sweet spot that makes us move forward to look at data sharing. Next slide, please. And they basically have to build up a common understanding of what's going to be shared and build up a common understanding of how. And that's not just about having more data. It's actually about taking that data and using it. So next slide. So what we did when we did this, we started by forming two working groups. We had a working group on data criteria, trying to get the agency to narrow down on their data needs and to work with the private sector about to come to agreement what data they have that they might be able to share. And then we had a legal team also working on how, the mechanism of how it could be shared. And this is really a sensitive issue. They're very concerned that they may be, at some point, be identified, so they want confidentiality, and they need to have a safe space for sharing data. And that is something that is really hard to be overcome, particularly in this case when we knew from the get-go that the industry was very concerned with being identified, and they said this during the comment period when FSI announced that they're going to go after this potential data sharing platform. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry, let me go back one more slide. So the approach that we did throughout this was using an incremental approach where we were talking to the groups, the working groups involved in the data criteria, and we're talking to the legal groups. It was very incremental, back and forth, getting the dialogue going, and that was something that we had to do. So I wanted to say, in the process, we were successful, but there were some challenges, okay? First of all, we have to recognize that data comes from different sources, and it's formatted different. And there are also questions about data integrity. We've talked a little bit about that, other speakers today. And you have to recognize when data is being collected, it's being collected for specific purposes, and the usefulness of that data may be still to be determined, because what the private sector is collecting and looking at it's not being collected to be used in a regulatory analysis, it's being collected for their own monitoring purposes. And we need to understand what data is there and what data is missing. And you have to recognize that the private sector, again, is confidential and it's proprietary. So companies need a justification to share data, and you have to present this in a way that they're willing to share data, and it has to be shared within a protected space. And we also have to recognize, as analysts do analysis to support regulatory decision, it's constantly evolving their needs. As they learn more about the data, their approach and what they need evolves, and conversations throughout the time is needed. Next slide. So this, you don't need to know exactly what it says, but I wanted to say that we had created a data transfer process where the industry would give us confidential raw data. We would then look at the data, we would summarize the data, check back with the industry, have them confirm about that data, and then send it on to the agency to be used. So this is the process we used. Next slide. And it took some time. And I want to say we started this work in 2022, and right now we are at the proposed rules stage. In October, we awarded this work, and in May 2023, they actually shared us the data. And you see that zigzag line? We started with the different working groups, but during that we had numerous dialogues, over 80 meetings, trying to develop that trust, identify what it was having before we actually got to that point where the data was shared. Next slide. And I want to say, when we talk about that, the data was being shared, and it's the first time ever it was successfully shared to be used in a rulemaking. But we recognized that we had continued to have bilateral conversations with the lawyers. We were able to get data from that transferred by the national industry organizations. It wasn't individual companies that transferred, it was the industry organizations. We had to have conversations back and forth interpreting the data. So just getting the data doesn't mean you can actually use it into a model. You have to understand it, you have to understand that metadata, how you can combine it. And then it was shared with the agency, and they've been working on that. And I would say discussions today still continue. It's been an iterative process, but the rule came out in July, the proposed rule came out in July 2024, where we actually were able to include that data as part of that analysis. So the reason I wanted to show you this is I wanted to recognize that even though we collect data in this new era with all different mechanisms, there's a lot more that needs to be in place to actually use that in analysis, and to use data, even if it's collected, it has to be an iterative process in understanding how the data was being collected, what was that metadata, how can it be combined, can it be combined, and such, and it has to be an iterative process. Next slide. So this is just a conclusion, the lessons learned, because I think it's something that everybody can think about, is that you have to identify and engage all stakeholders early on in the process when you're looking about data sharing, particularly with supporting a rule, or analysis is going to support a rule. You have to create a clear, well-defined process of how you're going to research reach the goal of that, trying to get that data in. You have to get a legal team involved. That has not been talked about here, but sharing data is not going to happen unless the lawyers are there at the table agreeing to that. The industry organizations, the regulatory affairs peoples from the get-go say, yes, we agree it's a good idea, but the lawyers need to be there to agree also. You have to establish a common ground of understanding what you're going after. You have to have frequent stakeholder communications, and you have to promote transparency of your goals. And this is just at the pilot phase, but we have it's at the proposed rules stage, but it's the first time it's ever been done, and it's been a huge learning process. So I just want to say, in the era of new data and analytics, remember, it's not going to be just about having the data. And we already know when it comes to whole genome sequencing, the private sector is very reluctant to share that data because of the legal concerns. So with that, I just wanted to give you some food to thought about what goes beyond just collecting data. Thank you.
So thank you, Dr. Narad, for explaining the importance of data collections. So as you mentioned, the collection of data from private and public sector is very crucial for planning the risk assessment and management, and also the challenges in collecting the data from private or public sector. It's needs a lot of understanding, and the data applications and evaluation also very crucial. So I thanks once again for your sharing the information. Now I request Mr. Rajashekar for the keynote address.
Namaskar, everyone. Good morning to you all, friends and colleagues. I would like to begin by thanking the organizers of this summit for inviting and giving me the opportunity to be once again in India. I recall very fondly being here at the inaugural session of the Global Summit that was held in conjunction with India's leadership of the G20. And what it brought to me was the important initiatives that India is leading both at the national level and, of course, at the international level in raising awareness and profile, and importantly, showing the commitment to strengthen food regulation standards development. And I thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity to talk a little bit about some of the policy issues around this new age testing and technology. I'm not a technical person, but I do wish to share some of my policy perspectives. I'd like to begin with a personal observation. When I moved to New Zealand some 4 decades ago, there was one Indian restaurant, Bengal Tiger, and a sprinkling of Chinese eateries. The Bengal Tiger is sadly long gone, but I've lost count of how many Indian and other ethnic food establishments that are now currently in Wellington. And indeed, when you travel around the world, one of the things that strikes you is the availability of food of all denominations and of all regions, and it just shows the globalization that has taken place. For me, this epitomizes the global transformation that has taken place in New Zealand and indeed across the world. It is now possible to buy any food that you fancy from any part of the world. I mention this simply to illustrate what a sea change there has been over the last few decades with regard to global movement of food, international food trade. It's estimated to be around $1.5 trillion, and no wonder countries are putting a lot of effort into strengthening food regulation and food safety. And against this background, sound food regulation is paramount both to ensure consumer health and food trade. I came prepared initially to talk about global trends in handling of food emergency and traceability. Since these initial exchanges, my brief is, of course, broadened to new age analysis and food testing. I welcome this broadening focus as advances in testing and methodologies and procedures are critical to food regulation and provide important tools for food safety, traceability, product identity, and authentication. They are also important to detection of fraud and deceptive practices. Testing is not an end in itself, but a tool to support food regulation and efficient movement of food across borders. In this address, I'd like to highlight some of the policy dimensions and interests around food analysis and testing. We are living in a rapidly changing world, as we all know, and huge technological advances and innovations across whole spectrum of food industry, and is very much part of this environment. Producing enough food to feed a growing population and ensuring that we are producing enough food efficiently and sustainability is a global priority. This has led to significant global investments and product innovation and emergence of novel foods that look and taste alike, but the real thing, but in fact are made from alternative sources. There is also an imperative to reduce food loss and wastage. Advances in testing methodologies are important to advancing these broader policy goals and imperatives by assuring that food safety, consumer information, and facilitating appropriate policy responses. The Codex Alimentarius Commission, as you all know, has played a major role in the development of international standards and guidelines to help countries develop sound national food control systems and assure the safety of domestically and imported foods. Earlier this week, I was in Cairns, Australia, attending the 27th session of the Codex Committee of Food Inspection and Export Inspection Certification Systems. One of the major items on the agenda of the session was the revision of the existing Codex guidelines around traceability. This discussion is being driven by, among other things, the rapid advances in technology, such as blockchain and other developments, and their implications for product tracing across the food and value chain. With the rapid growth in international food trade and increasingly complex supply chain, it is incumbent on food business operators to have the ability to trace food right across the supply chain. And this is a challenge that all countries around the world, regardless of their status of development, are facing increasingly. It's driven very much by consumer demand and the diversification of food. I'd like to mention in particular the following texts that the Codex Commission has developed over the years. These include the Principles and Guidelines for National Food Control Systems, which provide the overarching structures and principles for the development of national systems. Principles and Guidelines for the Exchange of Information on Food Safety Emergency Situations. Guidelines for the exchange of information between countries on rejection of imported foods. Principles for traceability, product tracing as a tool within the food inspection certification. I should also add that there was a significant discussion around the whole issue around food fraud, which again is an increasing issue that all regulators are having to deal with today. Collectively, the above texts provide essential guidance to countries on the design and operation of national food control systems, information exchange requirements in food emergency situations, and rejection of imported foods. Codex principles for traceability also provide important guidance for dealing not merely with emergency situations, but also tracing products right across the food chain. The ability to test products for compliance is a core capacity for any regulatory system. Central to the management of food emergencies is a well-functioning food control system with a clear point of contact to facilitate timely exchange of information. It's also important to have a clearly defined food safety emergency plan that defines the actions needed, sequence of implementation, and importantly, communication needs. Risk communication, as we all know, is becoming a key challenge and priority for all countries. In this globalized world, the InfoSan network that the FAO and WHO is established provides an excellent platform for exchange of information and communication. I would also like to mention the work of the Codex Committee on Methods of Analysis and Sampling and their relevance for assuring the safety and product integrity. The work of this committee has benefited greatly from the contributions and technical expertise of national regulatory authorities and international organizations that are often at the forefront of innovation and new technology and application. During my career, I have been involved in numerous capacity building programs in various parts of the world. And I've always been impressed by the level of interest and a commitment to developing national testing capacity and establishment of laboratory infrastructure. This is a commendable interest, but I also wonder some of the challenges associated with them. Laboratory infrastructure are resource intensive and require a lot of investment and support, both in terms of financial and human resources. Maintenance of food analysis laboratories associated technical infrastructure is a core laudable objective, but it is something that is an ideal issue for international collaboration. One way around this problem is a two-pronged strategy that involves the establishment of core capacity across various countries and supported with intra-regional or international centers of excellence. Such an approach will help address many of the crucial challenges such as resource constraints, technical capacity, and importantly, effective utilization. One of the things I've observed is with the best of intentions, it's not always possible to maintain laboratory infrastructure and retain, importantly, technical resources. And as we all know, these resources are limited. And also with global mobility of human resources, it's often a challenge to retain expertise on an ongoing basis. So these are important challenges that it's worth considering as part of the discussion on establishment of effective testing capabilities. I'd just like to, of course, acknowledge in this context, the significant resources and the expertise that India has, and the opportunity for India to share some of these and also contribute to the development of a collaborative strategy in line with the theme of this whole summit, which is around strengthening collaboration, partnership, and strengthening national food regulation. I'd like to touch briefly on the topic of environment inhibitors, and you'll understand why I'm raising this in this context. With the world population projected to increase from the current 8 billion to 10 billion within the next 25 years, producing enough food to feed an ever-growing population is a global imperative. There are significant global challenges arising from climate change, environmental pressures, and food systems transformation to feed this growth in population in a sustainable manner. Against this background, there are growing initiatives in different parts of the world to use environmental inhibitors to mitigate the impact of agriculture on the environment. Typically, environment inhibitors are applied to land, feed, or directly to animals to reduce production of greenhouse gases, or to reduce release of soluble nitrates into the waterways. The regulatory framework for environment inhibitors is still evolving, and it is a topic of significant discussion. Advances in testing methods have been key drivers for this work and help to identify how organizations like Codex can play a crucial role in addressing potential food safety or trade issues arising from the use of these compounds. This is something that we have, from New Zealand perspective, I can say that we have tried to socialize and raise awareness of, not merely in the context of these advances in detection methods, but also importantly from a global policy perspective, to recognize that the work of Codex is now being driven very much by some of these broader imperatives, whether it is the environment issues that countries have. You want to have to produce more with less resources, less intensive, protect the natural resources, reduce food loss and wastage, and importantly, recognize the Codex the international food systems transformation. In closing, I'd just like to briefly mention that testing technologies are exciting, and the advances provide important and significant opportunities for collaboration and sharing of resources and advancing the global interests around assuring the safety of foods that are produced not merely for domestic consumption, but also for international trade. I'd like to close by simply emphasizing the importance of sharing resources, particularly this resource-intensive, highly technical area where technology is improving rapidly, new tests are coming up all the time, and I think it's an ideal area where collaboration and a long-term strategy for information sharing, infrastructure development, and regional capacity development are all going to be critical. I thank the organizers for this opportunity to share some of these thoughts from a broader policy perspective, and I wish this discussion all success. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rajashekhar, for your compelling keynote address and sharing information about the harmonizing the test methods and also related to food traceability and national food control system. So in FSSA, we have also harmonizing our methods, aligning with international methods from ISO and Codex recommended methods. Now I request our Executive Director CS, Madam, to come to stage to felicitate our esteemed speakers. I request our Executive Director to felicitate Dr. Claire Nerot. Now I request Madam to felicitate Mr. Rajashekhar. I request our Executive Director to felicitate Mr. Samuel Godfrey. I now request our Executive Director HR and Advisor QA to come to the stage for group photo. Thank you. Samuel to stay. Yeah. Samuel to stay. Okay. I request Dr. Samuel Godfrey to stay in the dais, and I request my colleague Gurpreet Gaur to take over the session.
Good afternoon, all present. We are now moving into an intriguing part of our session, that is panel discussion on new age analysis in food testing. To guide us through this important discussion, we are honored to have Dr. Samuel Godfrey as our moderator. With his vast experience in food science and regulatory frameworks, he is perfectly positioned to guide us through this important discussion. Welcome, sir. Now I invite our panelists. Our first panelist is Dr. Katrina Mastowska, Deputy Executive Director and Chief Science Officer, AOAC International. Welcome to the dais, ma'am. She is a leading authority in analytical methods with a focus on ensuring food safety and quality through advanced testing techniques. Next, we have Dr. Susan Morris, Specialist Advisor, Residues, New Zealand Food Safety. She brings her expertise in residue testing and regulatory frameworks that protect public health through robust safety standards. I would like to invite Dr. Susan Morris to the dais. Next, we have Dr. Le Thi Phuong Thao, Deputy Director, National Institute for Food Control, Vietnam. Please welcome to the dais, ma'am. As Deputy Director at her institute, she leads quality management system development and has extensive research experience in food safety and science. Our fourth panelist is Dr. Sunil Khare, Director, Indian Institute of Science Education and Research, Kolkata, India. A prominent researcher in the field of microbial biochemistry, Dr. Khare's work is pivotal in advancing enzyme technology for innovative food safety solutions. I welcome Dr. Khare to the dais. I now invite Dr. Shyam Narayan Jha, Deputy Director General, Agricultural Engineering, Indian Council of Agricultural Research and Chairperson of Scientific Committee of FSSAI. Dr. Jha is renowned for his work in non-destructive food quality evaluation and innovative product development. Please welcome Dr. Shyam Narayan Jha to the stage. Next, we are joined by Dr. Bhaskar Narayan, Director CSIR, Indian Institute of Toxicological Research, and a key member of Scientific Committee of FSSAI. As former advisor FSSAI and with over 26 years of expertise, Dr. Narayan's contribution to food safety are widely recognized. Welcome to the stage, Dr. Bhaskar Narayan. We will now proceed with the session. I now hand over the stage to Dr. Samuel Godfrey to moderate our panel discussion. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much for the introduction, and it's truly a privilege to be part of this session again, and also to be accompanied by an illustrious panel and the contribution of so many experts from India and from around the world. So we will attempt actually to navigate several aspects related to food testing, and particularly to challenges and opportunities brought by the introduction of new technologies, new methods of analysis, also new approaches of handling the outputs of these methods of analysis to support food control systems. So like in previous settings, we will attempt, of course, time permitting, to go through a number of rounds of discussions with the involvement of our panelists. And we will start with the first round related to the positioning of these new technologies in food testing, and some of the challenges, but also some of the requirements that are associated with the introduction of these new testing techniques in food control systems. And again, starting with Dr. Katrina Mastowska, again, with your responsibilities as the Chief Science Officer. of AOAC International. I think now I don't need to reintroduce AOAC International. We may have actually maybe a challenge on the date of the creation. I had 1884, so maybe 1885. So we're kind of close there.
84.
84. Okay, so we're I think it's
140 years.
140 years essentially celebration
This
of
month.
This month. Okay, well, you know what? Happy birthday, happy anniversary to AOAC International. And again, AOAC International has been a lead organization supporting the standardization of food analytical methods. And we know that method developers continue to innovate, to develop new approaches of food testing using these new technologies, including whole genome sequencing, but not only that. And I guess the question is, how does a standardization organization such as AOAC International deal with these new approaches, particularly how do we introduce them into the standardization approach such that they become more usable?
Yeah, thank you for that question. And thank you for celebrating AOAC's birthday. We had a big celebration last month during our annual meeting, but it's really nice to celebrate here as well. So to answer your question, we typically start with development of guidelines or standard guidance for implementation and validation of these methodologies, because it's one thing is to use them for research, the other one is to use them for routine testing and also data collection for decision making. So we typically start with that approach using collaboration of experts to develop this type of guidance. For example, recently we developed a guidance for next generation sequencing, and now we're starting on metagenomics. So we are actually launching a working group on metagenomics in a couple of months. And it should be agnostic standards for metagenomics, not just to use them for these technologies for, let's say, microbiome testing, but also for other applications such as authenticity. So, again, the previous speaker talked about the kind of issues with sharing data from metagenomics and concerns about using metagenomics for, especially by industry, because you can have a lot of different information stored in those data sets. So it's important to collect data in standardized way, in a way that it can be shareable information, but also data interpretation is another issue. So all of this is something that we will be discussing in these working groups and develop guidance for. But there are many other technologies. So in the previous session, we talked about non-targeted testing. And that's another big concern, how do you validate methods for non-targeted testing? Again, different applications for residues, contaminants, for authenticity, metabolomics type of approaches, and so on. So we started a working group in our AOAC Europe section, which is laying groundwork for use of non-targeted testing in routine setting and for official methods, for example. Another working group I want to mention is looking at bioassays as a replacement for animal-based testing. So again, laying groundwork for use of bioassays in food testing to assess toxicology, basically, of foods and also packaging, for example. So right now, as you may know, these are used typically for single molecules, very limited, kind of isolated chemicals, and using those for complex mixtures is a whole different challenge. And again, it comes down to data interpretation of these bioassays and how can we also link them to chemical methods, because once we see the effect of the bioassays, how do we confirm it by the effect, what it comes from? So all of these challenges are there. We have technologies available, but we need to make sure that they are validated properly, so we know that the data which will be the result of these methods are usable.
Thank you very much, Katrina. It's great also to see the level of foresight that is available, and also I think it's probably a testament also to the level of collaboration of AOAC. I think one of the ways that AOAC was used to be called, because we and I say we because I'm a member, I guess, so I have a disclosure of interest there, member of AOAC International. I think one of the acronyms definition was the Association of Official Analytical Collaboration. And that's the current definition. So I'm glad we haven't moved yet from that one. And I think that's a theme that we will be exploring also as part of the elements to support the introduction of these new technologies and the reliance on these technologies. Moving into the Indian context, and I'm going to ask Dr. Bhaskar, with essentially the way your institute contributes to the robustness of the food control system and also the introduction of new methods, new approaches, how do you see these technologies, whether be it analytical methods with the new technologies or the use of the data, for example, the reliance on AI, how do you see these methods, these approaches better contributing to the effectiveness of the food control system in India?
Thank you, Samuel. Let me begin by saying every interaction is an opportunity for learning. It's basically so true for new age analysis as well. I would say, I think what technology has taught us is to go into trans, not the trans foods, not the trans fats. It's, to repurpose for assuring any nutritious or safetiness of the food. When you get into that mode, if you go back 5 years, nobody knew what a Zoom could do or what WebEx could do. One pandemic taught that it can be repurposed for so many things. Similarly, there are technologies that now that have come to the field. Earlier they are known to be only available in the laboratories under air-conditioned rooms. Now you have mass spectrophotometers coupled with hyperspectral imaging, which can be taken to the field, which can make regulatory decisions both for a producer, for a supplier, or for a processor, and that can be effectively used by regulators as well. In that context, the computational field or the artificial neuronal networks or even the machine learning, like I said in the beginning, every interaction is an opportunity for learning. The machine keeps learning and then actually it can start predicting what can happen. So there were, to that effect, we in India quite are fortunate that we have a agency that can even provide us with satellite imaging, which can actually get into the supply chain as well, where the satellite imagery can be used to know what kind of contaminants or what kind of pollutants that can be tracked back to the water system and then which can get into the food system. So the opportunities are plenty. But whenever such things are used, it has to be used with caution for two reasons. Like I know in the previous panel discussion, when you began the discussion, the USDA personnel was rightly pointing out that always there is a chance to be misled by the piece of information that you're going to have. It's about 4 blind men examining an elephant. So each one will have an interpretation. So the point of using new age analysis is also to have a correct interpretation coming with that particular technique. Otherwise, there's always an opportunity for any regulator or even the consumer to be misled by misinterpretation. So I stop there. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And I think, again, this notion of the reliance on the right data, on the robustness of the data, the accuracy of the data, and the right context of use of the data will, I think, be a theme that we will continue to discuss in the way, particularly these new techniques, whether be it AI or others, are being implemented. We've heard earlier from Dr. Morris and Susan, you've shared with us some insights on the way, particularly the residue monitoring program is being implemented in New Zealand, and also, I guess, considering also New Zealand to be a pioneering jurisdiction in food control system and the implementation of robust control protocols. I guess my question to you, how do you make these programs potentially evolve considering the emergence of new technologies? How do you essentially adapt these residue programs? I know you touched on that a little bit in your earlier intervention, but if you can emphasize on this element particularly.
Thank you, Sam. For the New Zealand monitoring programs for dairy, meat, fish and honey, our competent authority, the Ministry for Primary Industries, contracts testing laboratories to perform official testing. This contract specifies the test method, the test parameters, and requires accuracy in reporting of results under the accreditation scope of the laboratory. Accreditation is an internationally accepted means of ensuring test results are reliable and produce accurate results. Most of the methods for residues and contaminants are based on international standards and are quantitative, but some qualitative methods are in use for screening. At our main laboratory, testing these animal products for residues and contaminants, there's been a very recent adoption of a new screening technology. The implementation of a multiplexed biochip platform for detecting antibiotic residues in milk has been verified for use in this laboratory. This takes a cumbersome, finicky, slow, microbiological-based screening test and replaces it with a modern multiplex technique, which is faster, more reliable, more accurate, more sensitive, and includes a broader range of analytes. The use of the biochip platform had not previously been assessed by New Zealand's accreditation agency, and this is a requirement, as I said, for monitoring program testing. However, this new approach has successfully passed the accreditation audit and is a good example of an accurate and effective new technology being integrated into official monitoring controls, as we're now using it for official testing for antibiotic residues in milk. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Susan. And I guess actually I think this is a great example to showcase the importance of subjecting also these new technologies when they are integrated into control programs to the same requirements of rigor, including essentially the parameters that are required by the accreditation processes. So thank you for that. I guess actually I'm going to ask maybe a similar question to the chairperson of the scientific committee of India's FSSAI, Dr. Jha, and basically asking how India and how FSSAI in particular as the primary food safety regulator integrates new techniques of food monitoring in the official controls, and also what are the steps that may be required before such integration.
Thank you, Dr. Godfrey. Good name, God, and then pray both together. So this is a very good gathering, and I see most of the things are from India, and some audience are also from abroad. I will say that it is very difficult for Indian case. It is totally different than we cannot compare with Australia or New Zealand. Usually we write in many documents that we lost foods as much as New Zealand and Australia produces together. We lost in post-harvest and supply chain that much foods because of mishandling or because of not proper handling and lack of little bit storage. India is a land of 86% farmers who are marginal or small landholdings. And their lands are even 95% lands are less than 1/4 hectares. Very, very small farmers. It is very difficult to control by FSSAI or by any agency. If something is very much succeed in India, it will be succeed in whole country, whole world, I will tell. So we need, FSSAI has come into being in 2006. I remember in 2002 when I write a first paper probably that how milk adulterants can be detected using the NIR, all adulterations. There were so many cases, though it was very stray cases were coming in India for artificial milk, mixing with the natural milk, and it was very difficult to find out the ways and means by chemical methods to detect. And we came out with a NIR sensor and then detecting all the adulterants at once. And sent a paper, if I remember, International Journal of Food Science and Technology, published from UK. At that time it was told that this kind of adulteration is not possible. Kindly publish it wherever it is being done in the world. And now whole world is taking place. The same thing, food frauds, food adulterations, insecticide, pesticides. This is a very serious issue. Machine learning, mass spectrometers, or genome editing, we cannot talk at farmers level. If you cannot talk, we cannot give a small handheld equipment, machinery, instruments to a farmer. We cannot assure very good raw material for food processing. So in fact, that should be the first strike point for any authority in big country or a small country, that how to produce, how to supply a good raw material for the food processing industry. Once the safe raw material, then question come at processing level. So we have to, FSSAI has several networks of laboratory around, I think 12 referral laboratory they have, and also they have 261 food testing laboratory accredited by NABL, and also some industry, private company. Altogether we have more than 300 laboratories. They are at workplace, but that is really very lengthy process. What happens, you see, our festival season, a lot of adulterations comes in foods, particularly during the festival. And it takes long time. Long time means sometimes 2 years, 2 months, 3 months, 6 months for giving the report. By that time, thousands or lakhs of people have already eaten or taken that food. So altogether, I suggest that we are working to develop some instrument handheld, and FSSAI has developed a platform for rapid testings, but rapid testing sometimes also takes a lot of time, maybe 3 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours. But we personally are working to develop some instruments which can give in a minute or 2 minutes most of the parameters. And that kind of work is going on. We have developed some kinds of instrument which is very small, can detect instantly the aflatoxin in maize, whatever you are supplying the chain, and that can be tested and that can be employed at all the places. Similarly, we have many other things. Another important things I will tell you for food safety fields, not only India, for the whole world. You see, we have hundreds of parameters to determine how many instruments you will do. You have to determine the food safety factor from all point of view. So first kind of work which we have developed for some, particularly for mango and also for apples and also some other overall quality index. We have developed the parameters using the spectroscopy IR, that how one lot of hue and cry in India since 2-3 days is for adulteration of ghee, one of the very good products of milk. And we had already NIR spectrometer models which can test the outside fat mixed in the ghee. So that kinds of instrumentation, but we are lacking here. And FSSAI all together with Australia and New Zealand, we need collaboration of development of such kind of instrument as soon as possible. And from the Indian Council of Agriculture Research, also Government of India has many schemes to promote such kind of company to come India and manufacture that with the collaboration of our company. That will actually reduce the cost of instrument, a small instrument, and which will be usable by the farmers. Then only we can assure the food safety at latter end. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. John. Thank you again for highlighting the importance of testing and also the testing capacity in checking the integrity of the ingredients and again supporting the safety of the food supply. I'm going to actually continue with our Indian experts and turning to Dr. Sunil Kare. And actually, as part of your responsibilities in directing an institute of science education and research, and knowing really the challenges of being able to introduce new technologies, particularly on the availability of talent, the availability of competencies. And if you can share with us some insights on how educational institutions could or should even contribute to the development of food analytical testing talent, I'm going to call it, and actually the development of that talent such that we can embrace these new techniques and new technologies.
Thank you, Professor, and good afternoon, everyone. I would like to put in the perspective that there are new age techniques available. There are handheld devices, handheld XRF, handheld NIR, handheld spectrometers, one class, advanced instrumentation but handheld, which is very useful. Raman SCRS, this is another thing which is available now. Second is the sensors and aptamer based testing. Biosensors are available for different kind of testings. Third could be the molecular biology based techniques to determine the spoilage or pathogenic microorganism in the food. And next generation sequencings are available, metagenomics tools are available. So these are available. Second is the category of the contaminants which we are looking for. Traditionally the pesticides, adulterants and everything, but same time with the new age testing, the new contaminants are also emerging. Nobody would have thought about 2 years ago that nanoplastic will become a kind of contaminant in the foods. The antimicrobial resistance gene or the antimicrobial or drug resistant bacteria are an issue now, which we have to face in coming years. So there are emerging challenges. Now coming back to the role of educational institutes in handling these things, I would like to say that I have had privilege to be associated with two eminent institutions. I was part of Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi for a very long time. And then now I am in a different institution, which is Indian Institute of Science and Education Research. At both the places, there are very bright students. They are trained, well trained in science. In fact, Dr. Sakshi, who was our student in IIT Delhi, they are well trained in all advanced instrumentation, in chemistry or analytical tools, or even the molecular biology tools or microbiological tools. They are, but what is missing is the perspective of their application in food testing or food safety evaluations. They are not exposed to that. They know techniques, but they know how to use it. That is what Professor Godfrey is asking, how we can train them. Yeah, that is missing. This interface is missing, I do admit. I also didn't realize it until I was sent by FAO to work on anti-nutrients in the food. And then further UNDP sent me to National Food Research Institute, Japan, to remediate it, to remove those anti-nutrients by using enzymes. Then being a basic biochemist and microbiologist, I had no idea, but when I got involved in this, I thought, oh, here is the right application. So this kind of exposure should also go to the students, which is missing, sadly. This interface is missing. So now question is how it can be done. It can be done in my opinion, you see one good example is Sati. I think many of you will be aware that DST has launched a scheme called Sati. Sati is sophisticated instrumentation labs, and they have given these labs to say 7 or 8 eminent institutions, gave lots of money in the tune of 500 crores each or plus more. But these instrumentations are open to all, students get trained on them, and then also the industry sample comes there. That's a model. So if something like FSSAI can also support a food testing instrumentation, and in such institutions where students are there with good knowledge, good competence, but lacking the exposure of the application of these techniques in foods. So if such centers can be supported, I think students will be, quite competent to handle the challenges of new age analysis. Second is Like typically we are saying Indian knowledge system courses should be integral part of any BS, MS or BTech, MTech program. Can we have online courses on the food sciences supported by food science analysis supported by FSSAI? They can sponsor such courses. A student can take up online courses or maybe even part of the regular curriculum. Then I think this will bridge the gap between these two requirements. So in my opinion, it can be done, but there has to be a way to do it. And naturally, the Indian food regulators, especially the regulatory body of FSSAI kind, has to come forward to actually bring the interface between basic science training and their application part in the food science new age analysis. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sunil, and again for emphasizing the importance of managing both the practical considerations with the academic training, such that we enable effective operators and effective food analytical expertise. I'm going to turn to our colleague from Vietnam, and thank you for being with us, Dr. Tao. And I wanted to actually ask your insights and sharing with us the experience of another jurisdiction, Vietnam, a member of ASEAN, which is investing heavily in food safety enhancements, and the way you see these new technologies, these new testing methods being integrated and being supportive of your efforts to upgrade the performance of the food control system in Vietnam.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, SRI, to invite me, so I have a chance to be here to share my experience about food control. For the Vietnam, the same with other country. Food technology is developed. So annually, many novel foods register, and also for the in the farm, chemical industry is also developed, and for the bacteria is also change, species change. So new technology for analysis are also developed. So if new analysis technology is good for food testing because of new technology can update the information about the chemical, about the bacteria, and also the new technology for more quick and more accuracy in food testing. Sometimes we for the annually for food surveillance, sometimes we can found the unknown chemical is not popular before. So it's support for state control, for the communication, for the more investigation, and also the new technology support for investigation for foodborne disease. In case of gene sequencing, we apply gene sequencing for analysis to investigate the foodborne disease, cause of foodborne disease, and for the machine learning, we now approve and have some study for next apply. And for the detection and determine hazards, annually we have the surveillance program to characterize hazards and report to food authority for more action and more investigation is needed. And for the food safety investigation, we we use the update technology and update test methods for investigation and for the decision making. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing your experience and the experience of institutions in the food control system in Vietnam about this particular topic. We have only 15 minutes left, actually, to tackle the other topics, if I'm not mistaken, right? We can, okay, I'm going to attempt actually nonetheless with the contribution of our panelists still to stick within the time, and I will be combining perhaps two topics that I wanted us to touch upon. I think it was clearly highlighted the importance of collaboration between the stakeholder community and also the importance of investing in capacity building. So those are the areas where I would like to hear some insights from our panelists, and starting again with Dr. Mastovska, again, with AOAC's international standardization activities, and you've touched upon the way you exercise that foresight, you try to identify areas of interest and areas of need. How do you manage that in the context of the multiple stakeholders that are involved? But also now considering that AOAC has a section in India, AOAC India, how do you see AOAC India contributing to enhancing the food analytical capacity and also to support capacity building in food testing overall, and of course in the adoption of new technologies in particular?
Okay, so you mentioned collaboration. I think that's really key because we do collaborate with different stakeholders on these, I would call it horizon scanning events, where we look at new technologies, emerging issues, and we work with people from governments, from academia, from food industry, technology providers, and including regional sections, like section in India. One thing I want to highlight is that we are not only looking at new technologies, but also emerging issues and gaps in methods. And here at this summit, I've heard multiple times novel foods, including in the keynote. That's something that we basically really were approached by multiple stakeholders about needs for methods for novel foods, because we may have traditional foods where we have validated methods, but we don't have these reliable methods for novel foods. And in many cases, there can be also some new analytes, not just new matrices, but also new analytes. I think you mentioned here, I think, the anti-nutrients, for example, in plant-based products, or there can be some new microorganisms, right, which may not be in normal foods because they have different production processes. Or there can be some residues from production or some byproducts from fermentation, for example. So, and I won't even not talk about insect and issues with insect testing. So there's a lot of challenges and new topics. So we launched a new program on novel foods at AOAC. Our first topic is focused on amino acids, because even though it may seem quite basic, but we really need some basic reference method which is reliable for amino acid testing, because there's a lot of comparison of these products for protein content, protein quality, but what kind of methods people use to test these products. So this is a very essential first method which we need. I would call it horizontal method across many different product types. AOAC already has an official method for infant formula, for amino acids in infant formula, which is adopted by Codex. And we hope that this new method, which we develop, could be also adopted by Codex for general food testing. So that's just one topic, but there are many others which we need to work on. And again, we welcome collaboration from the sections, which goes both ways, right? One thing is the education and providing, let's say, support in capacity building, but the other one are inputs, right, into new development of global standards, because new issues, because we really need those global views and to be able to actually develop global standards, because we really are developing methods which are applicable globally. So we definitely need collaboration. And I welcome collaboration from all of you. Again, it's sometimes difficult because we have different time zones. for people to be able to participate in working groups, but we do try to have them at different times so people can actually join us, and we need expertise from different parts of the world.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Katrina, for that. And I guess here again, continuing with my disclosure of interest, I mean, AOAC has been quite active actually in developing its geographic presence and to be able to get insights from different parts of the world. Certainly, I think the India section, and this is also a testament to the level of activity that the section is probably one of the most active sections of the geographic sections of AOAC International, and really great thanks to the leadership of the section. But also most recently, AOAC International has created 2 other sections. Well, one that is fully in activity in the Arab region, an area where India has quite a bit of trade, but also in the Southwest Pacific. Now, there will be an AOAC International section covering Australia, New Zealand, and a number of Pacific Island countries. So again, I think all this global collaboration, which is one of the key themes of this gathering, is so instrumental to enable us to identify these emerging issues and act upon them, including with solutions, food analytical solutions, and their standardization. I guess I was given clearance from our organizers that we can continue the session until 1:30. So if you see me stay beyond 1, it's not because of the ineffectiveness of the panel, but because essentially there was a request to continue until 1:30. And I may actually ask maybe permission to have engagement from the audience in order to hear maybe some questions if I have clearance for that. I'm hearing yes, so we will probably have some input maybe from our participants here. Now, continuing with the aspects of collaboration and turning to Dr. Bhaskar, and again, research institutions are notorious, in fact, for favoring, collaboration, and in fact for even fostering these collaborations. Again, how do you see that role, particularly in the context of advancing the adoption of these new food testing techniques in food control activities?
Thank you, Samuel. Actually, FSSA is one such regulator which actually has very good collaborations or very good cooperation from the research institute across India. I say it because, not because I am the director of a research institute, but also because back in my previous avatar, even then we used to have a lot of referral laboratories. Even we created a system, FSSA has created a system of reference laboratories which actually do indulge in developing methods, getting it single laboratory validated, and then also trying to do a inter-laboratory comparison and then try to recommend to FSSA. So the coherence between the research institutes and the regulatory body, insofar as India is concerned, it's not just about the food regulator, even the other regulators. It's very unique, or it's very coherent. Secondly, the research institutes also contribute in terms of allaying fears. Suppose if there is a message going across the WhatsApp University or the Facebook college, there's always a room for allaying those fears. So that also, most of the times hand-holding happens between the regulator and the research institutes. And at this juncture, there is one word of caution. Always, whenever a method is developed by a research institute, so there is a way to get it approved for the regulatory purpose. See, for me as a R&D institute, the method is very beautiful and very executable. But can it be executed on the ground at a regulatory level? Because the cost matters, affordability matters, and the reliability actually takes the key. Now, to fulfill all the 3 criteria, there is a scope for further collaboration between the regulatory bodies and the research institute to make sure that whatever method that is being done at a research level becomes available for a regulatory purpose. It's very easy to say use an NMR, but how many of the regulatory bodies can actually start giving out NMR to so many laboratories? It's not affordable. And when you do only 2-3 parameters, it's not going to be affordable. So new age analysis is one part, And you'll also have to look at the life cycle of a technology. I may sound digressing here. 3 or 4 decades back, plastics were considered as the boon to the mankind because it brought in convenience, it brought in everything that you aspired for. Today, we try to brand it as something that is unacceptable. It's a villain of the century or villain of the millennium. All those things are coming out because whenever that was brought into the system or brought into the cycle, there was a lack of doing how to replace it for going ahead. But now at the juncture when we are at this thing, then we rely on technology for another technology without looking at how many problems it may create 10 years down the line. So that life cycle analysis using AI or ML is something that actually where the regulatory bodies or even the policy makers can collaborate with research institutes to come out with solutions, how to do a life cycle analysis of a technology itself. That actually will give a heads up for many bodies, be it is AOAC, be it is Codex, be it is regulator, or even the least developed countries. It gives a ray of hope in terms of making them available at a breakneck speed. Because we know that this technology is going to be replaced 10 years down the line. So we are already ready with the technology. So that's how I see the collaboration between the research institutes and regulatory bodies going.
Thank you for that, Dr. Bhaskar. And I think, again, you're bringing, a very clear dimension to this fit-for-purpose approach. And, the idea is not to have these new technologies and to apply them like, we introduce a new toy or a new hype about a new technology, but really to making sure that whatever is developing as a result of these applications has the right fit for purpose, is suitable for what we are aiming for, but also, again, I think the achievability, the feasibility, including the economic side of things and the sustainability of that is so crucial for the way these techniques would be adopted. I'm going to continue really with sharing experiences and turning back to Dr. Susan Morris and seeking your insights again to bring the New Zealand perspective. In the context of developing your food control activities that rely on laboratory applications, I know that you have to include a number of stakeholders, a number of collaborators. So if you can share with us your experience on how you structure that, but also knowing the leadership of New Zealand at the regional level and at the global level, both for capacity building, for development of competencies. If you can share with us also some of the efforts that you are pursuing in that area and even some of the projects that you are also contemplating. Thank you.
Once again, thank you for the question. New Zealand Food Safety takes a risk-based approach to our sampling and testing. This risk-based approach also applies when determining what substances will be included in the testing program. This determination includes consideration of New Zealand farming and veterinary practices. And this is important as New Zealand farming practices differ to much of the world. Our food-producing animals are typically grazed outdoors all year round, so veterinary medicine use is minimal and certainly much lower than used in some of the more intensive farming practices that occur in many countries. We also consider the authorisation of new active ingredients and how they're used. We consider the international concerns around residues and contaminants, and in particular international regulatory requirements. And a key requirement is the availability of a cost-effective, validated test method able to be reported under the laboratory's accreditation scope. So we actively seek information to support the risk profiling of these substances, and this includes new test methods, new analytical instruments, and new technologies. And we do this through national discussions and, very importantly, global collaborations. We have regular communications with our New Zealand veterinary profession and our industry sectors, particularly the dairy and the meat sectors. We attend international residues meetings, and this global summit is an excellent example of that. We actively lead and participate in the development of Codex standards, and I'll use an example of that in a minute. And we participate in international standards organisations, and an example there is the International Dairy Federation. In particular, the Committee on the Development of Analytical Methods. As I said before, we contract our testing laboratories, and the contract specifications include the test method, the parameters for the test, and the requirements to report the test under the laboratory's accreditation scope. But within this contract is provision for New Zealand Food Safety excuse me, to request the laboratory to develop new methods or to improve current methods, such as adding new analytes or changing reporting limits. So this is an important part of our regulatory process, as it enables New Zealand to ensure our methods are fit for purpose, for the purpose of our official sampling and testing programs. Just going back to the second part of Sam's question, how are we contributing on an international scale? New Zealand led the development of the general guidelines on sampling through the Codex Committee for Methods of Analysis and Sampling. This revised standard was finalised and published last year, which was a great achievement as it took 5 years and much international input and collaboration. New Zealand is continuing to lead this work to produce an information document to support the revised general guideline on sampling. We're also working to use data science to develop an interactive app to use for the development and evaluation of sampling plans. Statistical sampling plans are complex by their nature and typically involve expert statisticians to develop, evaluate and interpret the results. So the work that New Zealand has been leading is to develop this interactive app to provide for a statistical sampling plan that can be used by non-statisticians. So many of us in the audience, it could be used by competent authorities. Certainly it can be used by Codex committees to develop sampling plans, to develop scientific and statistically robust sampling plans for provisions to meet Codex standards. So that's an exciting way we're contributing to the international food sector support going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Susan, for that. And it's really a great example of contributing at the global stage with a tool that is used by the community overall and also with that level of accessibility. I'm going to continue with the theme of collaboration. I'm going to turn to Dr. Jha, the chairperson of the Scientific Committee of FSSAI, and again asking you, sir, about the way India's FSSAI collaborates with various stakeholders, particularly method developers, technology providers, to ensure that the newest approaches that are best fit for purpose, of course, for analytical purposes, how they are potentially integrated in your food control activities. And again, how do you think these collaborations ought to be governed and organized?
Yeah, thank you. You see, FSSAI is one part of Government of India. India is having 3 force agency of standardization. One is Bureau of Indian Standards. Earlier, most of the food process standards were being done by Bureau of Indian Standards. Now that has been moved to FSSAI. But still the standards of machinery, even the standards of many other raw materials, agricultural raw materials, other raw materials are with the Bureau of Indian Standards, and they have very good collaboration between the two. But still, I think being both sides, I am also chairman of many sections of that place and looking after. There is a need of more and more collaborations. Another department is also Department of Agriculture and Farmer Welfares. They are also doing. You see, again I emphasize, this is a country of 1.4 billion people or 1.5 billion people now. And whatever we are doing, it is looking very good, but it is becoming very small. Suppose, compare with the New Zealand, how many laboratories we have per persons? How many laboratories we have here? We can say maximum 300. 300 laboratory which service we are taking. One farmer, one small, you see, you go to any street, you will get hundreds of vendors. Where you will send those vendors to get their food product checked? It is very difficult. They cannot go to the 400 miles, 300 miles to get their food products checked and then go for selling. So we need more and more infrastructural development with the help of educational institutions and research institutions of different state governments, also the central governments of other departments. Another important point as per as research collaboration is there. There also I find, it is my personal view that there is a weak collaborations. FSSI has not much fund, much emphasis on getting the research laboratory their own. As we discuss about the things of new age technology for research and development and employment, I feel that many developed countries are in the position of employment or deployment of new age technology. But India, we are in developing phase since 2000 or 2002 when we started working mostly on this. In 2006, this agency FSSI came into existence. So much more required, I suggest the FSSI and also the other countries who can collaborate for quick technology transfer. Quick technology for NIR, FTIR are the magic technology for food industry. And one small, I'll tell a small handheld, very small, not even handheld, you can say palm head, Atago, that bricks meter. That is mostly coming from outside country. We are more emphasizing that India should be independent or should be self-reliant in all aspects. All those manufacturing should be here. And for that, FSSI has to work hard with the MIT department, electronics department, with the Department of Agriculture, with of course health department is a part of that, to bring those company manufacturing in India so that cost would be less and less, and a small vendor thelawala, that those people can use those instruments. We are buying suppose now $20, but they want to buy in 20 rupees, Indian rupees. That kind of action required and collaboration is required, and Government of India is very active. They have a lot of PM, what we say, the incentive linked projects. So FSI should emphasis to the Government of India, whoever is concerned, to bring a incentive link project for manufacturing of those small gadgets which are being manufactured outside, and people are millions of rupees costing here. So if that is done, I think in 3-4 years we can equip all the small street vendors and small farmers to test their product before sale. And automatically, I will tell you, our Indian youth, you see, this is the country of youth. They are very tech savvy. They are very active. Even you will say that out of around 44-45% population is farming. And they are also very tech savvy now. They are adopting any technology you give. You prove them that this is useful, so they are adopting. Only thing that it is affordability and availability at the local level. For that FSI has to strengthen their collaboration with the university, with the research institution. Of course, the bringing the technology from outside country to quick manufacturing and transfer of technology in this country. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jha. And again, I think you've highlighted really important elements of the need for these technology transfer activities such that they can enable the cost effectiveness and the accessibility of these new technologies. And certainly the Indian experience in attracting those technology developers to India is certainly a great example to that. I'm going to stay in India and actually turning to Dr. Sunil again with your responsibilities leading research, but also an educational institution, and perhaps actually commenting again on the importance of collaboration with stakeholders to enable access to these new technologies, but also to enable the identification of emerging threats with the application of these new techniques.
Yeah. Thank you. I think the same. One role actually, so you see the basic science research is the feeder for food science application, let me say. So some time ago, maybe 2 decades ago, nobody would have thought that there is a Maillard reaction and it will lead to acrylamide formation. Then Europe came forward, they say so much acrylamide, it is carcinogenic, but that came from out of the research laboratory. Then some time back, we never could have thought that there is a drug-resistant bacteria which we have to deal with. Again came, so this also came from the research, and then the research, they started to analyze them, understand them, see their physiological effects, and all that comes through basic science research. Third is like plastics, as my colleague said. So microplastic, maybe just 5 years ago, nobody would have thought, but then they were detected in the fish gut and then marine animals, and now we see that it's in the food chain, and even the human population are likely to be subjected to microplastic and nanoplastics, now nanoplastics. So I think you may be aware that in February 24 this year, when this Columbia lab actually put the water bottle, not this one, the plastic bottle, under the SARC Raman, and they saw that thousands of nanoplastics were seen in the light. So that kind of thing coming out of the research lab. So I think research lab plays a major role, first to identify the emerging, new emerging contaminants, emerging issues, and then they also then try to develop the instrumentation which can be sensitive enough, which can be then simplified to the field requirements. That's how it develops. And so our research institutions are on the right track. I'm very poised that, let's say, when nanoplastic came, the detection techniques are still not very much in place. But now with micro FTIR, they can detect in the food sample. And I must, I think you are aware, all of your food background, that the challenge techniques are available, but the challenge remain the food metrics. So any technique which is normally, if I have to analyze a molecule through, let's say, Raman or through FTIR or NIR, it's fine. But when it is with the food metrics and I have to say, take it right there, there is a challenge. So the simplification is coming through research in a way that biosensors are very useful for food safety issues. Lots of biosensors are available. Now these are being coupled with new age analytical tools. For instance, let's say an IR coupled biosensors, and then they are attached to the transducers, and then the signals are processed, and to a Bluetooth device or this thing based, you can see what is there in this contamination kind. So those methods are also being developed. So what is happening in the research front is identifying the new age contaminants or toxicants or microbes. And for example, I can say that when it was talk about 5 pathogens, 6 or 5, this is called escape. Escape is Enterococcus, Klebsiella pneumoniae, Staphylococcus, escape. So this is another is, I think I'm forgetting, Enterobacter, and so on. There are 5. And these are actually deadly. And how to detect them in the food then? Metagenomics has some advantages. New generation sequencing has an advantage on or to detect them, especially the long read sequencing. Long read sequence gives you idea about ARGs. But these ARG have to be detected right there. These ARG means the antibiotic resistant genes.
So people are trying to develop very sensitive methods to tackle them. And still this is one challenge which we have to face. How to detect the resistant bacteria through resistant genes in the food matrix. Okay, that is another. So there are challenges, there are new challenges coming up. Basic sciences normally start working on it, then it comes to translation to the application part. Food is very important thing for every one of us. Once we know that this has not to be done, and this is a safety limit, this is the physiological effect, then we act on it. So I think as a feeder, basic sciences is doing its job. Less here maybe in some institution, more outside, more globally. So as my colleagues told on the panel, that there is a need to collaborate. We may not be as equipped in this country. Every country has its own merit in the research. So the collaboration is a call of the hour. And India is also poised. I think some institution is doing very good in the area of new age analysis, developing new methods, identifying this thing. The interface is still required, I would say. Challenges are multiple, I do agree, because food is a complex system. But I think with AOAC, as he said, this is with the help of everyone, we will be able to deal with such situations also in coming future as we have dealt in the past. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sunil, and again, really for highlighting the various steps from the identification of the threat, the development of these new emerging techniques, and then moving them, incrementally into application and hopefully into integration into food control activities and the requirements of collaboration in that regard. I'm going to ask now our colleague from Vietnam, Dr. Tao, to share also the experience, your experience and the experience of Vietnamese institutions in the way you are dealing with accessibility to new technologies and how collaboration can help you do that. But also, how do you deal with the need to invest in further capacity building and competency development in this area?
Yeah. Thank you. For the Vietnam, the government encouraged to use new techniques, but we have to propose about the advantage of new techniques, and we have to follow the laboratory requirement that the methods have to validation and verification before use. And second thing, for the collaboration, for international, we have good collaboration with AOAC. We have some collaboration study. For the domestic in the country, our institute is leading in national standard development for food testing. Last 10 years, we developed 74 national standard for food testing. And for the and we get the good collaboration between our laboratory network. For the the third thing you asked about the technology or addressing new technology. So sometimes the food trouble happen, and we have to use the new technology. So first of all, the priorities we use standard methods, but if standard method is not available, we have to develop in-house methods. For the in-house methods, we're seeking for journal and some publication, and not available, we have to based on physical, chemical or biological property of the substance or of the bacteria for develop methods. After that method validation, we follow the lab instruction in accordance with ISO IEC 17025. After that, we submit the method validation records and reports to committee for approval. And then the authority temporarily design for this method used for the state control. And then we have a training and harmonization method for the testing network. You know that for the hazard, we can use the methods, in-house methods, but for the state control, for the decision making, we have to use the designated methods. So authority designated method is based on accredited methods, or the method must be, if not accredited, they will organize assessment, and after that, and also they check competency that we participate in proficiency testing or interlaboratory testing. If competency okay, so this method is designated method used for state control. Thank you.
Thank you again, Dr. Tao, for again sharing really the steps that are being taken, particularly to address these emerging threats and actually the sequential approach that you're following, including to check the robustness of the method. We have a few minutes still left, and I know that the level of energy of the room is kind of going down. So how about actually we see if you have any question or any comments to our panelists?
Can I have one question, if you permit?
Please, you know what?
Can we have a very sensitive method for viral detection? Load is very low, but new virus, they are affecting us in a very big way. And determining the virus in the viral content in the food samples is very challenging. I don't know, I'm not aware how can that be done.
Well, I'm not actually a food virology expert, so I'm going to ask if there is one that could enlighten us on that. Well, the only comment that I can have simply by knowledge of the type of methods that are used, generally the methods that are applied tend to be molecular biology-based methods, which tend to amplify the target, nucleic acid piece that is being targeted. The only issue that we have is essentially whether the detection that we have corresponds to a dead or a viable virus. So I guess that's really the main issue. But the detectability at low level doesn't seem to be, based on my limited knowledge, an issue with current technologies. It's really, what that result means subsequently. And actually, by the way, I stand to be corrected. I'm just giving this on the basis of logical analysis of the type of methods applied, but happy to entertain any answer or any contribution from colleagues and experts in the audience. Any question, any comment? Oh, I see a hand there, and I don't know if we can have, a microphone. Thank you.
India has a lot of challenges in food safety. So India is working, and today we have talked about the global food. So the people are selling food on street. So how to tackle, because everybody is consuming food for energy. So that's a big challenge for India and for the globe. So that's a big issue, and very knowledgeable meeting is going on, and thanks. So so how to tackle these challenges, because that's a very big challenge for the India and for the globe.
I mean, you're talking about the safety of street food in general, right? That's a large topic, I think.
Because a lot of people are eating street food, because India, and if you are going to globe also, in any other country, so you have to see there.
Yes, absolutely. So I'm going to turn maybe to our panelists first, if anyone would like to comment on this.
I'll keep it short. Actually, food safety, the moment you start realizing that it is my responsibility, you will be good. It's not about street food, it's not about the 5-star hotel, it's about feeling, it's about behavior. The day I start feeling that somebody, what Samuel is going to eat in my place is to be safe for him and me, then it works. And to that effect, I can positively tell FSSA is doing quite a bit for the last 6-7 years. We have been, one of the massive campaigns we started in terms of street food hubs, where clean street food hubs have come up. Even training the street food vendors has also taken place. In a country of this size, it's not going to happen overnight. It's a time-consuming process. It's like if you want to have the diet as a root cause for removing iron deficiency, then it takes 50 years. So similar is the situation when it comes to street food in a country of this size. I'm not saying it's going to take 50 years. It's going to happen, but probably in a decade's time, all those things will be worked out. Yeah.
Thank you.
I may add that FSSAI has this food safety on wheel. I think this is a program they are running maybe for similar situation.
Yes, and I think actually, I mean, this is really bringing to the foray the importance of food safety culture and how do we propagate that really across the society. But if we bring this really to analytical methods, I guess one of the things I think that we are all challenged with is really to develop these tools that are practical, that are portable, that could be potentially applicable to those street food vendors, potentially to check some of their processes. So these are some of the areas of development. But again, I think cost effectiveness is probably one of the key elements. You know, these type of approaches need to be cheap and accessible to be able to be fit to the requirements. I see a question again. Perhaps we're going to take one last question from the audience. So
I have one here.
Okay, I think there is probably more, so there is some enthusiasm. So we'll continue as long as the audience is not screaming for food. We're all good. So
good afternoon, Dr. Samuel.
Please.
I'm Dr. Vidyashankar from Adani Wilmar. So I have a question. So a lot of newspapers are making Tirupati laddus now. So if you are seeing the scenario. So adulteration in the fat is something very, very basic. But if you look at it, like how to look at it from the consumer perspective. So you have methods like starting from the TLC, then getting into the gas chromatographic analysis, then MS or triglyceride fingerprinting. But if you look at it, the consumerism, like what is the quality matters is actually IV, PV, then actually free fatty acid. That's what we look at it. So and also the sensory analysis, like whether the oil has been really, it has been rampantly rancid. Otherwise, in the cooking oils, if you look at also, it is the total polar compounds when you look at it. If you bring together as a chemometric, like what Dr. Sunil Khare was putting across from the basic science, how it can be applied as a chemometrics method, like whether a certain kind of what is the source of the fats, whether it can give you a analytical method, like how we can integrate this. So any kind of a platforms, because having like 10 or 15 parameters and putting together to the analytics and telling that it is good, bad or ugly. So it is something like a traffic signal like red, yellow, green. So consumer has to look at it at whether it is green or yellow. So red, it is no go. So something like that kind of any thought processes, how we can integrate together, because n number of methods goes together. If you go to the cosmetics, it is different, pharma, it is different. But if it comes to the food, actually, the matrices is very challenging. But like as a uniform method, like how we want to really enthusiast the basic science people to take it as a career and really make it as a momentum. So this has to be integrated with the food regulators, is one as the laboratory scientists or the academicians part of it. So like how it can be made more significant to attract the young talent so that actually they really take it as a white collar. Because at the back end jobs are very, very hardships. If you look at it today, the tedious methods.
Yeah, I'll respond to him. You are correctly told, in the beginning I had told that we need the NIR chemometrics based instrument. We need to model 50 parameters of food safety or quality together as a one index or overall quality index. If you have heard in the first, my lot of comments I have spoken. For example, for mango we have developed one overall quality index. If 150 value comes, means it is going to rot immediately. If 65 comes or 75 comes, you just harvest it. It is very good to send from Delhi to Chennai. Like that it can tell. We have the aflatoxin meter based on the chemometrics, which can tell you how much aflatoxin is there, whether first it will tell yes or no, then how much. That quantification is also there. But the process is so small. In this 1.4 billion people, one or two instrument, one or two department is only working. And one, maybe hardly. I had made a group of NIR working group in ICR. And I am very sorry to say that I wanted to have a meeting in ICR in last month. Only 4 or 5 people gave willingness to come on using their own TADA. ICR is not providing TADA, we can collaborate, and then industry should come to manufacture those kind of instrument. 1 or 2 very good startup, one is from Kanpur, one is from Bangalore, are working and making the chemometrics NIR, FTIR based instrument for a particular purpose. As Dr. Khare has told earlier, it is a food metrics. For so individual purpose, individual instrument has to be trained, has to be manufactured, then has to be given to the individual users. The individual users, that cost would be less. Again, there is the problem. Whenever you buy any sensor, 99% sensor are coming from outside, including that the chemometrics जो sensor use करते हैं, all those sensors, NIR, FTIR sensor are coming from outside, so it makes the instrument again costly. So that's why I wanted to solve the original problem, manufacture those sensors, those spectrometer in India, and that FSSI and line department should work together to convince some company from outside to come India, manufacture with some collaboration. Automatically 90% of the problem of these chemometrics and IR, FTIR or all kind of things will be solved within 10 years. Otherwise it will be longer. I am working since 2002 and one instrument is likely to come in maybe by next year. 20 साल में एक आएगा. We all have to work together in this big country. That is not happening.
Thank you. Thank you again for the comment. Also, I guess it's really highlighting the need to integrate various disciplines, including sensory analysis and various methods in order to lead to really the type of results that you're looking at. I guess the allowance that we received from the organizers has.
I had been last year in Purdue University, University of Nebraska, University of Wisconsin. Adani is a lot of giving fund for research there, but Adani is not giving research fund in India. And I tell you that our scientists is much better. Again, the Indian scientists are doing the same job, who are working under me. She 10 years went to Purdue University. They are working using the Indian fund in America, and those technology will come here. So Indian private company have to change the mindset that our scientist is much better than any other scientist, and you should, all private companies should give the fund. In Indian university institution, then automatically things will happen.
Indeed, I think the leadership of Indian institutions and Indian expertise is very well witnessed, not only in India, but actually throughout the world. And I guess being a citizen of a country that is of multicultural composition, I can attest really to the importance of the contribution of our citizens from Indian descent in the development of the country, and particularly in the development of science and technology. And India is to be congratulated for that. Thank you. The allowance that we have received from our organizers actually has reached really its end. So I think we have really shared a number of insights and received a great contribution from our panelists. I think we've highlighted the importance of the investment in new testing techniques, in our ability to identify these emerging threats to food, and particularly the identification of new food hazards. We've highlighted a number of steps that need to be taken in that regard. The need to investigate fit for purpose, the need to consider adaptability, cost effectiveness, the need to look at technology transfer, and of course the importance of collaboration and capacity building that will continue to be an area of focus and definitely a key theme of the summit. I would like you to join me in thanking our panelists and thanking you for your contribution to this panel. Thank you very much. And with that, actually, I give back the floor to Gurpreet. Thank you very much.
A heartfelt thank you to our moderator and panelists for an enlightening session on new age analysis in food testing. Your expertise and insights have deeply enriched today's conversations. Now I request Shri Kamala Vardhana Rao, CEO FSSAI, to felicitate a moderator and esteemed panelists for their valuable contributions to this important discussion. Sir, I request you to felicitate Dr. Le Thi Phuong Thao. Dr. Sunil Khare. Sir, kindly honor Dr. Susan Morris. Our moderator, Dr. Samuel Godfrey. Dr. Katrina Mastovska. Dr. Bhaskar Narayan. Dr. S.N. Jha. I request CEO FSSAI, Advisor Quality Assurance, and all our panelists to join for group photo. I request all the attendees to join for lunch. Lunch for all the delegates have been arranged at level 1, and all other attendees can join the lunch at level 3. And next session will join the next session at 2 p.m. Thank you so much.
दुग्ध उत्पादों का एक बड़ा बाजार है, लेकिन स्वाद और सेहत के लिए जरूरी है कि दूध मिलावटी ना हो। इसलिए FSSAI लाइसेंस्ड विक्रेताओं से ही दूध खरीदें। अगर खुला दूध खरीदा जाता है तो सबसे पहले उसकी शुद्धता की जांच करनी चाहिए। 2-3 बूंद आयोडीन डालने से अगर दूध का रंग नीला पड़ जाए तो इससे स्टार्च की मिलावट का पता चलता है। कच्चे दूध को 72 डिग्री सेंटीग्रेड पर 15 सेकंड के लिए उबालें और फिर तुरंत ठंडा करें। दूध और दुग्ध उत्पादों को 4 डिग्री सेंटीग्रेड या उससे कम तापमान पर खाद्य ग्रेड बर्तन में रखा जाए। भंडारण तापमान पर नियमित रूप से नजर रखें। माइक्रोबायोलॉजिकल और रासायनिक सुरक्षा के लिए दूध और दुग्ध उत्पादों की नियमित रूप से जांच करें। ज्यादातर भोजन को पकाने में तेल का इस्तेमाल होता है। खाद्य विक्रेताओं को बताया जाता है कि खाने के तेल को 3 बार से ज्यादा इस्तेमाल ना करें। दरअसल एक ही तेल के बार बार इस्तेमाल से उसमें टोटल पोलर कंपाउंड TPC बनते हैं। TPC अगर 25% से अधिक हो तो इससे हाइपरटेंशन, अल्जाइमर और लिवर से जुड़ी गंभीर बीमारियां हो सकती हैं। इसलिए खाना पकाने में हर बार नए तेल का इस्तेमाल करना बेहतर है। FSSAI लाइसेंस्ड विक्रेताओं से ही तेल खरीदें। खुला तेल खरीदने से परहेज करें। खाने को स्वच्छ और सुरक्षित बनाने के लिए आसपास सफाई और कचरे का सही निपटारा होना जरूरी है। वेस्ट डिस्पोजल मानकों के मुताबिक सूखे और गीले कचरे का अलग अलग निपटारा किया जाना चाहिए। सूखे कचरे को डिब्बा बंद कंटेनर या डस्टबिन में डाला जाना चाहिए। जैव निम्ननीय और गैर जैव निम्ननीय कचरे के लिए अलग अलग रंग के कूड़ेदान का इस्तेमाल किया जाए। बर्तनों में बचे खाने को ढक्कन वाले सुरक्षित कंटेनरों में डाल दिया जाए ताकि पशु, मच्छर और मक्खियां वहां जमा न हो सकें। खाना तैयार करने की जगह पर गंदे पानी का जमाव ना हो। तरल कचरे को तुरंत नाली या सीवर में बहा देना चाहिए। उन्हें एक जगह जमा न होने दिया जाए। इन SOPs के जरिए ही खाद्य सुरक्षा, सार्वजनिक स्वास्थ्य और पर्यावरण को बेहतर बनाया जा सकता है। और खाद्य विक्रेताओं की मदद से FSSAI इन मानकों पर अमल कराने में जुटा है।
India's traditional and local cuisines are poised to gain global recognition. To ensure food safety for both the public and tourists, the Government of India has introduced the Healthy and Hygienic Food Street program. Every region in India has a diverse range of delicious cuisines, which are integral to its social and cultural fabric. Street vendors play a vital role in promoting this culinary heritage throughout the nation. Recognizing the growing popularity of street food, the Government of India has taken steps to ensure these foods are both healthy and hygienic. The Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, in collaboration with the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, is developing healthy and hygienic food streets at 100 locations across the country. These food streets will adhere to FSSAI standards and will have clean drinking water, hand washing and restroom provisions, tiled floors in common areas, and dustbin and waste management facilities. Each food street is provided with financial assistance of ₹1 crore to establish world-class infrastructure. Model food streets have already been launched at Ujjain in Madhya Pradesh and Kadapa in Andhra Pradesh. The scheme aims to improve the safety and hygiene standards of street food, reduce diseases caused by contaminated food, preserve traditional recipes and promote food tourism. All chefs and food handlers in these food streets will be trained by FSSAI to maintain cleanliness and hygiene standards. street food is a vital part of Indian culinary culture. Besides offering tasty food at affordable prices, it also provides employment to millions of people. Implementing FSSAI standards will enhance public trust in these vendors and strengthen their livelihoods.
Food safety. A genuine human concern for centuries. Kautilya, ancient India's most original thinker, described food adulteration, making it a punishable act. Other civilizations, the Egyptians, Babylonians, and Greeks, developed techniques that prevented spoilage and contamination. For 13 centuries, food safety meant preventing adulteration. A law promulgated by King John of England in 1202 AD is the first recorded instance of regulations on price, weight, and quality of bread and beer. With industrialization, food production scaled up, moved out of the home, became a tradable commodity, and therefore required regulation. In some countries, landmark legislations made food safer, addressed food adulteration and misbranding. In the 1900s, nations began to realize the link between foodborne diseases and mortality rates. In the aftermath of World War II, global cooperation became the buzzword, and soon food safety was a part of this conversation. NASA, the US Army labs, and some private players developed the HACCP in the 1960s. It was to become the pivotal food safety preventive tool worldwide. Food and Agriculture Organization and World Health Organization led to the creation of the Codex Alimentarius Commission, or simply Codex, in 1963. Codex was designed to protect public health and ensure fair practices in the international food trade. India has a long history of Codex involvement. One of the first to sign up, India's engagement with Codex has only grown. India's food safety journey reflects both national and international concerns and her response to changing times. In line with emerging complexities, consolidation of laws became the motto for nations across the globe. From prevention to a risk-based approach on food safety. In India, the Food Safety and Standards Act 2006 repealed all previous laws. In 2008, the Food Safety and Standard Authority of India, or FSSAI, was established, swiftly becoming the single reference point for all food safety-related issues. FSSAI has consistently modernized and adapted its approach to global standards, keeping national requirements in mind. Today, India can proudly say that it has pioneered and paved the way for the world in evolving global food safety ecosystems.
Annam Parabrahma Swarupam. Food is God's gift to us, reflecting the richness of its diversity. India's culinary traditions carry an opulent cultural heritage. From aromatic spices of the south to fresh mist of the east and all the sizzles and drizzles in between, Indian cuisine is truly a rainbow on the platter. According to ancient Indian philosophy, we are what we eat. Prime Minister Modi, in the 51st edition of his address to the people, Man Ki Baat, highlighted that a strong nation is built on the foundation of healthy and hygienic food.
जब भारत स्वच्छ होगा, स्वस्थ होगा, तभी भारत समृद्ध भी होगा। अच्छे स्वास्थ्य के लिए सबसे आवश्यक है पौष्टिक भोजन।
India has a staggering 7,200,000 FPOs dotting its sprawling landscape, including large operating chains to street vendors. Ensuring food safety at this scale is a Herculean task. To tackle this massive challenge head-on, the Indian government introduced the Food Safety and Standards Act 2006. This landmark legislation gave rise to the Food Safety and Standards Authority of India, also known as FSSAI, an apex body entrusted with the responsibility of establishing science-based standards for food items and overseeing their production, storage, distribution, sale, and importation. Under the watchful wings of the FSSAI, a remarkable alliance thrives. A scientific committee and 21 panels comprised of over 200 experts from prestigious scientific institutions. These brilliant minds, guided by the Food Authority, tirelessly set new standards that strengthen the nation's food safety ecosystem. At the core of this comprehensive system lies the strength of 246 state-of-the-art food testing laboratories. Constantly vigilant, they form a bulwark against the perils of foodborne illnesses, ensuring the safety and well-being of the people. India proudly houses the world's largest network of mobile food testing laboratories, Food Safety on Wheels, which brings food testing facilities to the nation's remotest corners. FSSAI conducts regular surveillance drives through random sampling, with the focus on preventive healthcare and the vision of bringing about changes that are large-scale and sustained. The Eat Right India movement was launched in 2018. The transformative nationwide campaign seeks to educate consumers, revolutionize the conversation surrounding food safety and standards, and pave the way towards a healthier nation through initiatives like Eat Right Campus, Eat Right Schools, Eat Right Places of Worship, Eat Right Stations, Eat Right Street Food Hubs, Eat Right Fruit and Vegetable Markets. In less than a decade, FSSAI has embarked on a remarkable journey of transformation, transitioning from an enforcer to an enabler. Spearheading the evolution of India's food safety landscape, FSSAI has played a pivotal role in fulfilling the pledge of Swasth Bharat.
The mother knows what to look for in the nourishment she gives her child. Her awareness guarantees the safety of her baby. This grandmother also needs extra care. Her food too must be safe for her fragile health. From the birth of an individual to the well-being of an entire nation, there is a protective shield that ensures the safety and quality of every morsel that an Indian ingests. This defensive armor, the Kavach, protects and safeguards a populace that is 1/5 of all humanity. The FSSAI, or Food Safety and Standards Authority of India, established in September 2008, has worked relentlessly to fulfill its mandate for laying down science-based standards for articles of food. It also regulates their manufacture, storage, distribution, sale and import to ensure availability of safe and wholesome food for human consumption. From the biggest of cities to the rural hinterland, in every corner of India, the food that is packaged, processed or even imported by food business operators needs an FSSAI license or registration before it is made available to the public. All FBOs in the country too need an FSSAI license that their food products comply with the required standards. The FSSAI standards are developed through a comprehensive and rigorous process conducted by a scientific committee and 21 specialized scientific panels. 286 experts from esteemed organizations like ICMR, CSIR, ICAR, IITs, and other institutions specializing in food, safety, and nutrition serve on these panels. FSSAI sets global standards and collaborates with international food regulatory authorities to improve food standards and address key issues. These standards are enforced by FSSAI through regular surveillance, monitoring, inspection, and random sampling of food products. Testing of food for compliance with the safety standards happens across a nationwide grid of connected laboratories. Food Safety on Wheels is an innovative step that takes food testing labs to the doorsteps of the consumers and FPOs. FSSAI also has a robust mechanism for handling consumer complaints and concerns. Over the years, the apex regulatory body has transformed itself from an enforcer to an enabler. Since 2017, the FSSAI has trained more than 1.9 million food handlers. New initiatives like digital payment gateways for licensing and registration fees and online modification facilities have created a positive ecosystem for the food sector. In a bid to empower citizens with knowledge, bring about behavioral changes and encourage healthier habits nationwide, the FSSAI is spearheading the impactful Eat Right India movement. This game-changing initiative, with a holistic approach towards food safety, has touched and protected every section of the society. The FSSAI is present in every walk of our life, in its myriad forms. It fulfills its mandate of keeping India safe. In the process, it has become a movement, a benevolent force that touches, adapts, and protects every section of the society. The healthy, happy, smiling Indian goes about her and his daily chores, while the invisible FSSAI shield wraps the country in a protective sheath. The mighty Kavach that keeps the country safe from foodborne sickness and diseases, realizing the vision of Swasth Bharat.
आज आपकी जिंदगी में कौन जीत रहा है, दिल या दिमाग? अच्छा, मजे की बात यह है कि दिल और दिमाग की इस कुश्ती की जरूरत ही नहीं है, क्योंकि अगर दिमाग चाहे तो ऐसे ऐसे सिंपल तरीके निकाल सकता है जिससे दिल भी खुश और तंदुरुस्ती भी बरकरार। अगर रोज के खाने में तेल का इस्तेमाल कम करना है तो जितना तेल अभी आप डालते हैं उससे धीरे धीरे कम कीजिए, और फिर कुछ दिनों बाद और थोड़ा कम। और अगर नमक कम करना है तो भी यही, खाना पकाते समय नमक की मात्रा आप धीरे धीरे कम करते जाइए। और ऊपर से सैलेड, दही या फल पे नमक मत छिड़किए। चाय में चीनी लेते हैं, यानी कोई नहीं, लीजिए, बस आधा चम्मच कम कर दीजिए, और कुछ दिन बाद समझ गया ना, क्योंकि तंदुरुस्ती दिल से ज्यादा दिमाग का खेल है। Start reducing your intake of sugar, salt and fat from today.
खरीदते समय पूरी बात देखिए ना, +F का निशान।
+F?
रोज के खाने में कई पौष्टिक तत्वों की कमी रह ही जाती है, इसलिए आटा, चावल, नमक, तेल और दूध खरीदते समय प्रोडक्ट पे +F के निशान पे नजर रखिए। इनमें विटामिन और आयरन जैसे तत्व नियमित और बारीक मात्रा में डाले जाते हैं, इसलिए देखने, पकाने के तरीके और स्वाद में कोई फर्क ही नहीं।
तो डालते ही क्यों है?
सिर्फ एक चीज पे बहुत फर्क पड़ता है, सेहत पे। Better nutrition for a better life. Start using products with +F logo from today.
मेरा नाम सतीश है और ये दुकान है मेरी, जो सन 1960 से मैं चला रहे हैं हमारे पिताजी, और उसके बाद मैं चला रहा हूँ। और इसका नाम बोरा शंकर चौड़े वाले के नाम से है मशहूर। हमारे को FSI की शुरू जो लाइसेंस मिला, उसके मैंने हाइजीन मैनेज करते हुए इस दुकान से बहुत लोगों को भोजन कराने की कोशिश करी और उससे मैंने लाभ भी उठाया। पहले हमारी ट्रेनिंग हुई, बताया गया कि अपने हाथ धो के रखने हैं माल को, और ये जो तौलिया वगैरह हैं इनको रोज़ धोना है, जो माल आपका पतीले वगैरह जो है उन्हें डेली अच्छी तरीके से सफा करना है, और कोई भी माल पूरा नहीं छोड़ना है। सबसे पहले बात, काम पे बहुत फ़र्क आया। जब ग्राहक देखता है कि साफ़ सफाई, तो ग्राहक बड़े खुल के आता है हमारे पास, और ग्राहकों का प्यार ही है जो इतना काम चल रहा है।
If we go back to see what caused this heart attack, we'd find a toxic fat that kills over 500,000 people a year by making deadly cholesterol block your arteries. It's called trans fat, an industrially modified oil common in the baked, packaged and fried foods we eat every day. Eliminating trans fat won't change the taste or cost of our food, so let's make India's future trans fat free. For more information, log on to fssai.gov.in.
तंदुरुस्ती बहुत चीजों पे डिपेंड करती है, पर खाने के मामले में एक सिंपल फॉर्मूला है। बस यूं समझिए कि प्लस और माइनस का खेल है। देखिए, आटा, चावल, तेल, दूध और नमक खरीदते समय प्लस F के निशान को चुनिए। ये फोर्टिफाइड फूड्स हैं जिनसे आपको संपूर्ण पोषण मिलेगा। और खाने में घी, तेल, नमक और चीनी को कीजिए थोड़ा माइनस। तो प्लस F और थोड़ा कम, है ना सिंपल। ईट राइट, स्टे फिट, तभी इंडिया सुपर हिट। अरे रुको, खाने को एक ही तेल में बार बार तलने से पहले रुको। ये आपकी तंदुरुस्ती और वातावरण दोनों के लिए खतरनाक है।
ऐसे तेल से आपको कई खतरनाक बीमारियां हो सकती हैं। इसी तेल को कई बार फिर इस्तेमाल के लिए बेचा जाता है, जलाया जाता है या नाली में बहाया जाता है। पर अब रुको, रीपर्पस्ड यूज्ड कुकिंग ऑयल योजना में इसी तेल से बायोडीजल बनाया जा सकता है।
इसलिए रुको, जिससे आप और आपका वातावरण दोनों फिट रहें।
दुग्ध उत्पादों का एक बड़ा बाजार है, लेकिन स्वाद और सेहत के लिए जरूरी है कि दूध मिलावटी ना हो। इसलिए FSSAI लाइसेंस्ड विक्रेताओं से ही दूध खरीदें। अगर खुला दूध खरीदा जाता है तो सबसे पहले उसकी शुद्धता की जांच करनी चाहिए। 2-3 बूंद आयोडीन डालने से अगर दूध का रंग नीला पड़ जाए तो इससे स्टार्च की मिलावट का पता चलता है। कच्चे दूध को 72 डिग्री सेंटीग्रेड पर 15 सेकंड के लिए उबालें और फिर तुरंत ठंडा करें। दूध और दुग्ध उत्पादों को 4 डिग्री सेंटीग्रेड या उससे कम तापमान पर खाद्य ग्रेड बर्तन में रखा जाए। भंडारण तापमान पर नियमित रूप से नजर रखें। माइक्रोबायोलॉजिकल और रासायनिक सुरक्षा के लिए दूध और दुग्ध उत्पादों की नियमित रूप से जांच करें। ज्यादातर भोजन को पकाने में तेल का इस्तेमाल होता है। खाद्य विक्रेताओं को बताया जाता है कि खाने के तेल को 3 बार से ज्यादा इस्तेमाल ना करें। दरअसल एक ही तेल के बार बार इस्तेमाल से उसमें टोटल पोलर कंपाउंड TPC बनते हैं। TPC अगर 25% से अधिक हो तो इससे हाइपरटेंशन, अल्जाइमर और लिवर से जुड़ी गंभीर बीमारियां हो सकती हैं। इसलिए खाना पकाने में हर बार नए तेल का इस्तेमाल करना बेहतर है। FSSAI लाइसेंस्ड विक्रेताओं से ही तेल खरीदें। खुला तेल खरीदने से परहेज करें। खाने को स्वच्छ और सुरक्षित बनाने के लिए आसपास सफाई और कचरे का सही निपटारा होना जरूरी है। वेस्ट डिस्पोजल मानकों के मुताबिक सूखे और गीले कचरे का अलग अलग निपटारा किया जाना चाहिए। सूखे कचरे को डिब्बा बंद कंटेनर या डस्टबिन में डाला जाना चाहिए। जैव निम्ननीय और गैर जैव निम्ननीय कचरे के लिए अलग अलग रंग के कूड़ेदान का इस्तेमाल किया जाए। बर्तनों में बचे खाने को ढक्कन वाले सुरक्षित कंटेनरों में डाल दिया जाए ताकि पशु, मच्छर और मक्खियां वहां जमा न हो सकें। खाना तैयार करने की जगह पर गंदे पानी का जमाव ना हो। तरल कचरे को तुरंत नाली या सीवर में बहा देना चाहिए। उन्हें एक जगह जमा न होने दिया जाए। इन SOPs के जरिए ही खाद्य सुरक्षा, सार्वजनिक स्वास्थ्य और पर्यावरण को बेहतर बनाया जा सकता है। और खाद्य विक्रेताओं की मदद से FSSAI इन मानकों पर अमल कराने में जुटा है।
India's traditional and local cuisines are poised to gain global recognition. To ensure food safety for both the public and tourists, the Government of India has introduced the Healthy and Hygienic Food Street program. Every region in India has a diverse range of delicious cuisines which are integral to its social and cultural fabric. Street vendors play a vital role in promoting this culinary heritage throughout the nation. Recognizing the growing popularity of street food, the Government of India has taken steps to ensure these foods are both healthy and hygienic. The Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, in collaboration with the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, is developing healthy and hygienic food streets at 100 locations across the country. These food streets will adhere to FSSAI standards and will have clean drinking water, hand washing and restroom provisions, tiled floors in common areas and dustbin and waste management facilities. Each food street is provided with financial assistance of ₹1 crore to establish world-class infrastructure. Model food streets have already been launched at Ujjain in Madhya Pradesh and Kadapa in Andhra Pradesh. The scheme aims to improve the safety and hygiene standards of street food, reduce diseases caused by contaminated food, preserve traditional recipes and promote food tourism. All chefs and food handlers in these food streets will be trained by FSSAI to maintain cleanliness and hygiene standards. Street food is a vital part of Indian culinary culture. Besides offering tasty food at affordable prices, it also provides employment to millions of people. Implementing FSSAI standards will enhance public trust in these vendors and strengthen their livelihoods.
Food safety. A genuine human concern for centuries. Kautilya, ancient India's most original thinker, described food adulteration, making it a punishable act. Other civilizations, the Egyptians, Babylonians, and Greeks, developed techniques that prevented spoilage and contamination. For 13 centuries, food safety meant preventing adulteration. A law promulgated by King John of England in 1202 AD is the first recorded instance of regulations on price, weight, and quality of bread and beer. With industrialization, food production scaled up, moved out of the home, became a tradable commodity, and therefore required regulation. In some countries, landmark legislations made food safer, addressed food adulteration and misbranding. In the 1900s, nations began to realize the link between foodborne diseases and mortality rates. In the aftermath of World War II, global cooperation became the buzzword, and soon food safety was a part of this conversation. NASA, the US Army labs, and some private players developed the HACCP in the 1960s. It was to become the pivotal food safety preventive tool worldwide. Food and Agriculture Organization and World Health Organization led to the creation of the Codex Alimentarius Commission, or simply Codex, in 1963. Codex was designed to protect public health and ensure fair practices in the international food trade. India has a long history of Codex involvement. One of the first to sign up, India's engagement with Codex has only grown. India's food safety journey reflects both national and international concerns and her response to changing times. In line with emerging complexities, consolidation of laws became the motto for nations across the globe. From prevention to a risk-based approach on food safety. In India, the Food Safety and Standards Act 2006 repealed all previous laws. In 2008, the Food Safety and Standard Authority of India, or FSSAI, was established, swiftly becoming the single reference point for all food safety-related issues. FSSAI has consistently modernized and adapted its approach to global standards, keeping national requirements in mind. Today, India can proudly say that it has pioneered and paved the way for the world in evolving global food safety ecosystems.
Annam Parabrahma Swarupam. Food is God's gift to us, reflecting the richness of its diversity. India's culinary traditions carry an opulent cultural heritage.
From aromatic spices of the south
to fresh mist of the east and all the sizzles and drizzles in between, Indian cuisine is truly a rainbow on the platter. According to ancient Indian philosophy, we are what we eat. Prime Minister Modi, in the 51st edition of his address to the people, Man Ki Baat, highlighted that a strong nation is built on the foundation of healthy and hygienic food.
जब भारत स्वच्छ होगा, स्वस्थ होगा, तभी भारत समृद्ध भी होगा. अच्छे स्वास्थ्य के लिए सबसे आवश्यक है पौष्टिक भोजन.
India has a staggering 7,200,000 FPOs dotting its sprawling landscape, including large operating chains to street vendors. Ensuring food safety at this scale is a Herculean task. To tackle this massive challenge head-on, the Indian government introduced the Food Safety and Standards Act 2006. This landmark legislation gave rise to the Food Safety and Standards Authority of India, also known as FSSAI, an apex body entrusted with the responsibility of establishing science-based standards for food items and overseeing their production, storage, distribution, sale, and importation. Under the watchful wings of the FSSAI, a remarkable alliance thrives. A scientific committee and 21 panels comprised of over 200 experts from prestigious scientific institutions. These brilliant minds, guided by the Food Authority, tirelessly set new standards that strengthen the nation's food safety ecosystem. At the core of this comprehensive system lies the strength of 246 state-of-the-art food testing laboratories. Constantly vigilant, they form a bulwark against the perils of foodborne illnesses, ensuring the safety and well-being of the people. India proudly houses the world's largest network of mobile food testing laboratories, Food Safety on Wheels, which brings food testing facilities to the nation's remotest corners. FSSAI conducts regular surveillance drives through random sampling, with the focus on preventive healthcare and the vision of bringing about changes that are large-scale and sustained. The Eat Right India movement was launched in 2018. The transformative nationwide campaign seeks to educate consumers, revolutionize the conversation surrounding food safety and standards, and pave the way towards a healthier nation through initiatives like Eat Right Campus, Eat Right Schools, Eat Right Places of Worship, Eat Right Stations, Eat Right Street Food Hubs, Eat Right Fruit and Vegetable Markets. In less than a decade, FSSAI has embarked on a remarkable journey of transformation, transitioning from an enforcer to an enabler. Spearheading the evolution of India's food safety landscape, FSSAI has played a pivotal role in fulfilling the pledge of Swasth Bharat.
The mother knows what to look for in the nourishment she gives her child. Her awareness guarantees the safety of her baby. This grandmother also needs extra care. Her food too must be safe for her fragile health. From the birth of an individual to the well-being of an entire nation, there is a protective shield that ensures the safety and quality of every morsel that an Indian ingests. This defensive armor, the Kavach, protects and safeguards a populace that is 1/5 of all humanity. The FSSAI, or Food Safety and Standards Authority of India, established in September 2008, has worked relentlessly to fulfill its mandate for laying down science-based standards for articles of food. It also regulates their manufacture, storage, distribution, sale and import to ensure availability of safe and wholesome food for human consumption. From the biggest of cities to the rural hinterland, in every corner of India, the food that is packaged, processed or even imported by food business operators needs an FSSAI license or registration before it is made available to the public. All FBOs in the country too need an FSSAI license that their food products comply with the required standards. The FSSAI standards are developed through a comprehensive and rigorous process conducted by a scientific committee and 21 specialized scientific panels. 286 experts from esteemed organizations like ICMR, CSIR, ICAR, IITs, and other institutions specializing in food safety and nutrition serve on these panels. FSSAI sets global standards and collaborates with international food regulatory authorities to improve food standards and address key issues. These standards are enforced by FSSAI through regular surveillance, monitoring, inspection, and random sampling of food products, testing the food for compliance with the movement. This game-changing initiative, with a holistic approach towards food safety, has touched and protected every section of the society. The FSSAI is present in every walk of our life, in its myriad forms. It fulfills its mandate of keeping India safe. In the process, it has become a movement, a benevolent force that touches, adapts, and protects every section of the society. The healthy, happy, smiling Indian goes about her and his daily chores, while the invisible FSSAI shield wraps the country in a protective sheath. The mighty Kavach that keeps the country safe from foodborne sickness and diseases, realizing the vision of Swasth Bharat.
आज आपकी जिंदगी में कौन जीत रहा है, दिल या दिमाग? अच्छा, मजे की बात यह है कि दिल और दिमाग की इस कुश्ती की जरूरत ही नहीं है, क्योंकि अगर दिमाग चाहे तो ऐसे ऐसे सिंपल तरीके निकाल सकता है जिससे दिल भी खुश और तंदुरुस्ती भी बरकरार। अगर रोज के खाने में तेल का इस्तेमाल कम करना है तो जितना तेल अभी आप डालते हैं उससे धीरे धीरे कम कीजिए, और फिर कुछ दिनों बाद और थोड़ा कम। और अगर नमक कम करना है तो भी यही, खाना पकाते समय नमक की मात्रा आप धीरे धीरे कम करते जाइए। और ऊपर से सैलेड, दही या फल पे नमक मत छिड़किए। चाय में चीनी लेते हैं, यानी कोई नहीं, लीजिए लीजिए, बस आधा चम्मच कम कर दीजिए, और कुछ दिन बाद समझ गया ना, क्योंकि तंदुरुस्ती दिल से ज्यादा दिमाग का खेल है। स्टार्ट रिड्यूसिंग योर इनटेक ऑफ शुगर, सॉल्ट एंड फैट फ्रॉम टुडे।
खरीदते समय पूरी बात देखिए ना, +F का निशान।
+F?
रोज के खाने में कई पौष्टिक तत्वों की कमी रह ही जाती है, इसलिए आटा, चावल, नमक, तेल और दूध खरीदते समय प्रोडक्ट पे +F के निशान पे नजर रखिए। इनमें विटामिन और आयरन जैसे तत्व नियमित और बारीक मात्रा में डाले जाते हैं, इसलिए देखने, पकाने के तरीके और स्वाद में कोई फर्क ही नहीं।
तब डालते क्यों है?
सिर्फ एक चीज पे बहुत फर्क पड़ता है, सेहत पे। बेटर न्यूट्रिशन। for a better life. Start using products with Plus F logo from today.
मेरा नाम सतीश है और ये दुकान है मेरी जो सन 1960 से मैं चला रहे हैं हमारे पिताजी और उसके बाद मैं चला रहा हूँ और इसका नाम बोरा शंकर जोड़े वाले के नाम से है मशहूर। हमारे को FSI की थ्रू रेगुलेटर्स मिला, उसके मैंने हाइजीन मैनेज करते हुए इस दुकान से बहुत लोगों को भोजन कराने की कोशिश करी और उससे मैंने लाभ भी उठाया। पहले हमारी ट्रेनिंग हुई, बताया गया कि अपने हाथ धो के रखने हैं माल को और ये जो तौलिया वगैरह है इनको 2 रोज़ धोना है, जो माल आपका पतीले वगैरह जो है उन्हें डेली अच्छी तरीके से सफा करना है और कोई भी माल पूरा नहीं छोड़ना है। सबसे पहली बात, काम पे बहुत फ़र्क आया। जब ग्राहक देखता है कि साफ़ सफाई तो ग्राहक बड़े खुल के आता है हमारे पास और ग्राहकों का प्यार ही है जो इतना काम चल रहा है।
If we go back to see what caused this heart attack, we'd find a toxic fat that kills over 500,000 people a year by making deadly cholesterol block your arteries. It's called trans fat, an industrially modified oil common in the baked, packaged and fried foods we eat every day. Eliminating trans fat won't change the taste or cost of our food, so let's make India's future trans fat free. For more information, log on to fssai.gov.in.
तंदुरुस्ती बहुत चीजों पे डिपेंड करती है, पर खाने के मामले में एक सिंपल फॉर्मूला है। बस यूं समझिए कि प्लस और माइनस का खेल है। देखिए, आटा, चावल, तेल, दूध और नमक खरीदते समय प्लस F के निशान को चुनिए। ये फोर्टिफाइड फूड्स हैं जिनसे आपको संपूर्ण पोषण मिलेगा। और खाने में घी, तेल, नमक और चीनी को कीजिए थोड़ा माइनस, तो प्लस F और थोड़ा कम, है ना सिंपल। ईट राइट, स्टे फिट, तभी इंडिया सुपर हिट। अरे रुको, खाने को एक ही तेल में बार बार तलने से पहले रुको। ये आपकी तंदुरुस्ती और वातावरण दोनों के लिए खतरनाक है।
ऐसे तेल से आपको कई खतरनाक बीमारियां हो सकती हैं। इसी तेल को कई बार फिर इस्तेमाल के लिए बेचा जाता है, जलाया जाता है या नाली में बहाया जाता है। पर अब रुको, रीपर्पस्ड यूज्ड कुकिंग ऑयल योजना में इसी तेल से बायोडीजल बनाया जा सकता है।
इसलिए रुको, जिससे आप और आपका वातावरण दोनों फिट रहें।
दुग्ध उत्पादों का एक बड़ा बाजार है, लेकिन स्वाद और सेहत के लिए जरूरी है कि दूध मिलावटी ना हो। इसलिए FSSAI लाइसेंस्ड विक्रेताओं से ही दूध खरीदें। अगर खुला दूध खरीदा जाता है तो सबसे पहले उसकी शुद्धता की जांच करनी चाहिए। 2-3 बूंद आयोडीन डालने से अगर दूध का रंग नीला पड़ जाए तो इससे स्टार्च की मिलावट का पता चलता है। कच्चे दूध को 72 डिग्री सेंटीग्रेड पर 15 सेकंड के लिए उबालें और फिर तुरंत ठंडा करें। दूध और दुग्ध उत्पादों को 4 डिग्री सेंटीग्रेड या उससे कम तापमान पर खाद्य ग्रेड बर्तन में रखा जाए। भंडारण तापमान पर नियमित रूप से नजर रखें। माइक्रोबायोलॉजिकल और रासायनिक सुरक्षा के लिए दूध और दुग्ध उत्पादों की नियमित रूप से जांच करें। ज्यादातर भोजन को पकाने में तेल का इस्तेमाल होता है। खाद्य विक्रेताओं को बताया जाता है कि खाने के तेल को 3 बार से ज्यादा इस्तेमाल ना करें। दरअसल एक ही तेल के बार बार इस्तेमाल से उसमें टोटल पोलर कंपाउंड TPC बनते हैं। TPC अगर 25% से अधिक हो तो इससे हाइपरटेंशन, अल्जाइमर और लिवर से जुड़ी गंभीर बीमारियां हो सकती हैं। इसलिए खाना पकाने में हर बार नए तेल का इस्तेमाल करना बेहतर है। FSSAI लाइसेंस्ड विक्रेताओं से ही तेल खरीदें। खुला तेल खरीदने से परहेज करें। खाने को स्वच्छ और सुरक्षित बनाने के लिए आसपास सफाई और कचरे का सही निपटारा होना जरूरी है। वेस्ट डिस्पोजल मानकों के मुताबिक सूखे और गीले कचरे का अलग अलग निपटारा किया जाना चाहिए। सूखे कचरे को डिब्बा बंद कंटेनर या डस्टबिन में डाला जाना चाहिए। जैव निम्ननीय और गैर जैव निम्ननीय कचरे के लिए अलग अलग रंग के कूड़ेदान का इस्तेमाल किया जाए। बर्तनों में बचे खाने को ढक्कन वाले सुरक्षित कंटेनरों में डाल दिया जाए ताकि पशु, मच्छर और मक्खियां वहां जमा ना हो सकें। खाना तैयार करने की जगह पर गंदे पानी का जमाव ना हो। तरल कचरे को तुरंत नाली या सीवर में बहा देना चाहिए उन्हें एक जगह जमा न होने दिया जाए। इन SOPs के जरिए ही खाद्य सुरक्षा, सार्वजनिक स्वास्थ्य और पर्यावरण को बेहतर बनाया जा सकता है और खाद्य विक्रेताओं की मदद से FSSAI इन मानकों पर अमल कराने में जुटा है।
India's traditional and local cuisines are poised to gain global recognition. To ensure food safety for both the public and tourists, the Government of India has introduced the Healthy and Hygienic Food Street program. Every region in India has a diverse range of delicious cuisines which are integral to its social and cultural fabric. Street vendors play a vital role in promoting this culinary heritage throughout the nation. Recognizing the growing popularity of street food, the Government of India has taken steps to ensure these foods are both healthy and hygienic. The Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, in collaboration with the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, is developing healthy and hygienic food streets at 100 locations across the country. These food streets will adhere to FSSAI standards and will have clean drinking water, hand washing and restroom provisions, tiled floors in common areas and dustbin and waste management facilities. Each food street is provided with financial assistance of ₹1 crore to establish world-class infrastructure. Model food streets have already been launched at Ujjain in Madhya Pradesh and Kadapa in Andhra Pradesh. The scheme aims to improve the safety and hygiene standards of street food, reduce diseases caused by contaminated food, preserve traditional recipes and promote food tourism. All chefs and food handlers in these food streets will be trained by FSSAI to maintain cleanliness and hygiene standards. Street food is a vital part of Indian culinary culture. Besides offering tasty food at affordable prices, it also provides employment to millions of people. Implementing FSSAI standards will enhance public trust in these vendors and strengthen their livelihoods.
Food safety. A genuine human concern for centuries. Kautilya, ancient India's most original thinker, described food adulteration, making it a punishable act. Other civilizations, the Egyptians, Babylonians, and Greeks, developed techniques that prevented spoilage and contamination. For 13 centuries, food safety meant preventing adulteration. A law promulgated by King John of England in 1202 AD is the first recorded instance of regulations on price, weight, and quality of bread and beer. With industrialization, food production scaled up, moved out of the home, became a tradable commodity, and therefore required regulation. In some countries, landmark legislations made food safer, addressed food adulteration and misbranding. In the 1900s, nations began to realize the link between foodborne diseases and mortality rates. In the aftermath of World War II, global cooperation became the buzzword, and soon food safety was a part of this conversation. NASA, the US Army labs and some private players developed the HACCP in the 1960s. It was to become the pivotal food safety preventive tool worldwide. Food and Agriculture Organization and World Health Organization led to the creation of the Codex Alimentarius Commission, or simply Codex, in 1963. Codex was designed to protect public health and ensure fair practices in the international food trade. India has a long history of Codex involvement. One of the first to sign up, India's engagement with Codex has only grown. India's food safety journey reflects both national and international concerns and her response to changing times. In line with emerging complexities, consolidation of laws became the motto for nations across the globe. From prevention to a risk-based approach on food safety, in India, the Food Safety and Standards Act 2006 repealed all previous laws. In 2008, the Food Safety and Standard Authority of India, or FSSAI, was established, swiftly becoming the single reference point for all food safety-related issues. FSSAI has consistently modernized and adapted its approach to global standards, keeping national requirements in mind. Today, India can proudly say that it has pioneered and paved the way for the world in evolving global food safety ecosystems.
Annam Parabrahma Swarupam.
Food is God's gift to us, reflecting the richness of its diversity. India's culinary traditions carry an opulent cultural heritage.
From aromatic spices of the south
to fresh mist of the east and all the sizzles and drizzles in between, Indian cuisine is truly a rainbow on the platter. According to ancient Indian philosophy, we are what we eat. Prime Minister Modi, in the 51st edition of his address to the people, Man Ki Baat, highlighted that a strong nation is built on the foundation of healthy and hygienic food.
जब भारत स्वच्छ होगा, स्वस्थ होगा, तभी भारत समृद्ध भी होगा। अच्छे स्वास्थ्य के लिए सबसे आवश्यक है पौष्टिक भोजन।
India has a staggering 7,200,000 FPOs dotting its sprawling landscape, including large operating chains to street vendors. Ensuring food safety at this scale is a Herculean task. To tackle this massive challenge head-on, the Indian government introduced the Food Safety and Standards Act 2006. This landmark legislation gave rise to the Food Safety and Standards Authority of India, also known as FSSAI, an apex body entrusted with the responsibility of establishing science-based standards for food items and overseeing their production, storage, distribution, sale, and importation. Under the watchful wings of the FSSAI, a remarkable alliance thrives. A scientific committee and 21 panels comprised of over 200 experts from prestigious scientific institutions. These brilliant minds, guided by the Food Authority, tirelessly set new standards that strengthen the nation's food safety ecosystem. At the core of this comprehensive system lies the strength of 246 state-of-the-art food testing laboratories. Constantly vigilant, they form a bulwark against the perils of foodborne illnesses, ensuring the safety and well-being of the people. India proudly houses the world's largest network of mobile food testing laboratories, Food Safety on Wheels, which brings food testing facilities to the nation's remotest corners. FSSAI conducts regular surveillance drives through random sampling, with the focus on preventive healthcare and the vision of bringing about changes that are large-scale and sustained.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back for the next session of today. A lot of you must be aware that food fortification has been an effective strategy to address micronutrient deficiencies, also referred to as hidden hunger. India has long been a pioneer in implementing food fortification programs since the 1950s. The Indian iodization of salt has been one of the biggest global success stories in the area of fortification. And today's discussion, addressing hidden hunger through fortification strategies, aims to understand the global standards, best practices, and successful implementation of fortification program in the global south that can be used as a benchmark for a lot of countries. So to start off our session, I would request our dignitaries to come on stage. We are honored to have Srimati Nidhi Khareji, IAS, Secretary, Department of Consumer Affairs, Ministry of Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, Government of India. We are fortunate to have Shri Ashok K.K. Meena ji, IAS, currently serving as Officer on Special Duty, Department of Drinking Water and Sanitation, Ministry of Jal Shakti. I now invite Dr. Luz Maria de Regel, Head of the Unit of Multi-Sectoral Actions in Food Systems at the Department of Nutrition and Food Safety at WHO, to join us on stage. Dr. Luz has been a part of the WHO's Guidelines Development Group for Fortification of Grains with Micronutrients. I would now request her for setting the context for this session with WHO's work on food fortification and the key role of quality control ensuring safety of fortified foods.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this last session of the day to talk about an important topic. Next slide, please. So the outline that I will try to cover in the next 10 to 12 minutes is going to just go a quick overview of 7 reasons to fortify foods and condiments with key micronutrients for public health, a quick overview of the WHO guidelines for fortification, progress in terms of policies for to date in the context of a global, and then a couple of implementation challenges that can be discussed later in the panel that follows me. Next, please. So the first reason, and again, if you keep with this, leave this message, this session with those 7 key takeaways, it would be very positive. So the very first part is that the burden of micronutrient deficiencies is appalling. And the consequences, we know that anemia affects at least 1 out of 3 women in the world. That affects 40% of the children globally and 35% of pregnant women. And the reality is that we haven't seen any progress in terms of improvement. So every year is terrible to report that there is no improvement. So I think that we need to brainstorm a little bit more on what can be done. And why it matters. Next, please. Because the micronutrient deficiencies affect health, physical, and earning potential. These are just a couple of facts. Anemia, for example, causes fatigue, but everyone is tired in these times. But more importantly, it has physiological consequences in terms of shortage of breast, dizziness, can jeopardize, in some cases, the reproductive potential of performance of women. That physical capacity may be diminished because the oxygen is not getting to the muscles and to the different cells of the body. So although we don't see it, the consequences go at the cellular level and are critical. Likewise, severe iodine deficiency can lead to brain damage, and particularly when women are pregnant. So we don't know, or we see in some states here in India a couple of cases of goiter, but it's infrequent, and it's the result of having a iodine fortification in place. But we know that now, and that is very visible, and it was worth the action. But this part that is hidden is when it's not visible, it remains a level of deficiency that needs to be attended because it has, again, consequences on health. Vitamin A deficiency, when it's severe, is the leading cause of preventable blindness in children and increases the risk of disease and the ability to the body of responding to the diseases. And folate insufficiency, particularly in early pregnancy, is associated with a higher risk of having babies with neural tube defects. So the consequences are not visible immediately, but are long-lasting in women, in children, and in future generations. Next, please. At the same time, we know that more than 3 billion people cannot afford a healthy diet. These are the most recent estimates from the State of Food Insecurity report. And we know that after COVID, hunger in the world increased. So first, we know that micronutrient deficiencies are increasing, are high. Hunger, the ability to get the food to overcome those deficiencies is going down because of the food. The cost of the food is going up. There is inequity in the access of to healthier food. So, and then as an additional reason of why to fortify, next please, is that unfortunately health services are not covering all the populations with the preventive and therapeutic services. In this graph, you will see that, for example, 66% of the children are measured at birth for weight. That means that it's possible to initiate breastfeeding. So that's a positive news. The world has moved on the positive direction. More women are accessing antenatal care, pregnancy, and birth delivery services. Then we can initiate breastfeeding. But breastfeeding lasts 6 months in most of the cases when it's exclusive, and up to 2 years. And then what happens? We start other interventions that are a success in terms of integration with vaccination services like vitamin A supplementation that also has an important coverage globally. But if you look at the figures between the elliptic lines, you will see that iron and folic acid supplements for women, not even the recommended dose, like the question is to women, do you take iron and folic acid supplements in pregnancy, yes or no? It's only 1 out of 3 women that actually are receiving any type of supplements. And iron drops for children, which are the most common type of supplements, are only consumed by 12% of the children. So in terms of addressing the micronutrient deficiencies, the health services are not covering that gap. Next, please. So we need to identify dietary interventions that can help, particularly the most vulnerable populations, overcome that deficiency gap or that micronutrient intake gap. And the 5th reason to do fortification is because we know that one of those options is fortification, which is the addition of vitamin and minerals, of essential vitamin and minerals, or key ones, to food, to staple food. And we know that fortification is effective to improve iron, folic acid, and iodine status. In this graph, I'm just showing a couple of studies that were done in different countries to look at the prevalence of neural tube defects before fortifying with folic acid and after fortification with folic acid. And the before, in case you cannot see, is the orange line. The post-fortification is the green line. And you can see systematically that after implementing fortification with folic acid, the number of neural tube defects go down in countries like Argentina, Australia, Brazil, Canada, Chile, Costa Rica, and others. And the prevalence is not minor. In some countries can go down by 80%. In some others will go less because, of course, the baseline prevalence of neural tube defects is less. Next, please. With iodine, we see that iodine status has improved globally, as I was mentioning, because mostly as a result of high coverage of salt iodization. We see that most of the countries, in most of the countries, with data, you see on the right side, 105 countries have adequate status of iodine. So clearly, and that was not the case, it went up. It's a clear difference between before pre-fortification and after fortification. Next, please. And with iron fortification, there's a number of studies at different levels from national data and from systematic reviews that show that iron fortification, if implemented properly, has positive effects, particularly on ferritin concentrations and hemoglobin. So that's another reason to fortify, because it's an effective intervention. Next, please. The sixth reason to fortify is because fortification is highly cost-effective. And it's as effective, you can see that it costs per person, for example, for iodized salt, less than 0.12 cents per person. The cost per detaverted in folic acid, you saw it, is less than $1,000. The return to investment is $1 to $27 US, and it makes it as highly effective as many other interventions that, like we see, like vaccines, for example, in terms of life-saving and preventing long life disability. Next, please. And the last reason, but not important, is just to say that there is a renewed momentum globally. Last year ago, member states approved this resolution in WHO where they committed to accelerate efforts to prevent micronutrient deficiencies and their consequences, the consequences that I had just shown you, including spina bifida and neural tube defects, through safe and effective fortification. And that means that member states have committed to do something about it. They have requested WHO guidance on this. They have requested that partners align and to trying to implement WHO standards to achieve the best coverage possible. Next, please. And another example of this momentum is for those who are aware of the Food System Summit. 38 out of the 110 countries highlighted fortification as one of the interventions that should be in the pathways to improve food systems, for food systems transformation. And the UN Food System Summit was called by the Secretary General of the United Nations to make sure that the food systems can deliver better food to people. And in other areas, like, and this is translated in some cases, financial commitments and key events like Nutrition for Growth. We saw some commitments in the previous one. We have a new Nutrition for Growth coming soon, and we expect to see some commitments in terms of improving fortification. Next, please. So WHO has several guidelines. They are evidence-based. It has been a process of almost 8 years or 9 years to look at the evidence, establish a guideline development group, make a transparent process. And we have, for salt, it is recommended to fortify with iodine. With flour, it can be fortified with iron, folic acid, and zinc. Maize flour can be fortified with iron and folic acid. Rice with iron, folic acid, and vitamin A. And edible oils and fats with vitamin A and D is a guideline that we expect to release before the end of the year. If you go to the guidelines, you will see the evidence that is underlying those guidelines, but also the values, preferences expressed by the Guideline Review Committee, so the process is transparent. Next, please. An important part, and I think that more and more is important that we have this conversation, is that fortification cannot be understood in isolation. It's a hidden hunger, but we are also facing another more visible pandemic going in terms of diet-related NCDs. So when we implement strategies like salt iodization, it's critical that we look at strategies for sodium reduction, because they need to be compatible. They need to be compatible in the way that the policy is developed, in the way that it's monitored, in the way that budgets are allocated. And the same will happen with oil fortification, with some conversations in terms of bouillon cube fortification. In some cases, some countries fortify with sugar. And so unless there is coherence in terms of policies for NCDs and fortification, it's going to be very difficult to advance both, or they may even compete with each other. So we have a brief where we put together, bring together the two communities, NCDs and fortification, to talk about these important issues, with the purpose of having coherent standards, first policies and standards that can be actually implemented, and the private sector actually knows what to do, and the regulators know what to monitor and enforce. Next, please. So just to finalize, I wanted to give you an overview of what is current the status of fortification in the world. The policies, next please. As I was mentioning, there is a high coverage of iodized salt. It is estimated that at least 90% of the people or 89% of the people in the world consume iodized salt. Whether it's at the levels recommended by WHO is not always the case, it's a little bit lower number, but the good news is that most of the households in the world have access to iodized salt, and that has been a dramatic increase over the years, particularly after several commitment moments and resolutions from WHO. Next. And of course, when I talk about WHO, I always talk about really member states and the work that partners are doing to support member states in scaling up these efforts. We also know that in the last 15 years, there has been a rapid increase of the countries that have adopted the standards for wheat flour fortification, particularly with iron and folic acid. And today, we have 104 countries with standards for fortification. 91 is mandatory policies, mostly for iron, and 69 are for folic acid. But what is very critical here is that the policies without coverage is meaningless. Most of the countries, we don't have data. We only have data for 21 countries of coverage. So we don't know. We have the policy, but we don't know how it is implemented and whether that is reaching the populations that we intend. Next, please. And a similar case happens with maize. For that one, we don't have an information of any coverage related to maize. We know that only 21 countries have adopted fortification policies for this food vehicle. Next, please. And with oil and fats, it's a similar number. 43 countries have data for fortification. 34 are mandatory fortification, 9 is voluntary, and 9 have coverage data. So you know that although there has been a rapid increase, momentum, enthusiasm about the possibilities that fortification has, and there are policies, the real progress is limited. And I hope that the panel will be able to discuss a little bit. I'm looking to Elena Pachon, who is moderating that. I hope that the panel could discuss a little bit some of these implementation issues, because that's a barrier that we have to really overcome. With this, I hope that you have an overall idea of what is the status of fortification, what are the challenges, the potential benefits, and what are the areas to really look at. And with that, I hand over the microphone to you, Dr. Inoshi.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Lewis, for setting the context. Shri Ashok K.K. Meenaji, during his tenure with the Food Corporation of India, FCI, introduced advanced technologies such as AI-based grain analyzers and a digital quality management system, revolutionizing the food grain quality assessment and enhancing transparency in procurement and distribution processes. His contributions reflect a deep commitment to leveraging technology for efficiency and improved public service delivery. I now invite Shri Ashok Meenaji to give the special address.
Thank you, Inoshi, for the introduction. Let me, at the outset, say the context for the fortification has been set by the representative from WHO. So I would be giving a perspective of an implementer as to how we went about the rice fortification in this country. Distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to all of you. It's an honor for me to speak at this forum where our collective focus is on addressing the silent but critical issue of hidden hunger. As we all know, hidden hunger refers to the lack of essential vitamins and minerals which impacts millions globally, often without visible signs. Its consequences, particularly for vulnerable populations like children and women, are profound, affecting their long-term health and development. Food fortification, therefore, has emerged as a practical and effective strategy to address this issue. By fortifying everyday foods with essential nutrients, we can ensure that even the most underserved populations receive the nutrition they need. Today, I am pleased to share some insights from my experience during my tenure as CMD of FCI, where we made significant strides in rice fortification. In this regard, it will not be out of place to mention that the visionary leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi, in 2021, he announced a massive program to implement the rice fortification under the public distribution system. As you all know, under public distribution system, large population of India consume rice across all the states. This ambitious initiative was rolled out in 3 phases starting from 2021 and aimed at providing fortified rice to millions of people across India, targeting those who are most in need of the nutritional intervention and consume the food provided through the government schemes. Early on, we recognized the potential of rice fortification as a medium-term strategy to improve the nutritional intake of millions across India. As rice is staple food for much of the population, fortifying it with the key nutrients like iron, folic acid and vitamin B12 was an effective means to tackle hidden hunger, and particularly for those dependent on the PDS, midday meal scheme and integrated child development services which take care of the young children in the Anganwadi centers. So coming back to FCI, typically in a single year, FCI procures something around 50 million tons of rice from the farmers, gets it milled in more than 40,000 to 50,000 mills, and after fortification, it is taken back in the stores of the FCI and sent to the consuming regions in the country. We then distribute about 40 million tons of fortified rice to consumers. Every month, almost 5 kg of rice per person is distributed in the rice eating areas of the country. This extensive effort required very strong coordination between the public and private sectors, and it demonstrated how a large-scale fortification can play a pivotal role in improving public health. Entire rice milling industry in the country was mandated to install the blending infrastructure so that 1% of the nutrition-rich kernels, rice kernels could be blended with the normal rice and achieving the rice fortification. This was done over a period of 3 years. I am very happy to share with you 100% rice fortification has been achieved by FCI in all the rice that is being procured and distributed under the public distribution system. A key aspect of this initiative was ensuring the quality and safety of the fortified rice. For fortification to be truly effective, it is essential that nutrient levels are monitored and maintained throughout the supply chain. This is where the NABL accredited labs, the mandates issued by FSSAI, and the labs established through the private participation played a crucial role. These labs were getting a valuable support from the FSSAI and have been instrumental in creating a robust quality testing infrastructure in the country. FSSAI's guidance and the collaboration helped ensure that the fortified rice met the national and global safety standards, building trust in the product and ensuring its efficacy. These testing facilities provided the necessary oversight to guarantee that the fortified rice was consistent in nutrient content and safe for consumption. As you would observe that rice fortification is not mandatory in the country, but by ensuring that the government adopts it as a fortification strategy, we have almost ensured that whoever are the vulnerable sections of the population and are dependent on the rice supplied by the government are consuming the fortified rice in this country. looking at this, I am very happy to share with you, even the private sector, when they are selling their rice, some private sector people have also started adopting fortification, rice fortification as a strategy. And when you go to the market, you will see the logo prescribed for rice fortification by FSSAI is being printed on the packets. So while rice fortification is a powerful medium-term strategy, we must also prepare for the future. The long-term solution lies in the development of biofortified crops, those that are naturally rich in essential nutrients. Biofortification offers a sustainable, cost-effective way to address hidden hunger by enhancing the nutritional value of food at its source. Though that is not the part of discussion in this particular forum, but I would just want to inform that India is already making strides in this direction with research focused on biofortified varieties of rice and other staple crops. By integrating the biofortified foods into the national food supply, we can reduce the dependence on external fortification and offer a more sustainable long-term approach to improving nutrition. In the meantime, the fortification being implemented in the country will take care of the nutritional requirements. While this strategy is being implemented, there are several key areas where we must continue to focus our efforts. First and the foremost is the capacity building. Enhancing the technical skills of the food manufacturers, the regulators, and the supply chain professionals is crucial to ensuring the success of fortification. Training and capacity building initiatives will ensure these strategies are effectively implemented and monitored. Public awareness is extremely important. The success of fortification, whether through traditional methods or through biofortification, will always hinge on the consumer acceptance. At the end of the day, consumer is the one who has to eat his food from the plate. And if he doesn't like that food, howsoever hard you may try to fortify or do the biofortification, he is not going to consume that. So therefore, public outreach campaigns must continue to educate consumers about the benefits of fortified foods, ensuring widespread adoption. Global collaborations and summits like the one we are holding today here, that is Global Food Regulators Summit, they provide a platform for countries to share their experiences and collaborate on fortification initiatives. By working together, we can achieve more, faster, and a larger goal of fortification and the nutrition for the population. In conclusion, rice fortification represents an effective medium-term solution to addressing hidden hunger and India's large-scale implementation experience. It offers a very valuable lesson for the other nations. I am confident that through the combined efforts of the public and private sectors, guided by sound policy and strong collaboration, we can significantly reduce the burden of hidden hunger and improve the health and well-being of millions. Thank you for your attention and look forward to constructive deliberations by the experts. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Shri Nidhi Khare ma'am, Secretary, Department of Consumers Affairs, was instrumental in setting up the Central Consumer Protection Authority, a regulatory body set up for the class action against violations of consumer rights, unfair trade practices, and misleading advertisements. This is just one of the key achievements of Madam that I'm just trying to highlight here. Ma'am, please, please everybody join me in welcoming ma'am to give us the keynote address.
Respected dignitaries, esteemed guests, and all the participants, it is my privilege to deliver a keynote address in this Global Food Regulators Summit 2024. The topic which has been assigned to us is how to address the hidden hunger through fortification as a strategy. And this comes very relevant since I have worked in the sector of health and now under the Ministry of Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution. Through my years of experience of working in backward regions of our country, especially Bihar and Jharkhand, I can see that in these 20-30 years, we have actually made a huge progress from where we came, from where we were and where we came from. The problems of anemia, severe iodine deficiency, deficiency in vitamin A, and folic acid insufficiency was all very, very common problems, particularly in our poor population. However, with a lot of efforts and convergent, strategies from different departments, whether it was health or food and distribution department, I think it has taken care of these issues, including the hunger burden. Now, the issue of micronutrient insufficiency is also addressed in a very institutionalized way when India's National Health Policy in 2017 and the National Nutrition Strategy in 2017 recognized that anemia was posing a very harmful consequences for both maternal and child survival. It also brought the productivity of our young generation to something which we could not, fulfill its entire potential. There was thus a need to intensify efforts to address all causes of anemia for accelerated decline in anemia prevalence, and therefore Anemia Mukt Bharat strategy was launched by Government of India, and the guidelines of WHO, which laid stress on fortification of rice with vitamins and minerals as a public health strategy, this was also strongly, it was taken up as a public health strategy. And as Ashok has just briefed us about the phenomenal work that was done through the Food Corporation of India in distributing to 80 crore household fortified rice and cereals, this has also addressed to a large extent the need for micronutrients amongst the poorer section of our society. I have seen, and I have in on many occasions also led the efforts to say breastfeeding for the children, and this was basically done to ensure that under 5 age mortality could be reduced, and also the nutritional status of children could also be addressed, where issues like stunting or retarded growth and such other things were very common practices. But now I see a huge change, because not only have we gone ahead with the 100% rice fortification for the poor people, we have also ensured that there is 100% coverage of toilets for all households in our country. This was also one of the reasons for frequent infections that was bringing the health down of our people. Also, provision of safe drinking water to all households in the country has also brought the whole thing of actually unsafe water, which was having an impact on health. This has also made its contribution. Then deworming of all children, of all school going children, twice a year has also made its impact in ensuring that children's health is well taken care of. I think in these times where fortification was required because people did not have access to nutritious food, it was important because it was an evidence-based intervention that contributed to prevention and reduction and control of micronutrient deficiencies. It has also proven that actually in a very small time frame, we have been able to reduce the cases of anemia, reduce the cases of stunting, retarded growth in our under 5 children, and we have also made a lot of progress on reducing both child and maternal mortality. I would also like to bring attention to the fact that whereas the household expenditure on food as per NSSO Household Consumption Survey 22-23 is now showing a drop of say from 52.9% in 2011-12, it has now dropped to 46.4%, and from 42.6% to 39.2% for urban household. More interestingly, the share of cereals has dropped from 10.75% in 2011-12 to 4.91% in 22-23 for rural households, and from 6.66% to 3.64% for urban households. This significant decline in the share of cereals in household expenditure has also allowed the households to actually diversify their diets with increased spending on milk and milk products, fresh fruits, eggs, fish, meat, and other nutritious food. These changes in the composition of household expenditure reflect changes in household demand as well as notable improvements in supply factors such as infrastructure, better storage, efficient transportation, which have all expanded the markets for perishable items such as fresh fruits, milk and milk products, eggs, fish and meat, making them more accessible and affordable across all regions of India. So I think these are very, very positive points which we, through the data, are also, they are also corroborating the fact that more and more Indians today are diversifying in their food habits and also taking more of nutritious food, which was earlier not possible. And these are things which we can say that in times to come, the problem of the hidden hunger with fortification will be really taken care of. In fact, there is another problem that now India is battling with, and it is basically of obesity as well as micronutrient malnourishment, primarily because of deficiency of vitamin A and such other things. However, the need through influencers and through greater awareness, there is now an aspirational country which is more interested in looking for nutritional value and information on the processed food, and is also researching itself on carrying out a more diversified and balanced diet through their in their consumption. This has also this can also be seen from the way in which the government has pushed the production of millets, and also how we can make diverse cuisines out of millets, different kinds of millets. I think there is a growing need in our country to incorporate various kinds of millets, whole grains, vegetables and fruits, and that is a happy news on that front, that as the country grows both in awareness and its economic, in its affordability, there is now a greater shift of the consumers to look for better food options and to be more informed about what they are eating and what is being offered. Many times, you know, in my work as Chief Commissioner of Central Consumer Protection Authority, where I'm taking action, especially when it is impacting a large, say, a large population of consumers. A common complaint that comes and a common concern that is raised by consumers and consumer organizations and consumer activists is about the labeling, about the truthfulness of what is being offered in packaged commodities, and whether the ingredients, if they are harmful, they need to be at least through the safety requirements need to be told upfront. Many people are also moving and they are looking that in different geographical entities, the companies are, through the regulations, they are actually marking their products as, you know, on a grade of 1 to 5, wherein they can inform, you know, the better, say, nutritious food in terms of, say, other foods. I think this kind of honesty and transparency is what people look for, and I would also want to say that let us also make an effort in this direction to keep the consumer satisfied, especially where information needs to be told upfront on the label, and people need to, I mean, the consumers need to satisfy themselves before they buy these products. So all in all, I see a very positive, say, learning curve for our country, and through these workshops, it brings, you know, everybody together, and there is so much of learning, so much of sharing of global best practices. I'm sure that this conference, this workshop would also have many, you know, takeaways from for us policymakers to make India a better place. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I would now request our CEO, Shri G. Kamlavardhan Rao, to felicitate the speakers. I now request Ms. Orkalina from FSSAI to introduce the moderators and the panelists.
Good afternoon, everyone. To moderate today's discussion, I now invite on stage Dr. Helena Pachon, Research Director, Food Fortification Initiative, USA. Dr. Helena, a public health nutritionist, has more than 25 years of experience in research and program on reducing malnutrition, particularly in low and middle income countries. Let's welcome Dr. Helena on stage. Moving forward, we are delighted to have a distinguished panel for today's discussion. I now call on stage our first panelist for the session, Dr. Amit Al-Humami, Deputy Minister for Human, Community and Cultural Development, Ministry of National Development Planning, Indonesia. I now request sir to please take the seat on the dais. Dr. Amit oversees National Development Plan in Education, Culture and Health, and leads stunting reduction effort as the scaling up nutrition movement's focal point. Let's welcome Dr. Amit on stage. Our next panelist for the session is Ms. Eva Edwards, Director, Food Safety and Applied Nutrition, National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, Nigeria. Ms. Edwards has varied experience in health, food safety, nutrition and regulatory sectors. She leads Nigeria's contributions to international food standards, particularly in Codex Committee on Food Labeling and Nutrition. Let's welcome you, ma'am. I now welcome our next panelist, Dr. Adamu Bele, Senior Researcher, Food Science and Nutrition Research Directorate, Ethiopian Public Health Institute. Dr. Adamu has been involved in various food and nutrition projects and is also a member of Food Fortification Technique Committee. Let's welcome Dr. Adamu on. Our next panelist for the session is Mr. Koisi Midai, Head of Division, Quality and Standard, Directorate of Industry, Department of Economic Affairs and Agriculture, ECOWAS, Nigeria. Mr. Midai has 17 years of experience across public, private and international sectors, specializing in quality, conformity assessment, accreditation and standardization. Our next panelist for the session is Dr. Sridevi Annapurna Singh, Director, CSIR, Central Food Technological Research Institute, Mysore. With over 3 decades of experience, Dr. Sridevi has made profound and impactful contribution to the field of food science. Dr. Sridevi has been part of several nutrition intervention programs to address undernutrition in children using products developed by CFTRI to combat protein, calorie and iron deficiency. Let's welcome you, ma'am. With the introduction of our moderator and distinguished panelist, we'll now proceed with the panel discussion. I now request Dr. Helena to lead us through the discussion. Over to you, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Namaste. I would like to thank the Food Safety and Standards Authority of India for the opportunity for my colleagues to be able to share their experiences with food fortification. As you heard earlier, food fortification is an intervention that adds vitamins and minerals to foods while they're being processed. So it's an intervention done by our colleagues who process our foods. And it's done to reduce malnutrition as well as its negative consequences, such as anemia, which we heard of today. So I am going to share questions with our esteemed panelists, and I'd like to start with Dr. Amik. Dr. Amik, Indonesia has taken significant steps towards advancing food fortification efforts. This has included establishing the National Food Fortification Coordination Forum. This forum brings together several ministries, government agencies, the private sector, and other stakeholders. What strategies have you found to be effective in building such ownership and commitment across sectors?
Yeah, thank you very much for the opportunity. It's such a great privilege for me to be part of the very important event, the Global Summit on the Food Fortification. I will be talking at the policy level, not the technicalities context, because I am now working with the National Development Planning Agencies, which is responsible for development planning in some areas, certain areas, including education, health, and nutrition. And will be sharing the experience in the case of Indonesia on the implementation of food fortification. Actually, the government has been implementing such policy long decades, dating back to in the early 50s actually, and the government keeps maintaining such policy until now. And the food fortification covers at least 3 food products, like palm cooking oils, wheat, flours, and also salt. And these 3 food products are mandatory. But for the rice fortification still voluntary. This is because of the main ingredient premix for rice fortification still depending on the imports. So it may impacts on the cost and also the expensiveness of the price. So it may also prevent the Indonesian people, especially young age children, from getting the affordable food. And while the government is still preparing for to get there, to preparing the food, the rice fortification becoming mandatory. And as we work at the national level, and the Bappenas, the National Development Agency, is responsible for policy making, and we already put the policies on food fortification on the 2 development plan documents. We call it the Long-Term Development Plan 2025-2045, and also the Medium-Term Development Plan 2025 and 2029. And for the upcoming government, the food fortification has become mandatory, and we believe that the fortification intervention is very vital to address the issue of micronutrient deficiencies. That is for thanks.
So thank you, Dr. Amik. I heard you say that the government of Indonesia has made both a medium and long-term commitment to fortification by integrating it into these long-term plans. Thank you very much. Moving on to Ms. Eva. Ms. Eva, you represent the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, or NAFDAC. Can you share your experiences, including key successes and challenges that NAFDAC has encountered while implementing fortification in Nigeria?
Thank you for that question, Helena. I'll start by giving a very brief background of fortification in Nigeria. So we started our journey in 1993 with salt iodization, and that followed with fortification of wheat flour, maize flour, sugar, and edible oils in 2002. And those, the last 2, that's edible oils and sugar, to be fortified mandatorily with vitamin A, while the wheat flour, maize flour, composite flour, and their meals were to be mandatorily fortified not just with vitamin A, but also with iron, folic acid, zinc, the B vitamins. And so this has been a 30+ years journey. And we realized quite early in the journey that our joint focus and our efforts should be placed on the ultimate beneficiaries, and that's the consumers for whom the mandatory fortification program was targeted at. And so we realized that we needed to put aside protecting, or should I say guarding, our individual mandates, specific mandates as regulators, if we wanted the process, the fortification agenda to succeed. And so early on we realized that collaboration was very important, as well as coordination, that we needed to be better at this. And of course that sustainability was also important. And we needed to leverage our complementarities and our strengths if we needed to have this program succeed. And that's the background on which our National Fortification Alliance was launched in 2004. And that's a multi-stakeholder coordination platform where we bring on board private sector, that's the industry, government, ministries, departments, and agencies, the professional bodies, as you would have the Nutrition Society of Nigeria, the Institute of Food Science and Technology, the public analysts. We also have, of course, our development partners, civil society organizations, as well as the academia. So this was just to reflect the multi-sectoral nature of nutrition. And this alliance is chaired by the private sector. It's chaired by industry, and with the government, the agency I work for, NAFDAC, as the secretariat. And this is a model that has generated a lot of interest because it's often wondered as to why we chose to have industry as the chair. What happens at the NFA is something really interesting because the structure gives industry the power, it gives them the ownership and the accountability as well. And so we realize that when issues are brought to the floor of the Fortification Alliance, we're looking at the issues in a non-judgmental manner. For the specific reasons of the Fortification Alliance, we've put aside our mandates as regulators and have assigned specific tasks to different government members. So we have one agency looking at compliance monitoring at the level of the factory. We have my organization looking at it at retail and distribution levels, and yet another agency looking at the household levels. And so we bring the reports, the results from the monitoring, we discuss them at the Alliance, we receive feedback, we discuss solutions, industry even go as far as sharing what has worked for them with other industry members who haven't done so well with their fortification, with the products that were sampled from trade or from factory. And so we're receiving a lot of, this is one of the successes, because we're receiving a lot of interest from the region to show how this model has worked for us. So very quickly to what have been our challenges. The first one I'm going to speak about is the big one, that's poor premix quality. And this is something we hear a lot from industry when fortification, the results from compliance have shown that they did not meet the levels. They usually say it's as a result of poor premix quality. So that's an issue. Another challenge is the high cost of importation of premixes. We have not enough, I'd say. We have a few local blenders of premixes in Nigeria, premix suppliers. So there's a huge reliance on importation. And this affects, of course, the cost of the premixes when you think about the cost of shipment and also the fluctuating foreign exchange rates. And so this brings it as a high cost, and we know that this affects availability and also affordability, and I dare say the quality of the premix itself. Another challenge is finding sustainable funding, sustainable financing for our food fortification activities, particularly having regular compliance monitoring exercises. And the next one I'll speak about is inadequate numbers of trained personnel for fortification. Then I will end the list of challenges. This is I'm just highlighting some of them with awareness. the level of the consumer, because we feel that if the consumer is demanding for fortified products, then it will change that game a little bit. So speaking about the strategies for the poor quality of premix, we are already doing premix audits. And so this means that, like I said, we have a few of them. It's just about 10 of them currently. So we're having premix audits. We're being supported in this with our partners. This means we're going into the premix blenders, suppliers, facilities to have a look, just look at the good manufacturing practice and the other elements that go into determining what the issues could be with the quality. We also have recently launched a digital certification quality traceability plus system, which is leveraging digital tools to speak specifically to traceability along the fortification value chain, starting from the premix and going all the way to the consumer. So it's kind of like a track and trace, and it will help us to pinpoint those areas where there are issues. This is currently still in its pilot phase. It's piloting with 3 edible oil companies, and we've all been onboarded, the stakeholders on the regulator side as well as the industry. As far as finding sustainable financing, what we have done is try to bring in, to institutionalize the process. So we put this into our annual work plans now and have a dedicated budget line for carrying out food fortification activities. And for training, obviously that's for getting enough numbers of trained personnel. We are carrying out training and retraining of officers who can carry out the task so that we create a pipeline. We're going through a season where we have staff attrition, and so this is a big issue. I'd like to just throw something in, please, just very quickly about the MSMEs, that's the micro and small scale enterprises. This is a group where we know we have a significant number of players who supply these food products to the rural communities, and they have little or no knowledge of fortification. They lack the technical and financial capacity, and so we're still seeking solutions for that. So very grateful if we can leave here with any ideas on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Eva. And as you all have been hearing the challenges that Nigeria in particular is currently facing, if you have any ideas and suggestions, I just want to encourage you to seek Ms. Eva afterwards and start that dialogue, because I'm sure there are experiences in this room that might be able to help address some of those particular challenges. I now would like to move to Dr. Adamu. Could you elaborate on how Ethiopia ensures implementation of salt, oil, and wheat flour fortification?
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I would like to thank the FSSI for hosting and prepare this organized summit. Regarding to the question, Ethiopia has a lot of experience regarding especially salt iodization. In 2000 up to 2010, Ethiopia exercised voluntary salt fortification, but the access of adequate iodized salt during this time was very low, that is 4%, that indicated in 2005 survey. In 2010 also, the survey conducted, it rise to 15% of the household access adequate iodized salt. But the government of Ethiopia passed the mandatory salt iodization in 2012. Then 2015 survey indicated it rise to 26%. All the salt is iodized, but the adequate is accessible up to 26% of the household. After that, the food and nutrition baseline survey also indicated 50% of the households access adequate iodized salt, but 100% salt was iodized. But quarter of the sample was exceed the standard, and quarter of the sample also not fulfill the standard. When it comes to the oil and the wheat fortification, a lot of effort is made. We exercise or implementing the first national nutrition program in 2008 up to 2015 that advocates the use of iodized and usable advocates that people consume fortified food. And after that, the National Nutrition Program also implementing from 2015 to 2020, but that also advocates the fortification in order to mitigate the micronutrient deficiency in Ethiopian population and to remove the overall form of malnutrition that focuses children, adolescents, and women of reproductive age. But the milestone is made once the food and nutrition policies endorsed in 2018. After that, the food and nutrition strategy also endorsed in recently in 2022. In the food policy, there was seven policy direction. One of them is that state to ensure optimum nutrition at all stages level of life. In order to address this policy direction, that is put the one strategy that enhance and also assure and strengthens the food fortification in large scale, because the micronutrient deficiency in our country is very high. Recently, we endorsed the 5 years food fortification strategic plan. And the enforcement also started last April 2024, and some of the capable factories start the oil fortification with vitamin and vitamin D, and the wheat flour, the wheat millers also, the folic acid, zinc, and other vitamins already started, and every imported food product should be fortified, not locally produced, so we can in a good track, and we have experience from the salt iodization, and we'll also implement the fortification program. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Adamu. It sounds like you certainly were able to build on the successes of salt fortification, and that one of the things that increased the compliance and coverage with salt fortification was making it mandatory. Also very interesting, aligned with Indonesia, of setting policies that would make institutionalized fortification into long-term strategies and plans of the government. So I'd now like to move to Mr. Koisi. You represent the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS. And how has ECOWAS approached the challenge of aligning food fortification standards across its member states in order to effectively implement fortification?
Thank you, Dr. Elena. I would like first to thank FSSI and through the Ministry of Health and Welfare, Family Welfare, to thank the government of India for inviting the West African Economic Community. We as a ECOWAS, we are 15 member states, 15 countries, and the challenge is not for only one country, but 15 countries. We need to harmonize regulations, we need to harmonize policies, and we need to harmonize standards. And our population is around 450 million. Our way started from 2010. We realized that out of 15 member states, we have 10 who have developed standards for food fortification, 12 out of 50. But if you look at those standards, the requirements are quite different from one country to another. So the challenge comes when fortified food will move from one country to another country. It is rejected. Now we bring this issue to the authority of head of states and government, and they accepted to adopt a regional quality policy, which allow us to establish a regional committee for standardization and standard harmonization. This committee combines representatives from each member state, also private organizations and consumer association. And this committee, the first task assigned to this committee is to develop a regional harmonization for standards. And when this model has been developed 2 years later, 2012, the committee now process by developing harmonizing standards among all the member states. And last year, we have harmonized 3 regional standards for fortified salts, fortified vegetable oil, and also for wheat flour. And we also develop a regional quality mark which will be used for the recognition of those fortified foods on the market. And as it will come to ensure quality of those fortified foods, we started strengthening capacities for our laboratories, testing laboratories, as well as calibration laboratories. And we continue the work with establishing in each member state national certification bodies, product certification bodies. And we have already 8 of them accredited, recognized internationally. We now propose for the adoption of the Council of Ministers a mutual recognition arrangement so that when the fortified salt, for example, will move from Nigeria to Benin, the certificate issued by Nigeria can be recognized by Benin at the border. This is how we proceed to harmonize standards among member states when it comes to food fortification. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kwesi. I heard that same collaborative spirit that Eva described for Nigeria, that really kind of stepping outside of your traditional roles and saying, if we want to be successful with moving fortification forward, we all have to collaborate. Also, you mentioned strengthening laboratory capacity, and Eva mentioned so many steps. As we all know, fortification is relatively easy to implement, but the implementation steps are many, and they have to be done some in parallel, some sequentially. So being able to work together to make that happen is so very important. And last but not least, Dr. Sridevi, you represent the Central Food Technological Research Institute here in India. The Institute has played a key role in advancing fortification technologies such as extrusion cooking for fortified rice and rapid testing kits for nutrient verification. How can other countries learn from your approach to integrating these technologies into fortification?
First of all, thanks to the FSSAI for their kind invitation. I'm very happy to be here, and thank you for the question. So CSIR CFTRI is an institute that has been in existence since more than 7 decades, and it was conceived and actually incepted in Mysore city because of in the backdrop of the World War II and the lack of food, which led to the Bengal famine, where 2 to 4 million people died. So since 1950 we are in existence, and since then we have actually been working on fortified foods too. So the very first attempts were in making of synthetic rice, because there was no rice available and people wanted rice as a staple. So extrusion was one such technique that was used, and the synthetic rice plant was set up over there, where tapioca starch and certain other materials were used for shaping that. Further, children who were undernourished, we had developed a food called the energy food, wherein it is mainly plant-based. Indian diet is generally plant-based, which means that these materials have a lot of starch in it. And starch, when gelatinized, also can absorb a lot of water. And that makes it swell up, and the serving size actually becomes more. So one of the ways of reducing the bulk density and actually making the food nutrient dense is either to use traditional ways of processing, like maybe malting, which will increase the amylase activity, or today you can add the enzyme itself, which will break down the starch and then reduce the amount of water that is required to reconstitute the food. So energy food for children was made this way with using malted millet flour, which we call the finger millet or ragi in India, and that reduced the bulk density, and children were able to eat the size or the serving size that was proportioned for them. And the third thing is the menu diversity, as was told by previous speakers also. Often there is menu fatigue when we give the same kind of food day in and day out. So we have to devise different methods of giving the nutrients that are required for the person without them not wanting to eat it. So whether it is the taste, the sensory quality has to be improved. So today we have what we call as 3D printing, where you can actually add all the necessary micronutrients especially, and shape it into interesting foods, which both for the elderly as well as for children can be very, very appealing. To improve the digestibility and the bioavailability of the micronutrients, 2 different ways of doing it. One, like I already explained before, is enzymes. But the second one, what we did look at was the effect of the food matrix through processing, which are the co-nutrients that will enhance the bioavailability. Interestingly, we did find a lot of spices, vitamin C, all of these do enhance, even organic acids enhance the absorption of minerals, especially iron, zinc and calcium. And that was one approach that we used. Sometimes many of these nutrients in the fortified foods do have adverse sensory effects. So can we use say encapsulation, nano encapsulation, and these techniques have helped to improve that. Further retention of the nutrients, we are working on using processing methods like IR and maybe high pressure or even hybrid, that is IR with conventional or microwave with conventional, so that the retention of the nutrients would be better in the final product. Apart from that, the institute has pioneered in making of what we call protein concentrates and isolates, because most of the plant foods have a lot of anti-nutrients in them. So although people are consuming sufficient amount of protein, the digestibility is affected because of the presence of these anti-nutrients. Also, phytates will prevent the absorption of minerals. So the preparation of protein concentrates or isolates will either inactivate these or they will remove that. And traditionally we have been malting or we have been fermenting the foods. These principles have been used to prepare these concentrates so that they become high protein ingredients and they can go into the making of protein foods, which will help the person who is having the foods.
Thank you, Dr. Sridevi. It's a shame that famine led to the formation of this institute. Nevertheless, you seem to have taken to the core of trying to prevent future malnutrition in the country through all these different technologies that can be used not only with fortified food but other food products in order to reduce malnutrition. So with that, I'd like to thank all of the panelists and hand the microphone back over to you.
Thank you all our esteemed panelists for sharing your valuable perspective on importance of food fortification strategies to combat micronutrient deficiencies across the globe. I now invite on stage Shri Uma Shankar Tihani, Executive Director, FSSAI, to felicitate our session moderator and esteemed panelists for their significant roles in this important discussion. I now request ED Sir to felicitate Ms. Eva Edward. I now request Sir to felicitate Dr. Adamu Bele. I now request Sir to felicitate Dr. Helena Pachon. I now request Sir to please felicitate Mr. Koisi Midai. I now request Sir to felicitate Dr. Sridevi Annapurna Singh. I now request Sir to kindly felicitate Dr. Amik Alhumami. I now request Sir to please join us for a group photo. I now request Ms. Inoshi Sharma, Executive Director FSSAI, to please join us for a group photo.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues and participants from all the food regulators. Welcome to this crucial session on the impact of animal feed on food safety and human health. Globally, all the food regulators have already realized that The food safety can be achieved only once the feed which is being fed to the animals is safe and it does not have any carryover of the residues of, say, antibiotics or pesticides or hormones or heavy metals. The carryover of contaminants from feed to food is well recognized, and this is an opportunity to deliberate on the mitigation strategies, regulatory landscape, monitoring system, challenges, and the best practices. And for this session, I am privileged to welcome and invite Dr. Minesh Shah, Chairman and Managing Director, National Dairy Development Board, on the stage, please. And I would also like to invite Mr. Milo Bistriki, Regional AMR Private Sector Food Safety Specialist from the FAO RAP, on the stage, please. Thank you, sir. Dr. Amit. Please come. Mr. Milo Bistriki is the Regional Private Sector Food Safety Specialist of the Food and Agriculture Office, Regional Asia Pacific, for the context setting, has been invited on the stage, and he has been actively involved in the various initiatives, including the workshop and joint sessions to engage in the private sector in combating the AMR in this region, and he has been also expert in the feed safety. So before I proceed, I would request Mr. Milo to please come over here for the context setting of the session. Thank you.
Esteemed participants, dear colleagues, dear organizers, I would like to thank you, FSSAI, for the opportunity to introduce this important section on the impact of animal feed on food safety and human health. The animal feed plays a leading role in a global food industry, and it's one of the most important components to ensure the sustainable production of safe and affordable animal proteins. The global animal feed market was valued at approximately $570 billion in 2022, with a projected compound annual growth rate of roughly 4.6% from 2023 to 2030. In India, the animal feed market is set to grow at a compound annual growth rate of roughly 4.5%, reaching almost $15 billion by 2028. The most countries in the region are experiencing considerable growth in population, combined with improved living standards for much of the population and associated changes in their diet, primarily the increased consumption of meat, fish, and dairy products. This growing demand for animal proteins has resulted in intensive breeding systems and will require, of course, an additional amount of feed to be produced. Feed safety is a prerequisite for food safety and human health, and as well as a necessity for animal health and welfare. Feed production must thus be a subject in a similar manner as a food production to the quality assurance of integrated food safety systems. There is an increased need for adequate feed materials, which needs to be wholesome and safe for the animal, as well as free of undesirable substances and free of toxic substances that could compromise the quality and safety of the animal-derived products. The most common biological hazards are zoonotic bacterial pathogens that enter the food chain via either contaminated feed or poor hygienic condition at the farm level. The potential contaminant in feedstuff include residues of persistent pesticides, brominated compounds, or other environmental contaminants such as PCBs or dioxins, and as well heavy metals and natural toxins such as mycotoxins. The high-quality feed is essential as contaminants introduced during the processing, handling, transportation, and on-farm feeding, or let's say from the all carryover process, and can affect food safety and animal productivity. This also applies for the residues of veterinary drugs that could be transferred to a food producing animals and could have a negative health effect, but also could contribute to the development of AMR, which can somehow also breach to the yesterday's section. And yeah, the climate change also is another factor. The climate change exacerbates the issues, increasing the prevalence of mycotoxin due to extreme weather. While maintaining quality control across diverse supply chains, this poses significant challenges. Climate change is expected to impact mycotoxins levels such as aflatoxin B1, ochratoxin A, zearalenone, fumonisin, deoxynivalenol, etc. in animal, food, and products. Throughout the use of appropriate technology and application good feeding practices at the farm level and good manufacturing practices and the careful handling of feedstuff, the means exist to minimize the contamination of animal feed and associated food safety and quality risks. The advancement in feed safety assessment can be achieved only through multidisciplinary approaches involving agriculture, feed processing and technology, the animal nutrition, microbiology, toxicology, and other relevant disciplines. Many Asian countries depend heavily on imports for essential feed materials, such as maize, soybean meal, fish meal, which makes them vulnerable to global market fluctuation and supply chain disruptions. Regulatory hurdles and inconsistent quality control measures also pose significant challenges impacting the overall safety and efficiency of the animal feed. Adequate know-how and sufficient awareness is crucial to ensure food safety among all business operators along the value chain. Even where more knowledge is available and control systems are in place, new and unconventional feed ingredients are entering the production scene, such as from the agro-industrial byproducts, insects, or other processing byproducts that could have the possible effect or represents a potential new food safety risks. Moreover, many countries still lack feed regulatory frameworks and fail to implement feed regulations harmonization with the Codex Alimentarius and other international standards. So I will here rest my case, and so that the participants in the panel discussion could have more time to discuss this topic. Touching variety of areas, I would like to hand over floor to our colleagues and looking forward for the interactive panel discussion session that could lead to actionable conclusion on the relationship between feed, food safety, and human health. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Milo, for providing the FAO perspective with respect to the feed regulation. And now I am privileged to have Dr. Minesh Shah, Chairman and Managing Director, National Dairy Development Board. He has an illustrious career of more than 37 years in dairy sector, and he has made immense contribution in the field of research and development, cooperative services, project management, and strategic decision making. Sir, I could not find any person more suitable than you for the deliberations on the feed session, sir. Please, sir, for your keynote address.
Thank you. My co-panelists on the dais, dignitaries of the dais, ladies and gentlemen. I think I'm honored to deliver this keynote address for this very, very important and relevant session on the impact of animal feed on food safety and human health. I also commend all the food regulators and the stakeholders from around the world who have contributed and who continue to strengthen food safety systems and the regulatory frameworks across the food value chain. Since I'm involved with the dairy sector and actually the cost for the farmer for the milk production almost takes 75% of the cost only on the feed, I think it is important that I give a small snapshot of the dairy sector of the country. So India is the largest milk producer in the world. Our milk production last year was 231 million metric tons. The second best US was at 105 million metric tons. So, and it provides direct employment to more than 80 million farmer families. If you see the gross value of the output of milk alone, it's the largest agriculture commodity, valued at 11 lakh crore, and if you combine both wheat and rice together, the milk is still the largest commodity. So, as the earlier speaker also told, I think for the milk industry, animal feed is very, very critical, and it's my privilege to speak some of our views on the same. We have seen that globally the human consumption patterns are rapidly changing. The demand for the livestock products are increasing. So, and there is a general shift toward the livestock production. As we can always see, with the more disposable income in the hand, your plate, food plate will change from carbohydrate to proteins. And for the proteins, I think livestock sector gives the best products. This shift has also resulted in a higher demand and for the feed materials, because that must be, the feed materials must be wholesome, safe, safe for animals, and also free from undesirable toxic substances. So food safety is now universally recognized as a public health priority, and as the animal feed is an integral part of the food chain, I think its quality must be considered within this broader framework of food safety systems. And whether it is meat, eggs, milk, or the milk products, they are all vital sources of various nutrients, crucial at various life stages also, so including the pregnancy, childhood, and even the old age. For instance, the milk and dairy consumption during the pregnancy promotes healthy infant weight at the birth, while consumption by children and the younger population supports the growth and also reduces the obesity. So we have seen some figures during these conversations last 2 days that global population is projected to exceed 9 billion by 2050, which will definitely necessitate a significant increase in the food production from what we are producing today. And the developing countries, I think they will face greater pressure, as their food production will need to maybe almost double from the level at which we are. And as the livestock sector works towards meeting this goal, it must also address various challenges, including environmental concerns such as greenhouse gas emissions, the sustainable resource usage, herd management issues because of the low productivity of animals, and overgrazing, and animal health concern also, since now we are into One Health where the zoonotic diseases and foodborne diseases can't be ignored. So contaminants in animal feed, I think, can find their way into human food also. And one major concern we all, I think, know is the aflatoxin. And the animal feeds can transfer the aflatoxin to milk, and feeds are perhaps the most susceptible to aflatoxin, including some of the material like maize, cottonseed, groundnut, and rice bran, which are actually directly fed to the animals. We know that aflatoxin can impair the growth and cause hepatic toxicity in the animals, and I think with the recent push from Government of India on the biofuel generation, we are also now seeing the co-products like the distillers dried grains with solubles, that is DDGS, and the consumption of this also is going to rise for the animal feed. So it is crucial to manage the processing and storage of DDGS also to keep the aflatoxin levels within the safe limits. And the similar way, I think we all know about the pesticides usage in agriculture and how it can also contaminate food. We also have, a problem of heavy metals such as cadmium, arsenic, mercury, lead. They all are additional contaminants that can affect animal source foods. Pesticides residues in feed derived from various crop residues and grains can also lead to food safety issues for the human. So what we believe is that I think we should avoid indiscriminate use of all these compounds. Also the indiscriminate use of veterinary drugs, which also poses risk of food safety. And these drugs should be, actually the usage should be according to the recommended practices. We have also seen in some regions, the diseases like brucella or the infection from the salmonella, we have seen everywhere. They are also global health concern, and infection in animals can directly impact the human health through consumption of these contaminated products. So all in all, I think the feed ingredients are regularly exposed to various environmental pollution and contaminants from insects and microorganisms also, and they can cause problems going forward, and for which we will have to have stringent regulatory measures and to mitigate the adverse impacts of animal feed on human health. I think strategies such as food safety risk assessment, food safety risk management, and a One Health approach are essential. Widespread testing for contaminants, effective tracing, and capacity building are some of the critical steps we need to follow. And ensuring good quality feed for milking animals or for the other products is vital for both animal health as well as human health, especially the children. I think before I conclude, I will also speak about the minimize the usage of antibiotics, for treating the animals. Some of the work which NDDB does. So we are working on the ethno-veterinary medicine in many cooperative unions, and these are the formulations. Actually, they are popularized for the commonly occurring ailments of the bovines, which we can very well treat without the usage of antibiotic. So I think this is one more area which we can all together, I think, decide to work towards, to tackle the challenge of the antimicrobial resistance. So I think in conclusion, I would say that strengthening food safety systems requires appropriate policy guidelines. Required infrastructure, both the material and manpower, needs to be put in place for ensuring effective implementation of these policies. Collaboration among scientists and policy makers of various countries is also required for effectively managing the challenges what we are facing, and assessing emerging hazards from new feedstuffs, such as biofuels, byproducts, insects, and marine products is also very important. These issues and challenges in the animal feed, nutrition, and food safety needs the attention from all of us. We have a very diverse group of food regulators, experts, policy makers, and all the stakeholders present today who will further discuss these topics. And I'm confident that these discussions will provide valuable insights for improving the quality of animal feeds and also enhancing the food safety for the consumers. Thank you very much for providing this opportunity and your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for providing the comprehensive overview about the feed and its importance and its regulatory landscape. Now may I request Dr. S.K. Panda, Advisor, Quality Assurance Division, Food Safety Authority, to please felicitate Dr. Minisha and my friend Mr. Milo. And may I request her to remain on the stage for a group photo, please. Thank you. And now I would request my colleague, Dr. Monica Punya, to take over for the panel discussion. And due to time constraint, I would request her to wind up in next 20 minutes, please. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much, Amit sir. It was in fact a very informative keynote address by Minisha and Dr. Milo. Thank you so much. We are now entering into an informative segment of our session, Impact of Animal Feed on Food Safety and Human Health. I would like to invite the moderator on the dais to moderate today's session. I now invite Professor Pankaj Kumar Shukla. You are welcome on the stage, sir. Professor Shukla is the ex-dean of College of Veterinary Science and Animal Husbandry, Mathura, and serves as a chairperson of FSSAI, one of the scientific panel on meat and meat products. His expertise includes improving livestock health, ensuring food quality, and compliance requirements in animal feed safety. Welcome, sir. I invite the next panelist on the dais, Ms. Undariya Julza Gabatar, on the stage. I welcome you on the stage, madam. She serves as an officer in charge under Ministry of Food, Agriculture and Light Industry of Mongolia. She has been actively involved as a state inspector of food quality and standards control at the Capital Professional Inspection Department. Welcome, madam. Our next panelist on the dais would be Dr. Hussain Sam Al-Masroori. I welcome you, sir, on the stage. He serves as the Director General, Food Safety and Quality Center, Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Water Resources, Sultanate of Oman. His work focuses on enhancing food safety standards, implementing regulatory frameworks, and promoting sustainable practices in agriculture and fisheries. Welcome, sir. I now call on the stage our next panelist, Dr. Gyanendra Gongal. Please welcome, sir. He serves as the Senior Public Health Officer, World Health Emergency, WHO CRO, Thailand, and coordinating the Asia-Pacific Quadripartite One Health Secretariat. He has been working for WHO for the last 17 years. Welcome, sir. I welcome our next panelist on the dais, Dr. Richard Niall. He is serving as the first Secretary Agriculture at Australian High Commission. He builds partnerships to drive outcomes in the Australian agriculture trade to South Asia. Welcome you. Thank you. I'm pleased to invite Ms. Monique Tran. I welcome you on the stage, madam. She serves as the advisor for agricultural affairs, Embassy of France to India, and specializes in agriculture policy and international cooperation. Welcome. Thank you so much. Our next panelist on the stage, I invite Colonel Dr. Professor Ashish Motiram Paturkar. He is an academician par excellence and eminent scientist in the field of food hygiene and veterinary public health. He has handled various research projects funded by ICR, World Bank, MOFPI, Government of India, and other private agencies as well. Welcome, sir. Thank you so much. So we will now, I won't take much of the time. I know we are running a little late. So I now would proceed with the session, and I would like to hand over the stage to Professor Shukla to moderate the panel discussion. Over to you, sir.
Very good evening to all of you. Quickly coming to the business as we are running short of time. I think context is well set it. Distinguished panelists, welcome to the panel discussion on impact of animal feed on food safety and human health. We all are aware that animal feed has been identified as a critical component of food chain, considering the carryover of undesirable substances such as dioxin, mycotoxin, heavy metals, pesticides, pathogens, etc., etc. Today, the panelists joining us are the experts of their own field, and what we are trying to aim is to overview the mechanism, or rather the monitoring mechanism of feed processing establishments, and we'll try to discuss how feed regulations of different countries, including their approval and surveillance systems, are being done. I understand India is a vast country. We do have very many production systems. Roughly in a processed organized sector, we are producing around 53 million metric tons of animal feed per year. Quickly coming to the question, Dr. Gongen, I would like to know how the global regulatory framework for animal feed is structured, and has the WHO conducted any assessment of the animal feed ecosystem in the Southeast Asia region?
Thank you very much. So time is short. I will be to the point. So number one, we have to understand there are two international organizations. One is Codex Alimentarius Commission for Food Safety, and there is another organization known as World Organization for Animal Health, formerly known as OIE for Animal Health. So these two organizations have been considered a standard-setting organization by World Trade Organization. So recognizing the importance of animal feeding to the production of safe food, Codex established two dedicated task forces which have developed texts aiming at providing guidance to governments on good animal feeding practice and on the conduct of risk assessment and prioritization of hazards in feed. And Codex is dealing with human food safety and human health, whereas World Organization for Animal Health, they are dealing with animal health and animal welfare. So we know a product like this ractopamine and gilbutyrol, gilpaterol, that has been used as feed additive and to enhance the feed efficiency and carcass characteristic, to improve carcass characteristic. But it has implication on human health as well as animal welfare, like Downing syndrome. So in that sense, World Organization for Animal Health, they are trying to focus on those kind of issues like animal feed may be a source of transmissible animal disease pathogen like FMD, avian influenza. So they try to see from a biosecurity point of view, and also they also try to monitor consumption of antibiotics. That means antimicrobial use in animal feed for food animal. So like vancomycin and cholesterol sulfate. OHA is encouraging to ban this kind of product, that is medically important antimicrobials. Unfortunately, officially it is banned, but enforcement is a challenge. So WHO CRO, we have conducted assessment of antimicrobial use in food animals. And it is very clear that particularly poultry production, that is badly affected by excessive use or misuse of medically important antimicrobials. So there are reports which clearly shows residue of cholesterol sulfate and MCR1 gene. So it clearly indicates that officially we ban, but there is a problem. And the Codex Code of Conduct on good animal farming, animal feeding, it is there, but to implement, FAO and International Food Industry Federation, they came up with manual, try to help government, food industry, feed industry to implement those code of conduct. And similarly, there is also risk assessment tool. It is designed to make sure that feed and feed ingredient, they are safe, because hazards, as we have discussed, pesticide, heavy metals, mycotoxin, and veterinary drug residue. So in that way, these are the two international regulatory organizations which are guiding countries to move forward with animal feed safety.
Thank you, Dr. Gongal, for giving an overview of code of practices. Thank you so much. Now let us have some learnings from Australia. Dr. Richard, does the Australia conduct surveillance of residues in animal feed? And if so, just give an overview of that.
Thanks, Professor Pankaj. Yes, we do conduct surveillance of residue monitoring in Australia, and in fact it's a multi-layered regulatory approach. I'll touch upon a few things, but then I want to touch upon something that's quite unique to the Australian regulatory setting. So at the national level, we have the National Residue Survey, which is run by the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry. That's a survey that conducts surveillance at the federal level to enforce and conduct investigations for contaminants across the supply chain for animal feed. On the other hand, we've also got the Australian Pesticides and Veterinary Medicines Authority, which is a statutory agency within the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry. That agency is responsible for setting the maximum residue limits based on toxicological assessments as well as exposure assessments. Finally, we have state and territory government agencies that are responsible for the enforcement functions based on those functions between the National Residue Survey as well as the Australian Pesticides and Veterinary Medicines Authority. So that's what we do at a government level to do surveillance for residues. But what's quite unique about the Australian setting is that over the past 10 to 15 years, there's been an increasingly strong focus on corporate social responsibility across our industries. We could say that the Australian government has become, Australian public that is, has become increasingly sensitised to food safety incidents, and there's a very, very low tolerance for the Australian public to see food safety incidents. In fact, many food businesses that have contaminants in the supply chain, those businesses will actually fail and will not be able to recover from that if there is a food safety incident. So what we're seeing that's coming up with our industries is we have peak industry organisations, and in fact those industries set their own regulatory standards that they conduct internal audits against. And in the animal feed space, that's called FeedSafe, and it's run by the Stock Feed Manufacturers Council of Australia. They set their own individual residue standards and they audit against them. And when you have the FeedSafe accreditation, that leads to an improved commercial incentive to be able to trade with those animal feed providers that have that type of accreditation. So it's a multi-layered approach whereby we have both government intervention, both at federal and state level, as well as now an increasingly strong focus on the industry side.
Thank you, Dr. Richards. I think it is a very well-structured program which is being undertaken by the Australia. Thank you so much for enlightening us. Coming to Oman, Dr. Hussain, you are the Director General of Food Safety and Quality Center, Ministry of Agriculture at Sultanate of Oman. Can you tell us what are the current policies and regulations in Oman for ensuring the safety of food, safety of feed in food animals?
Well, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Prof. Komar, and I would like to thank the FSSAI for the invitation, and I should congratulate also the authority for this successful summit and for the initiative of the food regulator. And I think this is one good step toward a good policy for feed, for animal feed. In Oman, we normally do the management of animal feed, of course, to assure the safety of the animal itself, the safety of the food, and of course, the safety of the public health. And we do that during or through several procedures or steps, drafting, of course, laws, policies, regulations, standards, and using the certification as well, also the inspection, traceability, and so on, and of course developing the industry practices that it cover normally all, I would say, the feed supply chain components, starting from the farms, going to the transportation, storage, all the way until the retailer or the markets. And however, I have to say that actually Oman is mainly importing countries when we talk about the animal feed. That's why we mainly focus on the import rather than we are not, of course, ignoring the national product, but because we are importing country. Before I highlight maybe more regulation, I would like to say that in Oman, we are currently probably in a transition period. The Food Safety and Quality Center used to be under the municipality, and the animal and plant quarantines under the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Water Resources. In 2020, the center being moved from the municipality sector to the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Water Resources. This actually gives a positive, let me say, credit to the system. Why? Because we all three authorities that are dealing with not only the food but with the animal feed are in one basket, which is the Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries and Water Resources, leading to a smooth and fast decision. So this is one important probably pillar that it enhanced the feed management system. Of course, the Food Safety and Quality Center may be only responsible mainly for the standards and the testing, while our colleagues in the animal quarantine do the remaining. There are two main laws managing the animal feed in Oman, which the first one is the Butcher and Animal Resource Management Law and its legislative regulation, which was issued in 2003 and went into several amendments. The last one was in 2022. The second one is the Food Safety Law, which was also issued in 2008 and still functioning, and it tackled mainly the animal as a source of food rather than as a live animal. We are, of course, not working alone. We are developing, actually drafting our policies, our standards, specifically using the Codex Alimentarius. Regionally, we have the GCC standards, the Gulf Council Cooperate countries. Most of our standards are GSO, and we have only one standard that we apply in Oman. This actually, and we are trying to to revise it, and probably we will rely mainly on the GSO standards. We give more attention also in enhancing other enablers, specifically the modern technologies, for example, that it also help in managing the animal feed. Oman also adopt the One Health approach, and I think this is a very important approach that also give a significant contribution to the animal feed management. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much. In the morning, Mongolia in the regional conclave made us to learn what challenges they are facing with respect to harmonization of standards with the Codex. We do have Ms. Underia with us. Can you tell us what significant challenges does Mongolia face in regulating the animal feed? If so, can you give an overview?
Thank you, moderators, distinguished panelists. Agriculture, of course, crucial for Mongolia, contributing 12% to our GDP and providing 24% of jobs. Livestock makes up 87% of our agricultural output and is our second largest export sector after mining. In 2020, 67 million animals grazed on 110 million hectares of land, but growth has come from increasing herd sizes, not improving productivity. As herd sizes doubled in the last decade, overgrazing worsened, leading to degraded pastures and shortage of proper animal feed. This has resulted in reduced yields, poor animal health, and limited access to new meat export markets. Mongolia's climate is changing 3 times faster than the global average, with temperatures rising 2.2 degrees Celsius in the last 70 years, and rainfall decreasing by 7%. And this has led to several environmental issues like drying rivers, melting glaciers, and desertification, which affect all sectors, especially agriculture. Currently, herders meet only 81 of their animals' fodder needs. With growing livestock numbers and more frequent natural disasters, this level is insufficient. Scientists recommend increasing fodder production by 2.5 times to meet the demand, especially for breeding animals. To achieve this, we must improve the income of herders by enhancing the value chain of livestock products. Better coordination between government ministers and private sector investment is also essential to develop the fodder industry. Mongolia has several national standards for livestock nutrition, but these need updating to address food safety and additives. By balancing pasture land use, improving breeding and health, and ensuring proper nutrition, we can improve animal productivity and compete in export markets. Yeah. Our government's Vision 2050 aims to make agriculture environmentally friendly, climate resilient, and highly productive. The Ministry of Food, Agriculture and Light Industry has set targets to restore pasture lands, adapt to climate change, reduce livestock numbers. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vanderia. I request all the panelists to be brief and crisp as we are running short of time. So just coming to European Union, Ms. Tran, do we have any residue monitoring system for poultry feed in European Union?
Thank you. Thank you, FSI. We have a monitoring system for everything that concerns food and feed. In fact, feed is part of the food chain. That's how we just manage everything, is that feed and animals are not beside, it's integrated in the food value chain, and therefore all the regulation that concern food has a feed section, and everything about hygienes in the establishment, in the operators, are also concerning the feed sector. So it's not something, on the side, it's just integrated. It means that when you have, when you want to have safe food, it's also, you want to have safe feed, because safe feed will, will be in the animals, and the animals will be in the food. So that's how it's all managed in the regulation. So we had a food law, big food law, and then we have a big hygiene pack. I don't know how to translate it, food safety law, and then we have officials controls law, because you need the official controls to ensure, ensure the quality, the safety, and also traceability, and the trust that the consumers can have in the operatives, producing feed and food. And so it's exactly the same as, I don't know if you have been in the panel of the residue and contaminants, but in the feed sector, we just monitor the physical contaminants, biological contaminants, all the residues, pesticide residues, veterinary medicine residues, and so on, so on. So there's nothing really particular. It should be just,
Yeah, thank you so much. Very quick question to Dr. Paturkar. You are a senior academician and very well versed with the situation. We all know that in the absence of regulation, we are always talking about best practices. Just in 2 or 3 sentences, what best practices should be adopted in
best practices when we want to make any law, do on the risk-based analysis, align that standard with the international standard by collaborating with the codex, follow GMP, GHP, HACCP, everything, so that whatever feed we produce in India, which will be at par with the international standard and will not have any impact on final quality of food which is consumed by human. Thank you very much.
Thank you for a crisp answer. Thank you so much, Dr. Paturkar. In the last, what we can conclude, we need to have a system in place. So far, feed regulation is concerned. Once we are trying to ensure the food safety for human consumption, we need to have a feed safety for the animals too, as it is having a direct impact on the food safety for human consumption and also on the human health. Dr. Gongel, can you conclude it in 1 sentence? This is the last sentence.
Okay. If animal feed is unsafe, our food is not safe.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We know that we do have a constraint of time. In spite that all panelists, they spoke very well. They have given the crisp answer. We do have a carry-home message which with each and every responses of our panelists. Thank you so much. Thank you FSSAI for giving us the opportunity to be here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. I would like to invite our CEO, Shri G. Kamala Vardhana Rao, on the stage to felicitate the moderator and our panelist. Sir, I request you to felicitate Ms. Undariya Julza Gabatar. Thank you and sorry, madam, that you had to be brief. We'll take your inputs for sure. Thank you so much. Ms. Monique Tran. Thank you so much, madam. Thank you, sir. Mr. Gyanendra Gongal. Thank you, sir. Professor. Thank you, sir. Professor Pankaj Kumar Shukla. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Dr. Hussain Sam Al-Masroori. Thank you, sir. Dr. Richard Nial. Thank you. Professor. Thank you, sir. Professor Ashish Paturkar. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I would like to request Alka ma'am, advisor, to join for a group photo. Sir, sorry.
No, it's okay. I can understand.
Ladies and gentlemen, requesting you all to remain at your respective seats, for we are going to be starting with the valedictory session. We'll just set the stage towards the last session. But thank you to each one of you for being with us till the last leg of this conference. And as we approach this concluding session, valedictory session, it again stands extremely important for in the inaugural session, any inaugural session basically it sets the tone and the context and gives us a direction towards the discussions and deliberations which are going to be taking place. And as we approach the last session, the concluding session, the valedictory session, that again stands very important for it sets the path towards our work, further work, future work. So it's a way forward session. Thank you to each one of you for being a part of this session also. We're just setting the stage towards that, and we are going to be shortly joined as the chief guest by Shri Chirag Paswanji, the Honorable Union Minister of Food Processing Industries. We are also going to be joined by Dr. V.K. Paul, member Niti Aayog. He has been a key figure in shaping India's health policy and various strategic planning in the health sector. Our officer on special duty from the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Ms. Punya Salila Srivastava. She's also going to be joining us. She was with us in the inaugural session. She once again joined us. Once again, we'll have the distinct honor of having Mr. Steve Byrne, the chairperson of Codex Alimentarius Commission. We'll also have the chairperson of the WTO TT Committee, Ms. Maria Daniela Garcia. And then from the Food Safety and Standards Authority of India, the CEO, Shri G. Kamlavardhana Rao, and Ms. Anushi Sharma, the Executive Director, FSSAI, are going to be gracing the dais. So this session is going to be close to 1 hour, where once again we invite the views of very iconic leaders and influential people, influential voices in the space who are going to be sharing with us their perspective.
Sir, are you sure?
अरे मैं कह रहा हूँ ना आपसे पीछे थोड़ी वो वाला वर्किंग नहीं है
वो कह रही नहीं है Ladies and gentlemen, our Honorable Chief Guest, the Honorable Minister, has already arrived in the premises. He's, as you can hear, it's a traditional welcome of our Honorable Minister. That's the traditional welcome. As you can see on the screen also there, Shri Chirag Paswan ji, the Assembly of Uttarakhand instrumental music. We have the dhol, the daman, the hudka, which are the percussion instruments, the flute, mashak, bhungal, the wind instruments, and then also from down south, the wind instrument, the nadaswaram, which is from Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana. So let's warmly welcome, ladies and gentlemen, our Honorable Chief Guest of the valedictory session, Shri Chirag Paswan ji, the Honorable Union Minister of Food Processing Industries. A very hearty welcome to him, thanking him for his gracious presence in this session. I would like to request the Honorable Minister, sir, to please grace the dais. Also inviting the other distinguished speakers and esteemed guests, Dr. V.K. Paul, Member Niti Ayog, Ms. Punya Salila Srivastava, the Officer on Special Duty, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Mr. Steve Byrne, Chairperson of Codex Alimentarius Commission, Ms. Maria Daniela Garcia, the Chairperson of WTO TT Committee, Shri J. Kamla Badna Rao, the CEO of Food Safety and Standards Authority of India, and Ms. Inushi Sharma, Executive Director of FSSAI. And good evening to all present in this distinguished gathering, and all who have joined us also virtually. A very hearty welcome to this last session. Thank you to all of you for being with us till this last leg of this conference. Welcome to all of you to the valedictory session. And cliche, ladies and gentlemen, it may sound, but then with these 2 days of extensive discussions and deliberations which we have had, the strategies and the approaches which we have discussed, the bold and decisive decisions and commitments which have been made, and then the collaborations and the partnerships which have been forged. Definitely, it is not the end, but it stands as a beginning of many new beginnings which are going to be unfolding in these coming days, for enriched by this knowledge. The quest to further explore and advance the food safety standards and build a more resilient, robust regulatory framework has definitely gained momentum. But it is time now to actually take these sankalps to siddhi and put our commitments and our words into action. So this is a way forward session, and we are really glad to have the presence of our Honorable Union Minister of Food Processing Industries, Shri Chirag Paswan ji, present with us. A very dynamic young minister who has been taking initiatives towards ensuring the robust growth of the processing industry, and we all understand the very importance of a robust and a self-reliant and a technologically advanced food processing industry as we work towards ensuring food safety and sustainability. So the presence of our Honorable Minister, sir, definitely adds a lot of value to our last session. So please, once again, ladies and gentlemen, join us in extending greetings and thanking the Honorable Minister, sir, for his presence. Thank you, sir, especially as we work towards food safety and sustainability. Your views are going to be definitely guiding and adding more value. So I would like to request Dr. Alka Rao, the Advisor, Food Safety and Standards Authority of India, to please accord a green welcome by presenting a medicinal plant. First to our Honorable Chief Guest, our Honorable Minister, Shri Chirag Paswan ji. And especially as we've been talking about, as our food crosses borders and our supply chains are becoming increasingly globalized, the need for modern and technologically advanced food processing industry becomes important. Dr. V.K. Paul, we welcome him, Member Niti Ayog, a key figure in shaping India's health policy and strategic planning in India. Ladies and gentlemen, he has been instrumental in formulating the Ayushman Bharat and also the Poshan Abhiyan. We once again welcome Ms. Punya Salila Srivastava, the officer on special duty, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, as mentioned. She's going to be shortly taking over as the Secretary Health. Thank you, ma'am, for being with us in this Way Forward session also. We once again welcome Mr. Steve Wern. He was present with us in the inaugural session and throughout in the other sessions, Chairperson Codex Alimentarius Commission. And India, as you know, has been a member of Codex since 1964. 63 this commission came up and 64 India joined. So there's a relationship which India has been building. Ms. Maria Daniela Garcia, the Chairperson of WTO TT Committee. Thank you, ma'am. And welcome in this valedictory session. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we wrap up this impactful event, it is time now to reflect on what we have learned, what we have imbibed. So we have the key takeaways and the actionable insights. We dwell on that. And I would like to request the CEO of the Food Safety and Standards Authority of India, Shri G. Kamalawardhana Rao ji, for his welcome remarks and also for the overview.
Good evening, everybody. Today's chief guest, Honorable Union Minister for Food Processing Industries, Government of India, Shri Chirag Paswan ji. Member Niti Ayog, Dr. V.K. Paul sir. Officer on Special Duty, Minister of Health and Family Welfare, who is going to take duties as Secretary Health, Minister of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India, Srimati Punya Salila Srivastava ji. Chairperson WTO TBT Committee, Deputy Permanent Representative, Permanent Mission to WTO, Ecuador, Mrs. Maria Daniel Garcia. Chairperson Codex Alimentarius Commission, Food Standards Agency, Mr. Steve Wern. My colleague, Executive Director FSSAI, Inoshi Sharma. Ambassadors, High Commissioners, and representatives from various governments, regulators from different countries, research, scholars, representatives of institutions, international and domestic, ladies and gentlemen. More than a welcome speech, I consider this as a Thanksgiving words. I would like to express profound thanks to each and everybody who has come here and attended these two-day long 9 sessions, intensely discussed, debated, deliberated, and many beautiful things, many wonderful things related to food safety and setting standards and compliance have come out. We are extremely happy. Last year when we started in 2023, we were a little bit apprehensive about it, whether we can really conduct it in a big way. I must thank the Codex Secretariat for bringing entire their Vice Chairman, their Secretary here. The last year we tried, we could not get them here. And last year, as all of you know, India was celebrating G20. As Director General Tourism, I happened to be in Bali, where the G20 was conducted earlier in Indonesia, the Troika country. It was one of the functions in Bali. But whereas with the visionary leadership of Honorable Prime Minister of India, Sri Narendra Modi ji, entire India celebrated G20 last year, each and every nook and corner of this country. And we, Global Food Regulator Summit, was conducted as part of a co-branded event of G20 last year. And we have really seen, again, similar intense discussions in all the sessions, whatever subjects that we have identified last year. We have added few more subjects this year and requested all the international speakers to come and participate in this debate. 3 categories of people have participated here. One is the regulators. Government regulators, more than 40 regulators have participated in the last two days here. And research institutes, international as well as domestic research institutes, and professors, eminent professors in their own field, whether it is AMR, antimicrobial resistance, or whether it is on pesticides and contaminants, or whether it is fortification. So research, these 3 category people have attended this two-day seminar. A wide range of subjects, which I have already mentioned there. All of you have witnessed that. Pesticide is become a major issue globally, big challenge globally, whether it is a duplicate pesticide which are available or excessive usage of pesticides or off-label pesticides. People have agreed globally now in the last 2 days that we have to really educate the farmers at the farm level. And morning, our agriculture secretary also participated in one of the sessions. He delivered keynote address. So pesticide issue is a major issue which entire global research faculty as well as the policymakers will have to pay a lot of attention to. They also discuss about fortification. When we talk about the fortification, we only talk about the anemia. A beautiful presentation was made in the last penultimate session here. They have shown how anemic the world is becoming, particularly the pregnant women in the third world countries and the children in the third world countries. And India, Government of India, Honorable Prime Minister has declared in 2017 itself that we should have fortified rice. We have fortification of wheat, oils and milk. It's a voluntary thing which we have given, but rice we made it compulsory in almost 5,30,000 of public distribution channels that we have in this country. We are having fortified rice now with iron, B12 and folic acid. People are going towards organic food cultivation. People are going for genetically modified foods. Recently, our Honorable Prime Minister has released 109 varieties of pest-resistant, high-yielding variety and fortified. They are also fortified with proteins, extra protein, and fortified with extra vitamins. So these are the areas which we discussed. And another discussion took place on nutraceuticals. You take any gymnasium in the world, the younger generation, and even the elder generation, the geriatric people also, they are using protein powders. How effective is this protein powders, whether it is necessary or not? If so, what is the consumption levels of protein powder? This entire thing was discussed. Other than this 9 discussions that we had, we also had a regional round of discussion where 20 countries, now you know very well that India has become a part of the executive committee of the Codex, and all the Asian countries, they participated along with New Zealand. It was a thorough discussion, and after that we had breakout sessions. So every region has got its own challenges. Every region has got its own issues to address to. So based on that, the climatic zones and the climatic challenges, it was discussed and deliberated, and they pointed out certain issues where I'm sure the Codex Alimentarius Secretariat, which is here, they have taken note of it, and certainly they will help us in harmonizing the standards everywhere. The Codex, which has got more than 188 countries, now we are aligning, mostly harmonizing with them. Other than that, we had CEO conference. Yesterday we had a CEO conference. Honorable Minister was here on 19th afternoon when, from the Minister of Food Processing, he discussed with the industry CEOs on the manufacturing issues, on the labeling issues, on the processing issues, on the good manufacturing practices issues. And yesterday, we discussed on the regulatory issues. Same CEOs were there, and we had secretaries from Agriculture and the Minister of External Affairs, and again, Food Processing Secretary was also there. So we discussed about their challenges that they're facing on the regulatory framework. So all these issues, when we discussed, we thought certainly this kind of regional level discussions, when we hold with all the countries taking part, it will certainly help many countries. Some countries have pointed out that capacity building is, some small countries are not able to do the capacity building, which we have requested Codex to take charge and extend their arm to strengthen the capacity of smaller countries and smaller nations. We are all with you under the leadership of yesterday, the inaugural function. Our Honorable Minister Sri J.P. Nadda ji has already mentioned about how important this kind of global regulatory summits and their importance and their results will definitely be beneficial to all of us. With this, I conclude my remarks, and I thank everybody profusely who has participated here. Our scientific community, Food Safety and Standards Authority of India, has 286 scientists from various reputed institutions with 21 scientific panels. So they really worked a lot, and our staff, FSSS staff, has worked a lot, and I thank each and everybody, the media friends and the students who have come here from various institutions. Thank you so much. Namaskar. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir, for connecting the dots and sharing the key takeaways. Ladies and gentlemen, Shri G. Kamla Vardhana Rao ji has been at the helm of affairs, meticulously curating and designing the entire agenda, and thereby his observation stands extremely important. Thank you, sir, for sharing these observations. And ladies and gentlemen, this summit definitely has been able to foster a global community that stands committed towards ensuring safe, quality and sustainable food, towards ensuring fair trade practices, and towards protecting the interest of the consumer. And we have discussed this in these sessions, the 9 sessions in these 2 days, and also taking it in our various panel discussions. So we have tried to capture these 2 days in the form of a short film, which we would like to present it to all of you. The glimpses of these 2 days in the form of a short film. If you can play the film, please. Please join us, ladies and gentlemen, once again as we welcome Shri J.P. Nadda ji, our chief guest, the Minister of Health and Family Welfare and Chemicals and Fertilizers, welcoming Shri Prahlad Joshi ji, the Honorable Union Minister of Consumer Affairs.
FSSAI has made remarkable strides in reviewing and developing new standards based on cutting-edge advancements in food technology.
फूड रेगुलेटर का अर्थ यही है कि वी नीड टू रेगुलेट द फूड. हमको शुद्ध अन्न दुनिया के हर व्यक्ति को देने का हमारा दायित्व बनता है.
By enhancing our collaboration and increasing our participation in the Codex, investing in capacity building, we can ensure that the voice of Asia is strong, unified, and influential on the global stage.
So standing united towards our shared goals and responsibility. And now I request Ms. Punya Salila Srivastava, the officer on special duty with the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, for her address.
Honorable Union Minister of Food Processing Industries, Shri Chirag Paswan ji, Member Niti Aayog, Dr. V.K. Paul, Chairperson WTO TBT Committee, Ms. Maria Daniela Garcia, Chairperson Codex Alimentarius Commission, Mr. Steve Verne, CEO FSSAI G. Kamal Vardhan Rao ji, representatives of food regulatory bodies from various countries, members of the global and national scientific community and the food industry, ladies and gentlemen. It is a pleasure to once again join you all at this summit. We had a rather ambitious agenda that Kamal Vardhan Rao ji had set out along with his team for this summit. And I'm told that through our intense and animated deliberations, we have made quite a headway on various issues relating to food safety and regulatory aspects. The credit for this goes to all the global food regulators, representatives of scientific community, and other participants. Their valuable contribution during the various sessions in the Global Food Regulators Summit has made this possible. Your efforts indeed showcase the power of collaboration in addressing global food safety challenges. I think the biggest success of this summit is the collaborative spirit that has emerged during this summit, and I'm sure it is a matter of great satisfaction to all of us. Indeed, the past 2 days have been incredibly productive, and I've been watching the live streaming periodically. And I noticed that the discussions covered the most pressing global food safety issues and has provided the innovations, the solutions, and the roadmap which is needed to address them. With the inaugural session, under the guidance of our Honorable Union Minister of Health and Family Welfare, Shri J.P. Nadda ji, setting the momentum, our discussions in the subsequent thematic sessions have, as I mentioned, paved the way for future action. This kind of collaboration is, as we all know, imperative in today's interconnected world. And I recall that the food import rejection alert system, which has been launched by FSSAI during this summit, is quite revolutionary for our country. And we feel that such data sharing, along with harmonized safety standards, can be the key to achieve global food safety and consumer health, which is indeed the thrust of this conference. In fact, the collaborative spirit which has strengthened through this conference can actually help actualize our vision for one earth, one family, one future. Dear friends, various sessions have emphasized that our future lies in leveraging advanced technology for food safety management, including conformity assessment for regulatory compliance. Building on this insight, my ministry, along with FSSAI, commits to adopting innovative technologies to enhance our regulatory capabilities. We will collaborate with the best of our educational institutions to enhance food safety research with focus on AI and machine learning applications. Discussions on antimicrobial resistance, as mentioned by the CEO, have been at the forefront of our summit, highlighting the urgent need to regulate antibiotic use in animal feed to safeguard both animal and human health. Moving forward, we will continue to implement a One Health approach to effectively combat AMR and enhance surveillance through a network of accredited laboratories. Sustainability in food production and packaging has also emerged as a crucial topic. As you are aware, FSSAI amended its regulations and India has banned single-use plastics, which reflects our commitment to environmental issues. So to champion sustainable practices and circular economy models in the food sector, recognizing their importance in building a resilient and environmentally responsible food system is crucial. I am told that global plastic strategy was discussed during one of the sessions, and I'm sure we can together collaborate to further this cause. Health Ministry and FSSAI, as you are aware, has initiated the nationwide Eat Right India movement, which we have seen in all our boards and which we have installed here. This can be expanded to promote sustainable food packaging and to reduce plastic waste in food sector to create a more environmentally friendly food ecosystem. In fact, we can even explore the possibility of an Eat Right world movement, depending upon the enthusiasm of FSSAI. Addressing hidden hunger through food fortification was also mentioned by the honorable ministers, and it has been identified as a vital strategy for ensuring nutritional security. And therefore, I think we all should reaffirm our commitment in this regard, especially in respect of the vulnerable populations. As discussed, the evolving landscape of novel foods and alternative proteins presents both opportunities and challenges, and we will try to develop a robust regulatory framework and encourage research-based innovations in this sector. You may be aware that the Government of India, under the guidance of the Honorable Prime Minister, has created an Anusandhan National Research Foundation, and we as a ministry and FSSAI will try to leverage some of the $6 billion corpus which has been created to give fillip to research in the food sector in the country. All these sessions have been extremely useful. Sports and nutrition, health supplements and nutraceuticals, they have all provided really valuable insights to us in policy making. Yesterday's CEO dialogue, which CEO Kamal Vardhan Raoji mentioned, with the various food industry representatives can really be instrumental in identifying challenges faced by the industry, and I also feel in bringing more public-private partnerships in the food safety ecosystem. Today's regional conclave identified key challenges faced by countries in Asia region and emphasized how an integrated approach is essential to strengthen regional representation in international forums such as Codex. I would like to specially thank Chairperson, Vice Chairperson and Secretariat of the Codex Alimentarius Commission for coming here and participating in the regional conclave, because I think this demonstrates Codex's commitment to strengthen food standards and in ensuring safe, nutrition and accessible food across Asia. This two-day summit has reinforced the necessity of global cooperation in addressing food safety challenges. I thank all the participants. I commend FSSAI for this initiative. And not only, I think, globally, the food safety system will benefit, but this summit has also benefited all the stakeholders in our country immensely, both in terms of policy insights as also best practices in implementation of various initiatives. Let us reaffirm our commitment to translate the insights from this summit into tangible actions that will benefit our citizens and contribute to global safety efforts. I will conclude with the words of our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, in his message to all of us. He said, "Let us march ahead and realize the dream of building a sustainable, safe, inclusive, and nutritious world." Thank you, thanks to all of you, and I hope you have a wonderful evening. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for taking us to the 2 days of enriching sessions and then taking the learnings and the outcome and the insights from these sessions, the future approach which your ministry is going to be taking, highlighting that. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we invite the views of our other esteemed speakers present here on the dais, and we are sure their perspective is going to be giving us a very fitting conclusion to the rich discussions we've had. So I first request Ms. Maria Daniela Garcia, the chairperson of WTO-TT Committee, who has been a pivotal force in shaping global trade policies and regulations that impact food safety standards around the world.
Mr. Sri Chirag Paswan, Honorable Minister of Food Processing Industries. Ms. Punya Salila Sirisvatava, Officer on Special Duty of the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. Mr. Sri Kamala Vardhana Rao, Chief Executive Officer, Food Safety and Standards Authority of India. Ms. Inoshi Sharma, Executive Director, Food Safety and Standards Authority of India. Dr. V.K. Paul, Member NITI Aayog. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm delighted to participate today in the valedictory function of this Global Food Regulators Summit, which has brought together in beautiful Delhi regulators and policymakers, scientists and technologists, stakeholders, and international organizations across various sectors relevant to food and regulatory cooperation. Your expertise here and for the world is not just relevant, but integral to our shared goals on food security and food safety, and broadly to sustainable development. Food security as a concept first came into the multilateral development debate in 1974 And this concept has evolved as is constantly being discussed. This evolution comes from the understanding that the world's food system deserves an interdisciplinary analysis, given its complexity and its interrelation to economic, social, and cultural dimensions. Furthermore, food policy issues nowadays are also connected to other aspects such as environment and health, plastic pollution and packaging and food safety, education and digital solutions, and of course, trade. Trade policy is core of what we do and is core to contribute to food security and food safety, bearing in mind sustainable development. I would like to highlight 3 things from this summit that has been really a success. And I thank you all, and I thank India for this, for being welcoming to all of us, but for bringing us together in this amazing city. So first, global, regional, and national collaboration plays a vital role in our collective task. India has brought together a diversity of actors and amazing people with problem-solving minds to identify where and how we can all improve in a number of areas that Mr. Kamalapardana already mentioned, topics and sectors across food security and food safety. Your role here in promoting more synergies and collaboration driving improvements is crucial, essentially considering the challenges developing countries face nowadays. You have the power, certainly, to make a significant difference. By drawing on the expertise of our partners, we can identify, develop, and disseminate good practices and knowledge, and thus support capacity development. In particular, I very much enjoyed every section of this summit, but I will highlight the regional conclave today. The approach undertaken by the organizers at this summit is the right approach. It was the first time, for example, that I have shared discussions on relevant aspects with my colleagues from WHO, FAO, Codex. So joint collaboration is crucial in our task. We have identified opportunities and strategies in this summit, all of us, where collaboration will significantly impact any action you will take collectively ahead. So I want to thank you all, and I want to thank India for this, for inviting all of us, and for bringing all of us together, as I mentioned, with a mind of problem solving in what we all do today. Bharat ko dhanyavad, sabhi ko dhanyavad. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for your inspiring address, inspiring everyone on the important and the responsible role which each of the stakeholder has towards creating a healthy world. Thank you. And now inviting Mr. Steve Verne, the chairperson of the Codex Alimentarius Commission, for his address.
Thank you. Honourable Minister, distinguished delegates, colleagues and friends. As I said in our opening session yesterday, this is a platform. Indeed, it feels like an unparalleled opportunity for food regulators from around the world to exchange perspectives on strengthening food safety systems and regulatory frameworks across the food value chain. I also said that I looked forward to hearing your perspectives and your priorities for international standardisation. So as we prepare to close this meeting, I'd just like to share with you some of the things that I've heard that give me food for thought. Over the past 2 days, we've discussed a broad range of issues and challenges that are common to food regulators worldwide, from mitigation of foodborne antimicrobial resistance to sustainable food packaging, and from food analysis to fortification. We've heard along the way several areas where timely global harmonisation might help, for example on food packaging or on nutraceuticals. But I think we should also acknowledge that each of those would represent a new, significant and currently unfunded pressure on what is an already stretched multilateral system for food risk assessment and risk management. And so we need to be clear and focused when we propose areas for new work, and we also need to be prepared to make some hard choices on prioritisation. But aside from those priorities for standardisation, we've heard so much more. And what struck me is that there are a number of themes that have recurred across different areas of the 9 topics we've discussed. And here are just 4 of them. First, data. We need to harvest data, then integrate and analyse it in order to inform our decision-making so that we can identify issues and then design effective policies, enabling regulations and focused interventions. Data sharing is key, we heard, and we need to overcome the concerns that many have had about sharing insights on how legal and other constraints can be managed effectively. And we need to make data sharing something we do, not just something we talk about. Second, collaboration. Everyone in the food value chain, from producers to consumers, has a role to play in keeping food safe. I heard several times about the need to strengthen collaboration between regulators and academics. That much is certainly true. And as food regulators in different jurisdictions, we need to work together too, because there's clearly so much we can learn from each other. I heard one speaker say that global issues require global collaboration, and I couldn't agree more. Third, enforcement, because without that, regulatory systems can't be effective in delivering their outcomes. We heard the suggestion that enforcement should be strengthened, in particular in respect of misleading claims. And finally, transparency, because that's essential for trust and credibility in our regulatory systems. So data, collaboration, enforcement, and transparency. I'm sure each of you are taking particular thoughts, issues, and ideas away with you too, and I look forward to the next opportunity we'll have to meet, where we can talk about all of the actions we've taken as a result of our discussions over the past couple of days. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your observations and giving us a lot of food for thought and action. And ladies and gentlemen, as India, under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Modi, stands committed towards giving safe, healthy and nutritious food for all, we now invite the views and perspective of Dr. V.K. Paul, Member Niti Aayog, who's a pediatrician, a physician scientist, and as member Niti Aayog, responsible and taking care of the health and the nutrition verticals.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good evening and namaste. Honorable Union Minister of Food Processing Industries, Shri Chirag Paswan ji, dignitaries on the dais, distinguished delegates, academics, civil society, and friends. I stand before you second time to, first and foremost, compliment you for the deliberations that you have contributed to and highlighted core issues in food regulation that concern us today, nationally and indeed globally. I salute you for your work as regulators because you have the noble task and responsibility of ensuring safe food for humanity. That's the goal of your work. That's what the society looks up to you. So my salute for the work that you do, and thanks for the deep discussions and decisions that you have taken collectively for food and beyond. I like to particularly compliment you for 2 areas, the work that you have done and discussion that you have done in 2 areas. One is the area of nutraceuticals. It's an area which falls between the stools in terms of whether it's a drug or it's a food or it is both or neither. This has been bothering physicians, public health communities in a very significant way because misleading information is put out in the system because regulatory gray zone somehow it seeps through that gray zone, shall we say. There are also uneven ways of regulating them, from no regulation at pre-approval stage to some regulation in pre-approval in some countries. And then, so it has been a gray zone area. And I thank you for discussing this issue because this is a cause for concern for public health individuals like us because super claims are made. We don't know about the standards of the content. We don't know the accountability and so on. So thank you very much for making that as a very special area of consideration. Secondly, thank you indeed. Food, drug, what is it? And we find it difficult to communicate to stakeholders how to handle it from public health perspective. Second, thank you so very much for the focus on antimicrobial resistance. You had good discussion yesterday. Indeed, you represent the final common pathway for the food, the processed food, to enter the human plate, human kitchen. Of course, the actions need to be taken upstream. You are catching them downstream. But the impact that you can make to set the system right upstream is enormous. We need persuasion for this. We need to act on those areas from where the antimicrobial contamination emerges, for sure. But you have a role, A, to be able to surveil enough of food system for you to make explicit the size of the problem, dimensions of the problem, which antibiotics, for example, safe ones or totally the ones that are not to be there. But more importantly, through your regulatory powers, you have a deterrence effect on this. So you will make a huge difference upstream to change the mindset of the players upstream, including the policymakers, including the government, including the industry, and our farming community. We all have to be responsible in this, and you would play a very important role. As we know, it is being addressed in this issue is one of the important agendas next week at the UN General Assembly. My two other points. One, visualizing the huge rising incidence of non-communicable disease in much of the world, and particularly for our nation. I would request you to please make sure that high sugar, high salt, abnormal fat should not seep into the food system beyond acceptable limits. It's just enunciating the principle, you know how to articulate it better. It's not done because it's not easy for us to ensure access to such foods by young people, by old people, by vulnerable people. Please, this is an area which concerns us all. It's also about, in one way, helping to achieve the SDG 3, which encompasses the goal related to non-communicable disease. My other concern is, unitedly, we must fight misleading campaigns. I like this to be an important consideration. You are the conscious keeper. You are the keeper of the standards. Misleading information that does not fit what is truth has to be curbed. And we have this menace everywhere. I request you to find ways and means to see how misleading advertising, using celebrities for wrong information, unscientific information in the space of food is avoided. The governance model of the Honorable Prime Minister, in conclusion, I would like to bring that to you. The governance model of the Honorable Prime Minister is reform, perform, and transform. Reform is, according to his speeches, is policy and high-level decisions. Perform is about execution of what we are doing, how you are regulating, how I'm working as a doctor, how I'm administering a district, and so on. But the ultimate goal is transformation. And the Honorable Prime Minister emphasizes it for development in every sector that transformation requires people's involvement. It's only when we involve people, only when we lead, a movement of people to make a difference. And he likes to call it Jan Andolan. Only when Jan Andolan happens, the true transformation, the intended impact of the thinking of change happens on the ground. The point is, big changes require behavior change. Big changes would require Jan Andolan to make a behavior change. I urge all of us to join the movement of the Jan Andolan of behavior change on food. So many of us are used to suboptimal way of eating. This is a huge issue, and it has a regulatory connect. I'm very proud that our nation has Eat Right movement, and I'm very proud that FSSAI promotes it with huge vigor. And indeed, I like to endorse the great idea of Madam Punyaji about expanding that movement globally. Eat Right World, Eat Right Humanity. Time has come that we translate the positive ideas for food, on food, everywhere. Food-related issues are a very major risk factor of disease, in particular non-communicable disease, including cancers. And therefore, changing the mindset of people should be an agenda, and we should join hands in doing it. And India has recently witnessed the biggest behavior change movement under the Honorable Prime Minister's leadership on Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, wherein we reached our open defecation free India goal well ahead of its time in a matter of 5 years effectively, and this is known to be the biggest behavior change movement in recent times, if not forever. I like us to look at the power of behavior change. 100 million toilets were built, but making toilet is not the same as using toilets, accepting them, maintaining them, and ensuring that sanitation pervades our ecosystem. I urge for a big behavior change movement, a Jan Andolan for Eat Right, and I would submit that this be given a consideration in your future deliberations. But today, I thank you for the opportunity for me to reach out to you, and thank you for your stay. Soon we will meet again. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir, for your guidance and inspiring everyone that the key towards safe and healthy and nutritious food lies in collaboration, in transformation, in bringing about these behavioral changes, and then the responsible role of every stakeholder. Thank you, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, we now have a special message from Mr. Andrew Hogarth, the Honourable Minister of Food Safety, New Zealand. If you can play the video, please.
Kia ora from New Zealand. I'm sorry that I cannot be with you in person, but I am delighted to have the opportunity to address you today at the Global Food Regulators Summit. I would like to acknowledge and congratulate the Indian ministers and leaders involved in this summit. I would like to give special thanks to Chief Executive Officer Rao, Food Safety and Standards Authority of India. I also acknowledge overseas dignitaries present, many who will be also speaking and exchanging information at this summit. I would like to sincerely thank India's government for its leadership in following up on last year's Global Food Regulators Summit with this year's event. As you all know, food safety is at the heart of ensuring the health and well-being of our global population. Emerging food hazards, pandemics, new technologies, ever-evolving consumer needs continue to challenge our food safety systems. However, these challenges also bring opportunities to continuously improve these systems. A vital part of this is the harmonising of global food safety and regulatory frameworks. This is important because it will boost overall understanding of the different food safety systems around the world, enable effective information sharing, strengthen food safety capability, and build strategies that ensure we provide ongoing safe quality food for all. This Global Food Regulators Summit correctly recognises that to be successful in these endeavours, we must work together in harmony. Food safety has been a very important part of my life for many years because in addition to being New Zealand's Minister for Food Safety, I'm also a dairy farmer in the North Island of New Zealand. It is vital that the food safety community continues to work together, and both this summit and World Food India are a prime opportunity to connect like-minded people with a common goal. In other words, we can achieve much more together. India and New Zealand are better together, and in the spirit of this, I would like to acknowledge the strength of the India and New Zealand food safety relationship. Our relationship is built on a proud history of cooperation and trust. As major food producers, we have got a responsibility for providing safe and suitable food to the world.
So thank you to the Honourable Minister of New Zealand. And ladies and gentlemen, all our speakers, and just now the Honourable Minister of New Zealand also laid emphasis on collaborations and cooperation. And once again, the presence of our Honourable Minister of Food Processing Industries, Shri Chirag Paswanji, in this valedictory session lays emphasis on the cross-departmental collaborations and cooperation and developing those common pathways towards achieving our targets, towards our shared goals and responsibility. So we stand really excited to be hearing his message and his guidance. So please join me as I request the Honourable Minister, Sir, Shri Chirag Paswanji, for his valedictory address.
Well, thank you so much. Dr. V.K. Paul, Member, Niti Aayog, Mr. Srivarn, Chairperson, Codex, Maria Daniela, Gracia, Chairperson, WTO, TBT Committee, Shri G.K.V. Rao, CEO, FSSAI, Shrimati Inoshi Sharma, ED, FSSAI. At the onset, I would like to begin by congratulating FSSAI for such a successful 2 days event where I have been told there was a massive participation for over 70 countries. And when we talk about food security, I think this cannot be completed without food safety. I think जितनी चिंता हम लोग को फूड सिक्योरिटी को लेकर होती है और भारत जैसा देश जहां पर हम लोग दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी गरीब कल्याण की योजनाओं में से एक प्रधानमंत्री गरीब जन कल्याण अन्न योजना चलाते हैं, जिसके माध्यम से 80 करोड़ लोगों को हम लोग मुफ्त में राशन देने का काम करते हैं। ऐसे में ये एक बहुत बड़ी जिम्मेदारी भी हम लोग की बनती है कि फूड सिक्योरिटी के साथ साथ फूड सेफ्टी भी हम लोग इंश्योर करें। मैं यहाँ पर कोई नहीं होता किसी को ज्ञान देने वाला, आप सब अपने अपने क्षेत्रों के स्टॉलवर्ड्स हैं। आप सब लोगों ने अध्ययन किया कि कैसे हम लोग खाने की गुणवत्ता को ना सिर्फ बरकरार रख सकें बल्कि उसमें वैल्यू एडिशन भी हम लोग कर सकें। हम लोग की सोच सिर्फ सुरक्षित सेफ खाना ही नहीं बल्कि उसमें न्यूट्रिशनल वैल्यूज़ को कैसे हम लोग ऐड कर सकें, फोर्टिफिकेशन के थ्रू कैसे ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा न्यूट्रिशन हम लोग देश की जनता तक हम लोग पहुंचा सकें। आज जब हम लोग एक ग्लोबल समिट में यहाँ पे मौजूद हैं, हम लोग की चिंता और हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी की ये सोच और उनका मानना है कि भारत आने वाले दिनों में एक ग्लोबल फूड बास्केट के तौर पर अपने आप को प्रस्तुत कर सकता है और ये क्षमता है हम लोगों में वो अबंडेंस है इन टर्म्स ऑफ प्रोडक्शन, इन टर्म्स ऑफ मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, इन टर्म्स ऑफ प्रोसेसिंग। हम लोगों में वो क्षमता है कि हम लोग आने वाले दिनों में अपने आप को वर्ल्ड फूड बास्केट के तौर पर दुनिया के सामने प्रस्तुत कर सकते हैं, और भुखमरी जैसी समस्या जो कि आज भी दुनिया के अलग अलग देशों में हम लोग को देखने को मिलती है, उसमें भारत मेजरली कंट्रीब्यूट कर सकता है। बट जब हम उस दिशा में जब हम लोग अपने आप को लेकर जाते हैं तो ऐसे में हम लोग की चिंता फूड सेफ्टी को भी लेकर बढ़ती है। और ऐसे में मुझे खुशी है कि हमारे देश में FSSAI बहुत खूबसूरती से लंबे समय से इस जिम्मेदारी को निभाने का काम कर रहा है। गुणवत्ता के साथ किसी तरीके का कोई भी समझौता ये बर्दाश्त नहीं किया जाएगा। इस बात को लेकर मेरे प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी की सोच, हमारी सरकार की सोच इस बात को लेकर पूरी तरीके से स्पष्ट है कि किसी भी तरीके का समझौता गुणवत्ता के साथ नहीं किया जाएगा। इस बात को सुनिश्चित किया जाएगा कि हर वो पदार्थ जो हम लोग कंज्यूमर तक लेकर जा रहे हैं, and this comes with a huge responsibility for me also as the Minister of Food Processing Industries, ये बहुत बड़ी जिम्मेदारी मेरे ऊपर भी है कि जब हम लोग फूड प्रोसेसिंग इंडस्ट्री को आगे बढ़ाने की बात करते हैं तो साथ ही में हम लोग इस बात को भी सुनिश्चित करें कि जो प्रोसेस फूड हम लोग कंज्यूमर को देने की सोच रखते हैं उसकी गुणवत्ता के साथ तो कहीं कोई समझौता नहीं हुआ। जब नई टेक्नोलॉजीज़ को हम लोग इन्वॉल्व करने की बात करते हैं, इनोवेशंस की हम लोग बात करते हैं, नए नए स्टार्टअप आइडियाज़ आते हैं जिस पे लगातार निरंतर अध्ययन होता रहता है, बट इस बात को सुनिश्चित करने की जिम्मेदारी भी हम ही सब की है जो आज इस कमरे में बैठे हैं कि हम लोग सुनिश्चित करें कि कोई ऐसी नई टेक्नोलॉजी जल्दबाजी में इस्तेमाल ना की जाए, या कोई भी ऐसी टेक्नोलॉजी का हम इस्तेमाल तब तक ना करें जब तक हम लोग खुद इस बात को लेकर सुनिश्चित ना हो कि इसमें कम से कम हमारे कंज्यूमर की हेल्थ के साथ किसी तरीके का कोई समझौता नहीं है। बट एट द सेम टाइम जब हम लोग ये सारी चीज़ें करते भी हैं, हमें इस बात का भी साथ ही में ख्याल रखना चाहिए कि कई बार हम लोग इतने ज़्यादा नियम कायदे कानून में हम लोग उलझा देते हैं हमारे प्रोसेसर्स को, उस इंडस्ट्री को, कि हम लोग वो लोग अपने पदार्थों को धरातल पर उतार ही नहीं पाते। आई थिंक दैट्स अ वेरी थिन लाइन जिसको बैलेंस करके हम लोग को चलने की ज़रूरत है, जहां फूड प्रोसेसिंग इंडस्ट्री को भी हम लोग को बढ़ावा देने की ज़रूरत है, गुणवत्ता के साथ कोई समझौता ना हो, ये भी सुनिश्चित करने की ज़रूरत है। बट ये भी सुनिश्चित करने की ज़रूरत है कि हम लोग रेगुलेटर्स बनकर इतने ज़्यादा कठोर भी ना हो जाएं कि वो इवेंचुअली इच्छा शक्ति ही छोड़ दें उस प्रोडक्ट को बनाने की या उसको कंज्यूमर तक लेकर जाने की। रेगुलेटर्स फेलिसिटेटर्स कैसे बने, इस सोच के साथ भी हम लोग को आगे बढ़ने की ज़रूरत है। हम लोग को ज़रूरत है एक दूसरे के साथ हाथ से हाथ मिलाकर एक दूसरे को साथ लेकर आगे बढ़ने की। मैं मानता हूँ जो जिम्मेदारी मुझे दी गई है मेरे प्रधानमंत्री जी के द्वारा, फूड प्रोसेसिंग आने वाले दिनों में भारत का भविष्य है। मुझे इस बात को कहने में कहीं कोई एतराज़ नहीं है कि हम लोग आने वाले दिनों में नेशनली ही नहीं इंटरनेशनली हम लोग के पास जो वैरायटीज़ हैं, आई थिंक बहुत कम ऐसी कंट्रीज़ हैं जो इतनी ब्लेस्ड होती हैं। आप टॉप नॉर्थ टू डाउन साउथ चले जाइए, ईस्ट टू वेस्ट चले जाइए, जितने तरीके के उत्पादन हैं हम लोग के पास, जितने तरीके के खाने की वैरायटीज़ हैं हम लोग के पास, नॉर्थ का खाना एकदम अलग, डाउन साउथ आप चले जाइए आपको एकदम अलग टेस्ट मिलेगा, ईस्ट में अलग मिलेगा, वेस्ट में अलग मिलेगा। ये खूबसूरती है हम लोग की। और जिस अबंडेंस का मैं जिक्र कर रहा था कि हम लोग के पास इतनी ज़्यादा क्वांटिटी में चीज़ें हैं, उस क्वांटिटी को हम लोग अपॉर्चुनिटी में कैसे हम लोग कन्वर्ट करें, इस दिशा में भी हम लोग को आगे सोचने की ज़रूरत है। मुझे जो जानकारी दी गई पिछले 2 दिनों से जब ये समिट चल रहा है, इन 2 दिनों में अलग अलग विषयों पर काफ़ी गहन चिंतन हुआ है, काफ़ी गहन अध्ययन हुआ है। और मैं चाहता हूँ कि यह अध्ययन, ये चिंतन सिर्फ यहीं तक ना रुके, धीरे धीरे इम्प्लीमेंटेशन में भी हम लोग आए। और ऐसे में जब हम लोग FSSAI की बात करते हैं, हम लोग फूड सेफ्टी की बात करते हैं, मुझे लगता है फूड सेफ्टी एंड फूड प्रोसेसिंग वी वर्क हैंड इन ग्लव्स। हम दोनों एक दूसरे के बिना अधूरे हैं। मेरा फूड प्रोसेसिंग अधूरा है आपके सिक्योरिटी रेगुलेशंस के बिना, और सिक्योरिटी रेगुलेशंस आप उसी चीज़ों पर डालेंगे जो पदार्थ कंज्यूमर लेंगे। तो मुझे लगता है कि ऐसे में हम दोनों की एक महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका है और इसमें जितना हम लोग एक दूसरे के साथ मिलकर एक दूसरे के सुझावों, एक दूसरे के कंसर्न्स को एड्रेस करके आगे बढ़ेंगे, उतना ही हम लोग कंज्यूमर्स के लिए और इस इंडस्ट्री से जुड़े हुए लोगों की हम लोग मदद कर सकेंगे। मेरे विभाग में भी निफ्टेम के कई ऐसे छात्र हैं जो आए दिन नए नए स्टार्टअप्स, इनोवेशंस करते रहते हैं, एंड आई एम वेरी 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 प्राउड ऑफ दो स्टूडेंट्स जो दिन रात इतनी मेहनत करते हैं कि कैसे हम लोग भारत की फूड सेफ्टी को हम लोग और मजबूत कर सकें। ऐसे में इन लोगों ने अभी एक रैपिड किट भी डेवलप किया जिसका जिक्र आप कर रहे थे राव साहब, पेस्टिसाइड को लेकर जो आपका कंसर्न था, आई थिंक उसको लेकर भी निफ्टम के कुछ छात्रों ने अभी एक किट रैपिड तैयार किया। मुझे लगता है कि हम लोग को एक दूसरे के साथ ये तमाम चीज़ें शेयर कर कर हम लोग आगे बढ़ें, एक दूसरे की टेक्नोलॉजी शेयर करें, आगे बढ़ें। उसके साथ मेरे प्रधानमंत्री जी की चिंता इस विषय को लेकर कितनी है, ये इस बार के बजट में भी हम लोग को देखने को मिला, जहां इस बार 100 फूड टेस्टिंग लैब्स खोलने का जिक्र, खोलने का प्रावधान वित्त मंत्री जी के द्वारा इस बार का जो बजट पेश किया गया है उसमें इसका जिक्र किया गया है। मुझे लगता है ये हमारी सरकार की नीयत को और स्पष्ट रूप से दर्शाता है कि हम लोग की सरकार गुणवत्ता को लेकर कितनी ज़्यादा चिंतित है। आज जब मैं यहाँ आप लोगों के बीच खड़ा हूँ, बस मैं आप लोगों से यही आग्रह करना चाहता हूँ कि जब हम लोग की सोच एक है, जब हम लोग की दिशा एक है, हम में से कोई भी यहाँ पे मौजूद नहीं है जो किसी की हेल्थ के साथ कोई समझौता चाहता हो। ऐसे में एक साथ हम लोग आगे बढ़ने की सोच को हम लोग धरातल पर उतारें। पूरी दुनिया, हम लोग भारत में रहने वाले लोग वसुधैव कुटुंबकम का हम लोग जिक्र करते हैं, जहाँ हम लोग मानते हैं कि पूरी दुनिया, होल वर्ल्ड इज़ वन फैमिली, और अपने परिवार के हर एक सदस्य की सेफ्टी की जिम्मेदारी भी हम सब के ऊपर है। ऐसे में मैं मानता हूँ कि आने वाले दिनों में भारत एक अहम भूमिका इसमें निभाएगा, और जब ये ऐसे मंच तैयार होते हैं, ये मौका हम लोग को देते हैं नेशनली ही नहीं, इंटरनेशनली, ग्लोबली एक दूसरे के साथ इंटरेक्ट करने का, एक दूसरे के देशों में क्या क्या नई टेक्नोलॉजीज़ हैं, क्या क्या नए इनोवेशंस हैं, क्या क्या नए स्टार्टअप्स हैं, उनके साथ इंटरेक्ट करने का, उनके साथ कोलैब करने का हम लोग को ये मौका मिलता है। और मुझे लगता है इस मौके का भरपूर उपयोग हम लोगों ने पिछले 2 दिनों में हम लोगों ने करने का प्रयास किया अलग अलग देशों से। आई वुड लाइक टू वेलकम एंड थैंक all my friends coming from various different countries. Thank you all for coming here. Thank you all for giving your suggestions, your ideas, and sharing new technologies and innovations that has taken place in your country. और साथ ही में भारत में भी मैं अपने तमाम साइंटिस्ट का, हमारे तमाम रेगुलेटर्स का भी मैं यहाँ पे स्वागत भी करता हूँ और धन्यवाद भी करता हूँ। 2 दिन के सेशंस की कुछ जानकारियाँ मेरे पास आई हैं, आने वाले दिनों में और विस्तार में भी मैं इन जानकारियों को मैं लूँगा, पर जो जानकारियाँ मेरे समक्ष आई हैं उसमें इस बात की खुशी मुझे ज़रूर है कि हम लोगों ने हर पहलू का हम लोगों ने जिक्र किया। और अंत में मैं अभी पॉल साहब एक बात का जिक्र कर रहे थे जिसमें इन्होंने हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी की उस सोच को सामने रखा जहाँ पे रिफॉर्म, ट्रांसफॉर्म, ये तमाम बातों का आपने जिक्र किया। इसी के साथ मेरे प्रधानमंत्री ने इन्फॉर्म, ये भी विषय इस बार जोड़ने का उन्होंने काम किया। इन्फॉर्म करना भी बहुत ज़रूरी है, और जो चिंता अभी पॉल साहब ने जिसका जिक्र किया वो चिंता हम सब के लिए है। मिसलीडिंग एडवर्टीजमेंट्स, कई बार बिना सर पैर के हम लोगों के सामने ऐसी जानकारियां परोस दी जाती हैं जिनके कोई साइंटिफिक तथ्य उनके साथ सपोर्ट नहीं करते हैं। आजकल सोशल मीडिया है, फ्रीडम ऑफ स्पीच है, कोई भी एक पॉडकास्ट करता है, कोई भी एक माइक उठाता है और दुनिया भर का ज्ञान वहाँ पर देता है, जो कई बार मिसलीडिंग होते हैं, जो कई बार बिना जानकारी के, बिना तथ्यों के, एंड लीस्ट ऑफ ऑल एनी साइंटिफिक रिसर्च की ये सारी बातें की जाती हैं। ऐसे में ये जिम्मेदारी हम लोगों की भी बनती है कि हम लोग सही जानकारी कम से कम कंज्यूमर तक दें, उनसे हम लोग किसी तरीके की कोई जानकारी ना छुपाएं। उसके बाद वो कंज्यूमर के ऊपर है कि भैया आपको इस चीज़ का इस्तेमाल करना है नहीं करना, इसमें आपको शुगर कंटेंट ज़्यादा लग रहा है, आपको डायबिटीज़ का इशू है, मत इस्तेमाल कीजिए। पर ये जानकारी सही तरीके से उन तक पहुँचे, ये एक बड़ी जिम्मेदारी हम लोग के ऊपर। और ख़ास तौर पर आज की दुनिया में जहाँ पर सोशल मीडिया प्रेजेंस एंड देयर आर सो मेनी अदर वेज टू कम्युनिकेट ये आ गए हैं, ऐसे में हम लोग को एक बड़ी लकीर खींचने की ज़रूरत है इनके सामने, और इस बात को सुनिश्चित करने की जिम्मेदारी है कि कम से कम हमारी जनता तक, हमारी कंज्यूमर्स तक सही जानकारी जाए। मिसलीडिंग एडवर्टीजमेंट्स की वजह से कई बार अच्छे पदार्थों का लोग बहिष्कार करने लगते हैं, उसको छोड़ देते हैं। क्यों? क्योंकि हमने फलाना किसी सोशल मीडिया प्लेटफॉर्म पे सुना था कि अरे इसमें तो ऐसा है, इसमें तो वैसा है, और इसकी वजह से इसको हमें बायकॉट करना, इसको हमें नहीं इस्तेमाल करना। मुझे लगता है जो प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जिस बात का जिक्र किया, इन्फॉर्म करने की भी एक बड़ी जिम्मेदारी हम लोग के ऊपर है। हम लोग हर चीज़ को सुनिश्चित करें, सही जानकारी दें कि क्या क्या तरीक़ों का हम लोगों ने इस्तेमाल किया और ये कैसे उसके बावजूद भी आपके लिए सेफ़ है। मेरे मंत्रालय में फूड प्रोसेसिंग में एक बड़ी चिंता हम लोग की वेस्टेज को लेकर भी आती है, और जब हम लोग वेस्टेज को मिनिमाइज़ करने की जब हम लोग सोच रखते हैं तो कई नई टेक्नोलॉजीज़ हैं जिसका हम लोग इस्तेमाल करते हैं। इस बार के बजट में 50 रेडिएशन यूनिट्स का भी प्रावधान आया है। अभी ये रेडिएशन यूनिट्स अभी हम लोग को शुरू ही करने हैं, बट इसको लेकर कोई लोग हैं ऐसे जो कि वापस से मिसकंसेप्शंस शुरू करेंगे। ऐसे में इन तमाम बातों की जानकारी जनता तक हम लोग सही तरीके से हम लोग पहुँचाएँ, इस दिशा में भी हम लोगों को चर्चा करने की ज़रूरत है। इस बार के सेशंस में इस विषय को भी उठाया गया, मुझे खुशी है इस बात की, क्योंकि आने वाले दिनों में दिस माइट बिकम अ बिग कंसर्न फॉर एवरीबडी हु इज़ एसोसिएटेड विद फूड सेफ्टी एंड फूड प्रोसेसिंग, विद एग्रीकल्चर एंड ऑल दीज सेक्टर्स। जो भी स्टेक होल्डर्स हैं संभवतः उनके लिए बड़ी चिंता का ये विषय बनेगा। इस पर हम लोग आने वाले दिनों में और ज़्यादा चर्चा करेंगे। मैं एक बार फिर से यहाँ पर आए तमाम साथियों का यहाँ पर धन्यवाद करता हूँ। इस मंच पर बैठे ऑल माय फ्रेंड्स, ऑल माय डिस्टिंग्विश्ड गेस्ट, आप सबका मैं यहाँ पर धन्यवाद करता हूँ। और मुझे आप लोगों ने मौका दिया यहाँ पर आकर अपनी तरफ से अपनी बातों को आप लोगों के बीच रखने का, उसके लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। जय हिंद। थैंक यू सो मच।
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, sir, for your very inspiring address, inspiring everyone that towards the good health of our people and for the industry, the need for collaborating, need for innovating, need for responsibly informing, and then being facilitators rather than regulators. Thank you, sir. And now, as we come to almost to the conclusion of this session, I would like to request Ms. Inushi Sharma, the Executive Director of the Food Safety and Standards Authority of India, to propose a formal vote of thanks.
Honorable Union Minister of Food Processing Industry, Shri Chirag Paswan Ji, the Honorable Minister for Food Safety, New Zealand, Shri Andrew Hoggart Ji, Member Niti Aayog, Dr. V.K. Paul Ji, Officer on Special Duty, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Ms. Punya Salila Srivastav Ji, Chairperson WTO TBT Committee, Ms. Daniela Gracia, Chairperson Codex Alimentarius Commission, Mr. Steve Wern, and the Chief Executive Officer FSSAI, Shri G. Kamlavardhana Rao Ji. इस हॉल में उपस्थित हमारे सहकर्मी, सहयोगी और दुनिया भर से ऑनलाइन जुड़े हमारे साथी, सबसे पहले मैं इस मंच पर विराजमान हमारे माननीय अतिथियों का हृदय से धन्यवाद देना चाहती हूँ, जिन्होंने अपना बहुमूल्य समय निकालकर अपने विचार साझा किए और इस सत्र को सफल बनाया। आपके योगदान से यह सम्मेलन और भी अधिक सार्थक बन गया है। आपके अमूल्य विचार हमें खाद्य सुरक्षा सुनिश्चित करने के लिए अवश्य मार्गदर्शन देंगे। Over the last 2 days, the Global Food Regulators Summit has facilitated rich discussions focusing on best practices for food safety, health, and the global food ecosystem. This 2-day summit has beautifully demonstrated how critical it is to adopt a comprehensive food systems approach. Together, we've explored how food safety impacts not only people but also the planet. And these deliberations will drive forward our efforts to create a safer, more resilient food system. For this, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the delegates, moderators, participants, and the media who have contributed to the success of this summit. Your active engagement and contributions have been truly invaluable. इस सम्मेलन की सफलता में मैं विशेष रूप से ITPO, ITDC, CII और FSSAI के सभी कर्मियों का तहे दिल से धन्यवाद देना चाहती हूँ। आपकी कड़ी मेहनत और प्रयासों के बिना इस आयोजन को इस उच्च स्तर तक ले जाने में हमें सफलता नहीं मिल पाती। आप सभी का पुण्य धन्यवाद। थैंक यू सो मच लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन। जय हिंद।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद मैम। और देवी सज्जनों, इस कार्यक्रम की, इस समिट की समाप्ति करते हैं अपने देश, अपने राष्ट्र, अपनी मातृभूमि को शत शत प्रणाम कर। आप सभी से निवेदन है अपने स्थान पर खड़े होने के लिए राष्ट्रगान के लिए।
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा। विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा। तव शुभ नामे जागे, तव शुभ आशीष मांगे। गाहे तव जय गाथा, जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
जय हिंद। पुनः धन्यवाद माननीय मंत्री जी का और हमारे सभी सम्मानित अतिथिगण का। इस सभागार में उपस्थित आप सभी का भी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। Thanking each one of you, especially all the international delegates, huge representations, 70 plus countries participating, 30 international organizations. Thank you for your contribution. Thank you for these collaborations and partnerships, and definitely we can all come forward and work together towards creating a safe, secure, healthy world. Thank you. And wishing you safe journeys back home, people who are going to be traveling back. Thank you again till the time we meet